Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Always an exciting time we can be back and celebrating Earth Month for next month. Thank you all for continuing to declare April as Earth Month. And thank you for your continued leadership. We all feel like really every day is Earth Day in Coral Gables. We celebrate sustainability and resiliency and have taken a lot of leadership on that. I have with me the chair of our sustainability board, Marlon Abbott, and Solange, and we have a lot of exciting Earth Month's event plans. We have our Great American Cleanup season starting on April 2nd. We have our plogging event this weekend at Matheson that will be out with the community cleaning up garbage in picking up litter at Matheson Hammock. We also have the biggest little farm screening sponsored by Commissioner Anderson taking place next week at the Coral Gables Cinema. And then we'll also be having our recycling drive-through event taking place April 23rd, which is really popular with the community. So thank you all again for your leadership. I don't know, Marlon, if you wanted to say anything.
Good morning. I'd just like to say, while Reverend Culver is still here, the First United Methodist Church makes that recycling event twice a year that we do just run so much more smoothly. They have let us use their parking lot for, I would say, about the last 5 or 6 events. And people like recycling. I mean, we get so many people those 2 mornings a year that we were outgrowing City Hall. So First United Methodist Church has made it run much more smoothly. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Let me read the proclamation. Whereas Earth Day is celebrated annually in April to help increase awareness about the importance of the environment and the conservation of our natural resources. And whereas we must face global challenges as we work to protect our environment and preserve our natural resources, and whereas all people, regardless of race, gender, or status, have the right to a healthy environment. And whereas the city, through its sustainability management plan, has set goals of a 20% reduction in energy, water, fuel, and greenhouse gas emissions by 2025. And whereas the city has added 65 electric vehicles to its city fleet and installed over 36 charging points on city properties, reduced city facilities' energy consumption by over 23% per square foot through the conversion to LED lighting and HVAC upgrades, achieved LEED Silver certification for the police and fire headquarters and trolley maintenance facility, advanced the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program focused on litter prevention and recycling, expanded the trolley and freebie service, implemented water quality programs and initiatives focused on improving the health of Biscayne Bay, and held 13 recycling drive-through events that have diverted over 328,000 pounds of electronic, household hazardous waste, paper, and clothing from potentially ending up in landfills or the environment. Now, therefore, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim April 2022 as Earth Month in Coral Gables.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Take a photo.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. City Clerk, now we move on to 2.2, which is a resolution of the Sustainability Advisory Board requesting the City Commission consider changing the enabling legislation of the board to add a seat for a youth appointment. Mr. Anderson?
Thank you. So at the February Sustainability Advisory Board meeting, the board made a motion, and Marlon is here to, as the chair of the board, to be able to speak to it. Made a motion to add a seat for this City Commission's consideration to add a seat to the board for a youth appointment. We've had a lot of engagement from high school students attending our board meetings and providing input. So I'll let Marlon speak to that.
We have talked on and off for a long time about adding a youth to our board. We often have youth attend in person when we could attend in person and on Zoom, and they're most anxious for us to have one too. We do have a large board, But we talked about it could be a freshman, sophomore, or junior in a high school in Coral Gables who studies or is a resident of Coral Gables, have a letter of recommendation from a teacher or a mentor, and be a current member of the school or community organization dealing with some aspect of sustainability. So we would like your permission to add another seat to our board and figure out exactly how to do it. So that's going to be sort of the difficulty, but we'd like to be allowed to do it.
You know, in this case, in certain cases, I'm a little wary about making a board too big. But in regards to sustainability, I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer. I think we can have the more the merrier. Whoever wants to engage and bring a new light or a new opportunity or a new vision, I think is something that we should motivate those individuals to get engaged. So I don't see any issues with that. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I think we're just accepting the board's resolution, right?
Right, and we're happy to bring something back if we need to for the commission's ratification.
Perfect.
All right.
Then we'll bring something back at the next commission meeting. I would take it up right now, but I mean, our city attorney says we got to wait till the next commission meeting.
Only because they need to know who's going to appoint the youth member. Is it going to be, we need to figure that part of it out.
Whatever you like, it's fine with me.
What's important is future leaders, why can't they be current leaders? And that's the opportunity you're providing them.
Exactly. So we'll put something on the next agenda.
Yes, sir.
Let staff review and work with the Sustainability Advisory Board and our members here and see how we can.
Mr.
bring
Clerk, you
something
can
together.
finish the motion, though.
Okay.
Finish
All
recording the vote.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep,
Thank you.
Susie, thank you.
Tell the board thank you very much for their engagement. A2, City of Coral Gables earns Smart City Innovation Excellence Award.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Raimundo Rodulfo, Director of Innovation and Technology. So last month, our city hosted a technology conference by the Smart Cities Council and the Dense Networks think tank. Smart Cities Council is an organization headquartered in Washington, D.C., and they sent a representative to give our city a recognition for innovation. It's called a Smart City Innovation Excellence Award for our smart districts and technology infrastructure. So we had a great conference where this is the first of 11 cities. So they started in Coral Gables. From here, they go to Orlando, and they end in Dallas, Los Angeles, and New York City. And basically, these 11 cities, and Coral Gables was considered for the second time as the first stop in this tour, are cities that we invest in broadband, in infrastructure, in technology, and digital inclusion and digital services. And so this event is the second time that it starts in Coral Gables. 2 years ago, was hosted by University of Miami here on campus. And in this conference, we had the opportunity to present how different departments like police, fire, public works, development services, IT, we all collaborate to leverage innovation and technology to improve mobility, public safety, healthcare, education, so different areas that are impacted by this foundation of communications. So I'm going to go to the next slide. I have a few photos. So we had this award ceremony with city officials and with representatives from different departments. And we have welcome remarks by the mayor, by the city manager. We have keynote speeches by Chief Hudak and de la Rosa. They demonstrated how they use technology for public safety, for emergency response, for incident response. And we had Director Kevin Kinney talk about smart parking, talk about the Mobility Hub project. Director Julian Perez talk about economic development, how he leverages technology to help the small businesses in our city. I had the opportunity to present with my team how we are working on broadband expansions, fiber optics, public Wi-Fi, and other projects also that are based on telecommunications. We had special guests from Miami-Dade County. We had the Chief Innovation Officer, Anna Chamas, and the Chief Resilience Officer, Jim Morley. They joined different panels, and we had experts from the industry, from the telecommunications industry. So it was a very productive event that we learned a lot. We also did a tour of the building, and we did a tour of the districts in one of the trolleys. So we have to thank the Smart Cities Council and the Dense Networks think tank for choosing our city for this important event, and it's the second time. And we want to thank the Safer Building Coalition. It's an organization that also presented best practices on building. And Miami-Dade County, the Chief Innovation Officer and Chief Resilience Officer for joining our event and our panels and sharing insight and strategies for collaboration in our region. I want to thank all the leaders from telecommunications, from the industry that were invited by the Smart Cities Council to present and to share their insight on latest technologies like 5G, like Internet of Things, like private LTE. There was, for example, a company that they deployed the 5G network for the Super Bowl, and they share those new technologies, how they deploy those advanced technologies for events and for metropolitan areas. And of course, thanking all the attendees, more than 80 attendees. Many of them came from other states or from Northern Florida, and they joined this effort to collaborate and to learn together. So thank you, and this is the award for our team, for our city. This goes to City Hall. We're going to find a place where to put.
Raimundo, you make us very proud, and I speak for everybody here at City Hall. What your team does, is incredible with the resources that you're given. So I just want to say thank you for doing what you do every single day, and your entire team. I had the pleasure of attending and opening the ceremony, and it was a great achievement on behalf of the city to showcase a lot of the great things that we're doing and how we're leading our efforts. And more importantly, not only are we leading, but we're also, and this is something that I talked to the manager about, and the manager emphasized this when we spoke about it. We are an example, and we're willing to give of all the tools that we have and all the ground that we're breaking. And that's what this team does. They call other municipalities, any other country that calls. For example, I had a meeting the other day, last month, with some members from Argentina, and his team put together a presentation for several hours, along with Julian's team at Economic Development. And they really emphasize the importance of a dialogue between our city and other municipalities and other countries to showcase what we're doing. So I know that takes a lot of your time. I know you do it with a lot of pride. So I want to tell you that award that you have next to you is well deserved, and we're very grateful for your efforts. Thank you for that. And to your team, by the way, which is always in the back, not hiding, but they're the reason why you see things on CCTV, why you see our technology advancing. So they deserve as much credit, if not more. So thank you for your team.
Thank you, sir. And for all city departments that earn this award together with us.
Always. Let's take a quick picture. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
How you doing? It's great to have you.
Good, thank you.
Moving on to A3.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, City Clerk, and City Attorney. We're here to present Firefighter of the Month for February, March, and April. So all of these gentlemen that we're going to present, they go with our fire department motto, committed to our community. They all routinely go beyond the call of duty to make the lives of others better. So for February, it's Captain Bernhardt. And Captain Bernhardt, for his work with the Big Brothers and Sisters program, Big Brothers and Sisters in Red. This is a new program that has started, and I believe the police department are doing it also. So this is a first in the country. And Captain Bernhardt has spearheaded that program. He is really, he is making sure that this program succeeds. So for February, it's Captain Bernhardt. And for March and April, we have firefighters Balsera and John Maroon. Okay, they are both active members of the fire department's benevolent, which obviously serves the community. In addition to that, they have worked extensively with our cadet program, mentoring young high school students. So for March and April, it is it's Maroon and Balsera. Thank you.
I know we're getting a 3-for-1 special, which I appreciate, in a very long agenda.
Yes.
So I want to say thank you. But I'd like for these gentlemen to say a few words if they'd like to, because what you guys do every single day, again, like I said before about Raimundo's team, makes us look great. So, please don't be shy and step up and speak to the community.
I just want to thank the administration and the chiefs, especially Chief Jones, who brought in this program. I'm one of 8 mentors in the Big Brothers program, and it's been a success so far, and hopefully we can expand this program in the future.
Congratulations for that. I appreciate that.
And I'd just like to echo on what Captain Bernhardt said. I'd like to thank the training that I received from Captain Negra and all the different mentors we've had coming through the department. It's truly a blessing to be a member of Coral Gables Fire Department.
Thank you. Come on. Don't be shy. Come on.
I just want to say thank you again to administration, everyone else, and pretty much it. Man, a few words.
Well, we say thank you to all 3 of you.
Thank you.
Let's take a quick picture.
A few words.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The move is still on, right? The move is still on. If you don't. I thought you were moving.
My daughter. My hearing. Wisdom.
Outsourcing it.
Moving on to the approval of minutes, the regular commission meeting dated March 8th, 2022. Mr. Clerk?
Need a motion, sir?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to public comments.
First speaker today is Mr. David Henderson.
Mr. Henderson, good morning. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm David Henderson. I'm the president of the board with Bike Walk Coral Gables. On March 20th, the Bike Walk Coral Gables, in partnership with the city community recreation department and police departments, held our 7th bike and barbecue ride. Over 130 people, including Commissioner Anderson, rode from the youth center down to Matheson Hammock, enjoyed food, drink, live music, games, and a beautiful day in the park. And I want to, in particular, acknowledge the support from city staff, including Norma Gavarette, Carolina Vester, and Mitch Zuriarian from the Parks Department, in addition to the other staff and the police officers that helped us make it a very, very successful event. As a volunteer-led organization, Bike Walk Coral Gables relies on partnerships with organizations and agencies like the city, the Coral Gables Museum, Gate Heritage Trust, to put on our monthly program of bike tours that highlight the incredible resources and beauty of the city of Coral Gables. So thank you again for your support. We look forward to continuing that relationship in the future.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cheryl DiCarlo.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
I'm going to go to this one if this is
Please.
okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to us. As the city is getting more crowded, I've noticed our parks are getting more utilized, and sometimes that is in conflict particularly with our canine friends, which desperately need their own space. So I'm asking, will you support Commissioner Anderson's agenda item G12 for the Salvador Dog Park?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Joseph Ferret.
Good morning, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm a longtime dog owner and lover, and I'm here to express my support for Commissioner Anderson's proposal to use existing property at the Salvador Park tennis court area for a dog park. I think it's pretty well established, many of the benefits of having dog parks, and thank you. And I think one of them certainly is they provide an opportunity for more socialization and interaction for the dogs and for us as well. They also, lead to, I think, better mental and physical health for both the dogs and the owners. Just as importantly, I think that they help encourage more connectedness in the community. I see it at around the corner from my house. There's a new park now called Mallorca Park, and it's a dog park right next to a playground area with kids, and it seems to work really well. A lot of people are bringing their dogs, having fun. I think one of the biggest advantages of this idea is that probably the most expensive component of a dog park is the land. And in this proposal, the city already owns the property. I think the city also historically has been hesitant and very slow acting with regards to establishing more dog parks. And I think that it's really important that if this is going to be a leash-free park, that the rules and the regulations be clear as to who can go in there, what kind of dog. You don't want aggressive dogs, but the funding is already. The funding is what for the water stations, the litter bags, the benches, the landscaping, but the land is there. So I think this is a great opportunity. I hope you guys move on it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your input.
Next speaker is Grace Carricarte.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mayor Log.
Will you get next to the microphone?
I went here right to the screen. How funny.
No worries.
All right. Well, good morning, Mayor Lago, our esteemed commissioners, and my fellow neighbors. I'm Grace Carricarte. I'm a native here, and I live at 1036 Palermo Avenue, and I'm here to share my very enthusiastic support for the Salvador Dog Park. I've been very used to the whole wait and see, and wait and see, and wait and see a little bit longer, and yet I met all my neighbors through their dogs. I knew their dogs' names before I knew my neighbors' names, and it's just such an important part of the community, and here I am telling my friends where I'll be this morning, and they were like, "You've got to be kidding me. Of course we have a dog park. It's a city. Every city has a dog park." And I was like, yeah, no, sadly, when I moved here 8 years ago, I realized we did not. And so, I said, Lass, this is true. And I told her also, sadly, I'm seeing a lot more concrete than I'm seeing green. And that concerns me for a whole other variety of reasons as well. And I think to myself, with the concrete, and my friend said, well, where are all those dogs going to go? When you've got all these condos and all these apartments coming in, where are people going to go with their dogs? And she goes, I know what's going to happen. We're going to see more listed on Nextdoor who are needing homes that because they're too energetic, behavior becomes disruptive. Where are they going to go? And so obviously we know how we felt during the pandemic, that sense of isolation. And imagine for some dogs, that's their day-to-day, stuck indoors. And so we really do thrive off the very things that our canine companions need. We need to be able to get outdoors. We need to be able to interact. And we're all social animals, dogs and people alike. So I really think that, it's a mutual health benefit, right? So we get our fresh air, we get our exercise, we have that social connectivity, which with my background in mental health and suicide prevention, I have to say that when it comes to protective factors for communities as well as for individuals, what we see overlapping, especially in longitudinal studies, is that having a pet companion, most specifically a canine in one's life, is a protective factor across all demographics, whether it's socioeconomic status or race or whatnot. So I think that's really important to support that and to support all of our friends who have fabulous animals. I know many of you have your own. So while I have 13 notes that my neighbors compiled because they couldn't be here today, which I've already emailed you all.
We sent that by email.
I sent it by
That was a
email.
very well-drafted email, by the way.
Thank
I know that all of
you.
us we responded to you.
Thank you. Well, here's the best part, is for those who could not speak today, I present to you our neighborhood pack. We can start with Benny, beloved Benny. Here's Sydney with her dog Tinker. You know, and that's another thing, just sitting there and watching the dogs play, you know, just having, the companionship. But, even though I may not have lived in Coral Gables, they told me not to reveal their ages or how long they've lived here for. That's David walking Sally, and he says it's his doctor's orders to walk. Here's Mary Arnold with her dog Russell, a senior she rescued. Then we've got Louie. You can see we can keep going. Going and going. We've got Ben, we've got Rizzo, we've got Fern. So we've got all these doggies here that, can't speak up, but I'm sure that they would love to be a part of this wonderful proposal. I think it's really exciting, and what I really hope is I'll be able to see you all with your dogs there sometime soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Could I ask you a question? Are you any relation to the care cards who serve this great country?
Which one of them?
I had the pleasure of sitting at a table at an event with a gentleman. I forgot his name. It was a pretty distinguished individual who was retired.
Thank you. Yes, that would be my father, Michael. And then I also have a brother, Mikey, and me. He's going to be so embarrassed. It's on public record.
I sat at the table with Mike. Yeah.
So you can tell little Gracie. Yeah, we have a large family, so somebody tends to know one part of our generation.
I just wanted to make
or
sure I
another.
put it on the record that your family has done great things for this country.
I
And
appreciate
and like I told your father, we are blessed. We're blessed to have individuals like your family, both your brother and your father in this community. So thank you for that.
Mayor Lago. I appreciate that very much.
That's the first time I
So-
met them. I had never had a moment to exchange.
Mhm.
But when I heard your brother's story and he was very humble, he didn't really share it. I had the individual to my right who shared his story. I was very impressed by his valor.
Yeah, I've always looked up to my big brother. He's wonderful, and in addition, well, they're both Army Rangers and Green Berets. I grew up with all of that, and then we actually have a family member, my first cousin, Jason Rizio. Hi, Chief Hudak, who is in your canine unit, and I always give him a hard time when I run into him. But I'm always looking out for the SUVs to say hi to him. Last time I saw him, he was up a tree in the Venetian pool and I'm like, he's 100% disabled veteran. And I'm like, how did they end up throwing you up in the tree? And it was just amazing to see the canine force coming together and finding him. And it really gave him something just so wonderful to have in his life, to find a way to come back and still be of service and to continue that there forward. So thank you.
Please, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Mr. Rip Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good morning. The floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Thanks very much, Mayor Lago and all of you. Certainly great to hear about a dog park. Congratulations. I'm here to speak in the public comments section, maybe it's a little more in depth, on the item coming up today about the ground floor of the mobility hub and whether that is used for retail or for bikes and scooters type of thing. And I want to make a quick 3 points about why I believe we should retain retail. So here they are. Number one, finances, money. Retail pays the city rent at a time, right now we're in the coronavirus recession. Does anybody have a guess when this is going to end? I don't have a guess. The city taxpayers are already, in my opinion, overburdened. Let's not increase the load on the city's taxpayers. Number two, I'm a diehard. I've been pushing for a department store to anchor low-rise Miracle Mile retail for the past almost 25 years, and I haven't given up. We can still do that at 345, but it requires adjoining retail, which would be at 245 Andalusia, the mobility hub. We can get a department store. As you know, H&M, last I talked with them, wants to come to 345 Andalusia. We say yes to H&M department stores, we got them. They're the biggest in the entire world. They're based in Sweden. They're all over Miami-Dade County. So let's not give that up for what I think actually is a misguided promotion of, from a safety standpoint, of bikes and scooters. Why do I say such a thing? Many of you know that I have spent 30 full-time years as a passenger driver. I was a taxi driver for 23 years, Uber for 6 or 7, and I've done other transportation jobs that are very interesting. So I'm on the road all the time. And think about this. What if you were a driver? What would be your worst nightmare? Hitting a pedestrian, hitting a bicyclist, hitting someone on a scooter. Could you ever live that down? I don't think so. And yet, when we let these bicycles out there, look at what's happened on the Rickenbacker Causeway. How many bicyclists have died or been permanently injured? The idea that we live in a city, Mr. Lago has, I guess I'm running out of time. You get my point. I think that we're better leadership with the retail than with promoting a dangerous activity. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Van Bryant.
Sir, good morning. Welcome to the city.
Great, thank you. Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here. I moved here in October, so
welcome.
It's a wonderful city. I live at on Segovia Street. Just two things to start with. One is thank you guys for and women for all you do. Without city councilors and mayors, cities don't work. You guys, you need to make tough decisions sometimes. A dog park probably isn't one of your biggest, hardest decisions to make, but thank you for what you do. Since moving here with my dog, taking walks daily, it is such a pleasure to meet my neighbors. We all have something in common. We immediately have something to talk about. Being able to do that in a dog park just enhances that experience. So approving this dog park at Salvador Park would benefit the community. Most of the people who would use it would walk there. It's not you don't drive to a small dog park, you walk to a small dog park. It's just a great opportunity, as the people already said here. I don't know what I can add to what you said, just unbelievable. But I just want to be here in support of that. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to the city.
Just as an FYI for you folks, just because we're going to talk about this more later, but I know you guys are here now for public comment. But just briefly, separate and apart from this issue, which is terrific and a great suggestion, we're always looking for more places to put dog parks. We do have a fully planned and approved dog park that's supposed to be coming near Merrick Park. We approved that 3 years ago, maybe, which I know is frustrating to hear because it's not actually here to utilize yet. It's a little bit complicated because it was part of a development project that was being built and the underlying plan, which goes near the Metro Rail. So there's a lot of moving parts and coordination, to get that done. So we're always looking for places. That one's coming. Hopefully we'll be moving forward with this one as well, and we'll continue to look for more places where we can do that. While I appreciate, that there might be concerns about some of the locations, the idea is to get as many of them done as possible, so that we have as many options for people that live throughout the city as possible. So just FYI, so you know.
And Vice Mayor, that has been incorporated into the underlying project.
Yep. And while the Vice Mayor will mention it, I'll mention it for him. He's been working on this for the last 4 years himself. He brought it before the commission. he made sure that it was addressed in the underline and in the project that was built. And it was as a result of his hard work that made sure that we're not going to have just one dog park, we're going to have multiple that will be able to serve multiple areas of the city. So you won't have everybody just going to one park, which would be, in my opinion, not the best situation for a neighborhood if you have that many people in just one area. We need to have multiple opportunities for people to enjoy themselves with their dogs, especially in the city of 51,000 residents.
Right.
Do we have confirmation on our future dog park overall meeting yet? If not, I just let everybody know that we are talking about an overall plan as well so that there can be more dog parks throughout the city, including, I think the mayor's working on a larger park for, you know, those times your dogs really need to get out and burn off a lot of energy.
We're in the process of working on that, and I think we'll have some good news. The manager's been working diligently over the last year on negotiating for a big piece of property, and I think people are going to be very surprised once we bring that into the fold. And it's something that's taken a long time, a lot of negotiations, and hopefully we'll be able to include a portion of that piece of property as a dog park also. So there's a lot of things in the works, but I think that we're bringing in several of these possibilities in for a landing soon. So as a result of the effort of my colleagues on the commission and the manager and his team. So, Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Cheryl Gold.
Ms. Gold, good morning. The floor is yours. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. Good morning, Cheryl Gold, 721 Biltmore Way. First of all, I wanted to thank you all for declaring Earth Month in Coral Gables for the month of April. I really appreciate that as a dedicated environmentalist. And I would encourage you, if you haven't already done so, to visit the flood zone exhibit at the History Miami Museum. It would be a great Earth Month activity for everyone. It's more than a year since you approved the zoning code update that resulted in the newly created MF4 district and the upzoning of the Biltmore section. I'm here to support the text amendment to roll back the changes for property south of Biltmore Way. However, it is time for the city also to acknowledge the major zoning code changes to the properties north of Biltmore Way and to remedy equitably their harmful consequences. I would like to read portions of a March 24 letter to Mayor Lago from Marissa Cesena and me that illustrate those changes. We have been repeatedly told that nothing has changed on the north side of Biltmore Way with the new zoning code. In the very first point of the letters that Mr. Iglesias sent to us, it specifies that the future land use classification is multifamily high density. This same concept of high density is repeated in section 2, 105, paragraph A, quote, "The purpose of the multifamily district is to provide a high density residential district that accommodates various forms of multifamily housing of high height and density." The original purpose of this district was, quote, "to ensure that there is a transition to single family and duplex neighborhoods, which protects the integrity of those neighborhoods," end quote. Now nowhere was high density mentioned. The purpose was indeed changed from a transitional district to a high density urban residential district. If the purpose is supposed to paint a picture of what the neighborhood should look like, this new picture is definitely different from the previous one. On the other hand, if the purpose has no weight, then why change it? According to Webster, the meaning of purpose is something set up as an object or end to be attained, intention. We have asked staff to reconcile the conflicting 3 communications that they provided to us in reference to what can be built on 719 Biltmore Way. If these communications can be misconstrued as described by Mr. Trias, why were they sent to us? Why haven't they been explained and reconciled as we have repeatedly requested? We also have sought to understand the difference of what could have been built under the old zoning code and what can be built now on the north side of Biltmore Way. Of great importance and serious concern, changing the minimum lot area from 20,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet to take advantage of maximum height will change the neighborhood. An increase in height from 70 feet, 97 with med bonus, to 150 feet, 190.5 with med bonus, for lots having only 10,000 square feet as a minimum qualification is unacceptable. Specifically, this drastically increased the height allowed on 719 Biltmore Way, which has a lot size of less than 12,000 square feet, and 730 Carl Way, with a lot size of less than 15,000 square feet. As owners who live north of Biltmore Way, we believe it is only reasonable to expect for the City Commission to reconsider the upzoning of the MF4 district, blocks 1 and 2, and reinstate the 20,000 square foot minimum property size to qualify for the maximum height as existed prior to the 2021 zoning code update, and to reinstate the original transitional purpose of our zoning district. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Cheryl, so much. I appreciate you always shedding a little light on the issue. Mr. Clerk, just to add something, thank you for the information. By the way, in reference to the individuals that were asking about the public meeting that we'll be having, it will be held April 5th at 4 p.m., and that's a Dog Park Sunshine meeting. April 5th at 4 p.m. Okay. We'll spread the word on social media. We'll send out notices as required. Make sure you please spread the word that April 5th at 4 p.m. we'll be having a dedicated Sunshine meeting just in regards to dog parks throughout the community. Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker is Ms. Maria Cruz.
How many more speakers do we have? Okay. Ms. Cruz, good morning. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Two things for public comments today. One, a good one. I was very impressed with the Sunshine meeting last week. I thought it was the way that we expected it, the way Coral Gables does things. Only the people that were really affected spoke. They spoke very clearly. They were given respect and they respected. It was really amazing. I suggest that should be the criteria for future Sunshine meetings, and I thank you for that. The second one, you know that I'm known for looking after the whole city, not just the little corner where I live. So I happened to be around the Biltmore Hotel this weekend, and lo and behold, even though we've talked about the West parking lot ad nauseum, because I think we really discussed it very well, there's still signs about paying. Now, I do not know why the signs are there. I thought we understood that they would not be charging, that the commission hasn't approved the charging for that lot. Let me tell you, that last weekend, I guess it was Friday, when I went by, there were cars all over the place. Across the street, everywhere. There were so many cars that Biltmore must have had a killing last weekend, that Friday. There must have been an event that brought in everybody and his brother. But the signs are still up. At least one was still up, saying that they had to park and giving the link to park to pay. So I do not know who's kidding whom, but obviously somebody hasn't gotten the message yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz.
Next speaker is Enrique Vernal.
Before we move on to Mr. Vernal, Madam City Attorney, we've gotten 2 emails over the last 2 days, along with Ms. Cruz's comments about the sign still being up. I went to the Biltmore for an event, I think it was on Friday. I think it was on Friday, or was it? I think it was on Friday, and I saw one of the signs down. Obviously, I don't think the Biltmore is doing this intentionally. I think the signs come down, there's a lot of wind, there's been some weather this weekend over the last few days. Are we sending somebody to monitor to make sure that those signs are up?
So we received an email from Mr. Prescott just a couple days after the last commission meeting saying that he deactivated the app.
Okay.
So even if the sign comes down, if you go in to try to pay, you can't pay.
I wanted you to put that on the record.
So
That's it.
Okay.
That's all I
But
needed
aside
to.
from that, Ms. Sardinias has been notifying at least once a week if we get complaints that are causing confusion. But the reality is that, at least as far as what we've been told, I haven't tested it myself, but you cannot pay.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bernal?
Dr. Bernal, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here really in support of the text amendment for the change of blocks 8 and 10 back to the original zoning conditions. And I also would like to acknowledge and thank Ms. Gold, the Coral Gables Neighborhood Association, and many of the neighbors in the Belmore section for their active participation in the debate with the city about the impact of the changes that were made and the reasons why we requested that they be reversed. To me, this is a perfect example of a vibrant democracy where, the people that are in charge of the city make decisions, but they are willing to listen to the residents and to engage in the debate and try to find a compromise solution that makes us feel like we're part of a community. And I think this is a great step forward. What the commission has demonstrated is openness and its willingness to engage in a lengthy dialogue, and it's a good sign for the future of the city. I congratulate you and thank you for your openness.
Thank you, Dr. Bernal. Have a wonderful morning. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment unless anyone else would like to make a comment. Anyone else? Staff? Anyone? All right, we'll move on. We'll move on to mayor's comments before we move on to our time certain at 10 a.m. I have 6 minutes. First thing I'd like to introduce is Mark Trowbridge. I'd like him to please come up, and I'd like to first ask him if he'd like to discuss anything in particular before we discuss the reason why I asked him to come.
Nope, it's just great to see you all here on a lovely Tuesday morning. So thanks for the invite. You and I were enjoying the welcoming of our new museum director, Mr. Elvis Fuentes, on Friday.
Yes.
And as we departed, we encountered...
So, with that being said, I went with the manager. I know the manager also. We left here Friday evening rather late, probably around 6:30, after a nice long week of work. And we joined up with Mark Trowbridge, and we went to the museum, like Mark was mentioning, to welcome our new museum director, who comes with a lengthy background in the arts, and has extensive museum experience and is a welcome addition to the city of Coral Gables. And I think you're going to see some great things happening at the museum. We have to give credit where credit is due. Mr. Jose Valdez-Fowley played a major role in bringing this individual here to the city of Coral Gables, and I think it's going to be something very beneficial for the community, so I thank him for that. The reason why I wanted to bring Mark here was because as we left the museum, we were walking down the street having a conversation with Commissioner Chip Withers. And we walked across an area which to me has only enhanced the city. It's that Aragon traffic calming, I guess you can call it device that has been installed across the street from the Aragon parking garage in front of Books and Books. But what I found very troubling to me and to my colleagues, I mean, Mark can give you a little bit more color on the issue, was the state of the landscaping that has just been completed. I think that we'll put some pictures up. So this is the current state. These are pictures that I took. The current state, as you can see, the landscaping is more than half dead. And the amount of garbage that was located inside, if we could zoom in, you could notice the amount of garbage that was there. So what Mark and I decided to do was we decided to clean up the site ourselves. And you can see some of the garbage, and in the other pictures, it'll be more prevalent so you can see it. You can see the garbage, cans, paper, plastic, a litany of different things that to me, again, are something that we're fighting here in the city, especially in the downtown when we talk about beautification. This project, I think, was completed maybe 6 months ago, a year ago.
Less than that.
I mean, I've been in office 11 months, so I think it was done sometime in my term. That is brand new landscaping. And you can see the amount of garbage. That garbage has been there for weeks at a time. So if you go to the next picture, you can see, go to the next one. By the way, the sidewalks there are filthy, as you can see. This is Mark and I after the event. I'm in a suit and tie, as you can tell. We end up spending probably about 15 minutes picking up the garbage. Why am I making this a point? I'm making this a point because I need to understand who is responsible in the city for making sure that something like this doesn't happen. Is it a private contractor? Is it the city of Coral Gables? This is an eyesore in front of one of our beautiful landmarks, Books and Books. This is uninviting. And this is something that either we make a decision to commit ourselves to maintenance or we just give up. Because at this point, it's exhausting to walk out of an event at the museum and see garbage right in one of our main streets in front of one of our historic properties like Books and Books. If you look closely and you want to take another picture, you can see I have the bag of garbage here. This is in front, this is what you can see in front of Books and Books thrown throughout the median. In my opinion, this is unacceptable, and I think we could do so much better. So what I'd like to know, first of all, I like Mark's opinion because he was there with me. He was on his hands and knees helping me pick up the garbage. What do you think we can do as a city? We've already had multiple cleanups. We're working with a bid, working with a chamber. What do you think we're doing where we're falling short? Do we need more intensive education? Do we need more sweeps by our subcontractors? Where do you see we're falling short? Do you have any idea?
Well, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, I mean, I think it's a combination of those things. So, you know, we went inside and got the trash bag. They were kind enough to give that to us. And then afterwards went back in and talked to Steve, one of the managers, and said, listen, this is a team effort. And I know you asked them a little bit about, you know, how they maintain the frontage. And it isn't just them, it's any business. But when you're talking about this beautiful new crosswalk, which, you know, the city, I think, did an amazing job of putting that in, helping folks get across. There's a huge amount of pedestrian traffic on that street, probably only second to Miracle Mile. And so having that crosswalk there that also is a traffic calming device allows folks to come out of the garage and visit, you know, those businesses. And certainly Books and Books is the most probably well visited and attended local independent business. So, you know, we talked with Steve briefly. We just said, you know, you've got to also help us either in picking things up, because there were items also up against the curb and on the drain, not just in the landscaping. My concern is that this beautiful landscaping has just deteriorated in a short period of time, and we're trying to assess and manage some of the other areas on the medians and around the downtown that have some aged landscaping that when we took our trolley tour, we had a long discussion about what the future plans are. So it is a total team effort. I know you encourage Steve and the folks at Books of Books, if they see something that they think is sort of, you know, looking out of place, to pick up the phone and call. The city, of course, is always incredibly responsive in those situations. But here you have a brand new installation, and we're going to have to go back and obviously look at the landscaping. And I know some of that material, because we were picking it up, goes back more than 2 weeks, because we had a very large event on Aragon related to the elections that were held at the Colombian consulate.
Yep.
And so there were a lot of people on the street handing out leaflets and other materials related to candidates. And so that had sat there for at least 2 Sundays, because this was the following Friday. So, you know, I know a lot of folks right now don't want to touch anything on the street. And, you know, as soon as we were finished,
we picked that up with our bare hands, no gloves.
We went inside and washed our hands.
And washed our hands after. But I think that the reason
I tried to throw the trash away. It was not, it was kept.
it's right here, look.
Yes, I know.
You can have it. You want to take it with you?
I mean, I'm just going to throw it away.
Thank you.
Recycle it.
By the way,
It's a parting gift.
Thank you for our sponsor, Books and Books, for
Yeah, I feel
providing this
bad for
beautiful
them
bag.
because they should be getting nothing
Allowing
but
us to
positive
wash our
press. But
hands
they
in
were
the
so
bathroom.
accommodating and gave us the bag. And then, you know, but the best part is when people walk by and we're down on our hands and knees and go, "Isn't that the mayor?"
Isn't that the mayor?
How you
Isn't that
doing?
Mark Trowbridge? So my point is that, look, and this is not to call anybody out. The point is that we can do better. and we will do better. At the end of the day, I'm not going to give up on this. I'm not going to, under no circumstances. You're not going to tire me out. I'm going to pick up the garbage, and I'm going to make sure it gets taken care of in the downtown. We have currently an RFP that's coming out for cleanup and for landscaping that's coming out after 5 years. I will not accept a company who gets that RFP or wins that RFP that is not 100% able to address the needs that we need in regards to our downtown. Our downtown is sloppy and it's unacceptable. None of you would allow yourself to live that way with that amount of garbage at your front door. I have this conversation with a manager, and we suffer from the same habit. We don't start the day or end the day without running a perimeter review of our house and making sure that all the garbage is picked up. I live in front of UM. I find stuff in front of my front door constantly on a daily basis. I make sure it gets cleaned up because that is a perception. If that continues to grow, then your home will be overtaken by all that garbage. To have that much garbage in a 5 by 8 foot kind of area is disturbing, and you can only really understand it when you're standing in front of it. That's why we stopped at that moment and picked it up on a Friday afternoon. And it wasn't on a Sunday, it was on a Friday afternoon, just starting the weekend. So what I would like to know, Mr. Manager, do we know, is it city responsibility, or is it a private entity that we're paying to maintain this? And this is a simple 5 by 8 foot area that probably has 2 pounds of garbage in it. This bag is filled all the way up to here.
As the Public Works Director is going to explain that is the responsibility of the adjacent property owner, but I will let the Public Works
Good morning,
Director.
Herbert Diaz, Public Works Director. I will take responsibility for the condition of the landscaping, but the daily garbage pickup should be the responsibility of the abutting property owner.
And I appreciate that. So this is what I need to understand. Ms. Cabrera, who is doing the best that she can, handling multiple departments, I need to understand why code enforcement, by the way, we spoke to the Business Improvement District, the chamber was present, the manager was present. We were gonna ask for a quarterly cleaning of sidewalks. They said it was too heavy-handed. We moved it to every 6 months. If you go by the calendar of every 6 months, that means on June 30th, every sidewalk in the downtown should be clean.
First cycle. From January to June 30th.
I wouldn't say that 1% of the sidewalks are clean right now in downtown, and we're going into April. They have time to do it, I understand that. But if you go on Aragon, it's filthy. Why we as a city need to ensure that our code enforcement team is not only answering the call, but looking around to see certain things. We looked at the alley between Books and Books and the museum. There was weeds growing up in the alley. There was barricades that have been there for weeks. I had to submit that in to staff to make sure that was addressed. I feel like I'm playing a code enforcement officer every single day, and I'll continue to do it as long as I have to. But we need for our staff to be more diligent and look at what their surroundings are, to not only address the issue that they're being called for, but to address the totality of the problem. If you walk by this and you see this amount of garbage on the floor, we need to make sure that we notify Books and Books that they pick up that garbage. We cannot continue to allow this to grow and become an ever-growing problem, because what will end up happening is we become like every other city. So what I would like to have my colleagues, and my colleagues will give me a little runway on this, okay? If you look at for example, what Michael Coutu does. Michael Coutu is in charge in code enforcement. I think he does a wonderful job of going out there and analyzing the larger piles and charging residents for overgrown or oversized piles of green matter. Then the resident has to pay for that. He probably charges of several $100,000 a year, paying for his salary and much more. I think it's time that we have a code enforcement person just dedicated to the downtown. We have many open positions in the city. We don't have to hire somebody new. We don't have to make a new position. I want to limit as many open positions. I want to limit opening new positions for budgetary reasons. Maybe we need to take one of these positions that are currently open and allocate them to the downtown. But something has to be done, because when there's something as blatant as this, as we walk out on a Friday afternoon and there's this much garbage in one of our main streets and it hasn't been dealt with in weeks, who are our eyes and ears? Mark Trowbridge and myself cannot be walking over the downtown picking up garbage every single day. We have to put the businesses on notice. Do we need to privatize code enforcement? Do we need to bring out outside help? I will not stop until this gets corrected. We can do so much better, and I need your help in this issue.
Good morning, Surami Cabrera, Development Services Director, and Code Enforcement is one of my departments.
One of your many departments.
Yes, but as of actually last week, we relooked at all the zones in our residential districts so that we could move and have 2 code officers that are dedicated to the business district, not just downtown, but also down in US 1 and the 8th Street area. So we actually have 2 full-time officers that started this week dedicated to only the commercial districts. And they are following up on everything from our trolley ride. They're following up on a walk that we took with them. And it's a process to bring people into compliance because we need to give them time. We can't just go in there and, put a running fine or a lien. I mean, there is a process to it. It's a little time consuming, but it will happen. It will happen, and it's happening because like I said, we redid the zones and the residential and all that. And as we move to our new software, I'm hoping that it'll be easier for them. I'm confident, I shouldn't say I'm hoping, I'm confident because we're working for that goal to make it easier to issue citations and notice of violations, because right now it's a little time consuming on Eden.
And in addition to that, Mayor, if I may say, when we move into 427, we'll be much more efficient. Right now, we are compressed.
We're on
in the
top of each
college
other.
And the 3rd floor. So once we get those offices in, which should be sometime in June, July of this year, and we get all our software in, I think we'll be much more efficient. And I think with these changes, I think you'll see a noticed change in the central business district.
So, I know my colleagues have a few comments. I just want to say something and put it on the record. I have the utmost faith and confidence in you as director here in the city. I respect you as a professional. Your demeanor, your work ethic is to be emulated by as many people as I can possibly find.
Thank you.
You are one of our best employees here at the city. You never say no. And I hear that from the residents and from the business owners over and over and over again. I know you have your hands full running multiple departments and transitioning to 427 and transitioning to paper. What I'm here to say is I'm going to continue to do this and continue to pick up trash and continue to give thousands of dollars of my own money, not from city money, to do pickup efforts with Solange and Mark Trowbridge and the bid and my colleagues here on the commission who join me. But I will never stop until I achieve my goal. And my goal is to ensure that the 27% of our budget that we get from the downtown only continues to grow. Our downtown is becoming more and more busy every single week. The numbers are clear in regards to the trolley use on Saturdays. We need to step up the cleanliness. And that can be done very easily by holding businesses accountable. Because for too long, and Mark and I talked about this, for too long, we have not held people accountable in the downtown. And people need to understand that we are unlike any other city in Miami-Dade County. And we need to respect ourselves. And we need to understand that we have a certain, we have a reputation that we can easily lose if we do not step up our game. So, Vice Mayor, I know you wanted to say a few
I
comments.
just have a related question, not exactly the point of code enforcement, although that's well taken. The trash cans. I'm assuming there's best practices as far as how many you should have in a downtown area like ours. I just randomly did a Google Maps street view of where the mayor and Mark were picking up. And as far as I can tell, there's not a single trash can on the north side of that street. We have trash cans by the elevators, by the parking garage on the south side of the street. But on the north side of the street, There may be one on the corners, but that's a very long block. There are none on the north side. And so, listen, there's no excuse for somebody just throwing something in the landscaping, but I also want to make sure that we have adequate infrastructure for people to throw things out. And I heard recently from somebody who's a dog owner in downtown that they'd like to see more of the dog sort of bag stations or whatever we call those. So that's something I heard from a resident just last week. But I think we need to look at that. And again, I don't know what best practices are. I don't know if there should be one per block, one per every certain amount of feet in a downtown area, whatever it is. We need to look at that and we need to address it. And if and when we do that, I suspect what will happen is then you're going to get calls about overflowing garbage cans. So if we're going to do it, and we should do it, we have to be prepared to address that and properly maintain it. But that does force the issues. I see it in our parks sometimes. To parks' credit, I've called them on certain occasions where garbage cans at our parks are overflowing because, there's a birthday party or whatever, it happens. And they'll get somebody out there immediately to address it. So it's just a point I'm making because it's something that's been brought up to me recently. I know I've been in a position, I'm sure others have too, where you're literally looking to throw something away and you're like, no garbage can anywhere. And so you got to just hold it. But unfortunately, there are people who don't just hold it. They just chuck it in the bushes.
And I don't disagree that there may be some places in our city where we are lacking a few trash cans. I just
And by the way, Vice Mayor, we have them all GIS plotted, and we're looking into that right now.
Okay.
But because I know specifically about the block you're talking about, there is a trash can on the north side mid-block. The reason I know that is sometimes it is the responsibility of one of the contractors for Public Works, but it often gets full. So I have staff from the garage across the street go over there and empty it.
Okay. I don't know what exactly mid-block is.
It's where it's right next to the fire hydrant.
It's by the tea shop.
That's way
a little farther to the west.
So I'm going to make a
Because
suggestion.
I'm not.
We just put one into Books and Books.
We have
Building to the east of Books and Books, right? Yes, to the east of Books and Books.
Right.
There's nothing.
It's right in front of the building to the east of Books and Books.
Okay. Well,
I'm going to make
not on
following.
Google Maps. I can't.
So
I'll take your word for it.
I know it's been there for quite a while.
Okay.
And we empty it for Public Works just as a courtesy.
So, Commissioner, you wanted to make a suggestion?
During the cleanups, we noticed some high-frequency dumping areas, such as this, and this is right near the museum. This is right near the parking garage, right near the cinema. There's a lot of foot traffic there. You got the crosswalk there. You're going to have traffic there. So when you have an area like this that's high frequency, the logical thing to do, just like how University of Miami designed, some of their walk paths, you follow what people's habits are and
Right.
place one there.
So, because I don't want to belabor the point anymore unless you have something to say, Commissioner, go ahead,
Just
please.
real quick. First off, thank you for your leadership in this matter. You brought a lot of awareness to this issue that a lot of people, including myself, weren't up to speed on, so it's very important. Second, it feels at times it's almost like in those movies where they fall into the quicksand. The more you fight to get out of it, the more we sink. And it's almost like we're battling a battle and we're outnumbered. So my question to the administration, in terms of code enforcement, do we have any vacancies? What's the plan, the city's plan with regards to the numbers of folks we have in code enforcement? Because right now, it seems like we're outmanned.
We have a vacancy for a part-time officer. We hired one part-timer. We had about 3 vacancies. We filled 2 of them. I believe there's only 1 left to fill of a full-timer. We hired 2 code officers full-time that have experience from another municipality. They actually are very, very good. I'm very happy with them. So, of course, it takes learning the city and all that, but we have basically, to answer your question, I believe 1 full-time and 1 part-time available still. It's just finding the right person.
And
for
Commissioner,
this.
by the way, to Ms. Cabrera's comments, the new hires have been doing a very good job, along with our existing employees. But I feel the same way. I think you used a good analogy. I feel like sometimes we're in quicksand, and you can't pick up the garbage fast enough. You can't re-landscape fast enough. And we are removing a lot of the landscaping. If you notice on Bird Road and Ponds, we removed all the landscaping that next to the gas station, which hadn't been redone in probably 20 years. And if you drive by there right now, the landscaping has been removed. But if you look at the foundation of where the roots are, because the roots haven't been removed, the amount of bottles, I mean, talking about bottles that have been there for 20 years inside the landscaping, it's troublesome. And I'll tell you why. It's troublesome because you're paying a company to do routine maintenance. And if you look inside the bushes, by the way, Commissioner Anderson will tell you, she's been there with me. Mark was there. Mark, how many 1-gallon buckets did we fill across the street in that?
From books and books, probably about a dozen.
A dozen 1-gallon buckets of trash were picked out of one hedge adjacent to the Aragon parking garage.
Where you see a lot of the staging for the delivery vehicles, like the motorcycles for food delivery.
So instead of throwing it, but by the way, you know how that stopped? We went there, we cleaned it out ourselves, we brought in the landscaping department, landscaping cleaned up the tree, and we placed a garbage can right next to that area. And I walked by there certain times, we cut back the hedge significantly so you can see into the hedge. The problem is that they were using it as a garbage can because you can't see, once you throw the can in there, it goes so deep into that Green Island ficus that, it's gone forever. They don't see it. That's right. But we took out, like you said, a dozen 1-gallon buckets, paint buckets, that we were walking around with in the downtown out of one hedge. That's why I keep stressing, and that's why we're going to remove all the landscaping on ponds, which is something that we haven't done in years, at least a decade at a minimum. And that needs to be done. We need to plant trees. We need to plant small hedges that stay low. We need to maintain those hedges. And we need to hold entities with development agreements accountable. This is not an indictment on staff, our existing staff and the new members and our directors. They're stepping up to the challenge. I'm just bringing this to everybody's awareness here on the commission and using this opportunity in the sunshine to have a real discussion that this is not going anywhere. This is only getting worse because more and more people are coming to our city and they're not respecting the city beautiful. So I'm asking you, as the budget comes out, to please consider reallocating money to code enforcement, reallocating money to cleaning up the downtown. Why do I think it's important? I think it's important because 27% of our tax base comes from the downtown. If you want to see more money for the residential neighborhoods, you need to raise the property values in the downtown because a lot of that money goes to subsidize the rest of the budget. If you want to see beautification issues really brought to fruition and hold people accountable, then we need to hold those people who have development agreements, like, for example, the building on the corner of Ponce and Alhambra that hasn't changed their landscaping in 20, 25 years. I don't even think they even have landscaping. That needs to happen. So these are things that I will be bringing up at the next budget as we commence in the budget process. These will be priorities for me. And I would really appreciate if my colleagues would consider helping code enforcement, helping landscaping, helping the manager now as they go into a new RFP for landscaping services in the downtown, that we're very, very strict. And it's going to cost money. They're not going to do this for free. It's going to cost money, but we're very strict. And we can do it. We can do it because, and I'll give you an example. Go to Palm Beach and look at their downtown. If you want to see how Palm Beach looks, go adjacent to, across from Coral Gables Senior High, where the sales center is for the new retirement community that's coming. Have you seen it? They have a beautiful building, and they have all brand new landscaping in front of it. They're selling a dream. They're selling a lifestyle. They have perennials that are planted, that are beautiful. It's maintained. That's the way our downtown should look. It shouldn't be a momentary blip to sell a dream and then you walk away and the landscaping can remain the way it is. That's unacceptable. So with that being said, I have nothing else further to say. Commissioner Force.
Just a quick couple of observations because we've been discussing this matter so much recently. When we look at how to solve this problem, for me, one of the critical questions that always comes out for me right at the beginning, and it came to my mind as we began to discuss this particular situation where Mark and the mayor picked up garbage on that area, is let's analyze, if the mayor walks out of a restaurant and sees empty bag of chips in the bushes, it could be a problem or it could not be a problem. It may not be a problem if somebody threw it there right before he came out, and a private contractor's coming the next day at 6 a.m. to pick it up. Now, if it's still there after 6 a.m., then it's a bigger problem. In this case, you were able to identify pretty clearly that it was from the Colombian.
Some of it, yeah.
Yeah, some of it, which establishes that it's been there for more than 2 weeks. So that's a problem, as opposed to some of the other things. And sometimes perhaps, Mayor, you should not pick up certain things and pass by to see if it's still there the next day, which is a trick I learned from my mom.
My OCDness takes over.
I don't think he can do that.
Mark tried his best. Mark tried his best to like walk away from the garbage. I said, "Listen, you can't leave this. It's Friday. People are going to see this all weekend."
Well, I think, Commissioner, I think you bring up a very good point, because we have a contract coming up, but certainly there's going to be a different cost in picking it up once a month, once a week, once a day, or once an hour. So there's a different cost associated with all that. So it's something that we have to look at and see at what cycle do we want, because there is a different cost to that. And just like FedEx costs $25 and the post office costs 60 cents, we cannot pick it up every hour or every day. There's a cost involved in that, and it's something that with this new contract coming up, we need to look at that, and certainly we can address that with the commission. But there is a cost to implementing something, depending on what schedule you want and how often you want to do it.
Point number 2, agreed. Point number 2, and perhaps this is intelligence that we can incorporate into the GIS system when it's fully, I don't know, maybe we're even able to do it already, is, for instance, I know that Giralda had a lot of litter right after St. Patrick's Day. So when we have these annual or even semi-annual, biannual events that we know cause a lot of litter, we can put that in the system and understand which areas experience a lot of litter right after those events and when those events are. For instance, we could have inputted, we can input now Giralda the day after St. Patrick's Day. We can even attempt to schedule the next Colombian election at the consulate in the GIS system, and at least we'll be able to respond to those high-volume litter events and be expecting them and get trash right off the streets as soon as possible. I think that's a form of intelligence that could be, beneficial. Third, finally, this problem is a two-sided problem, which is the failure to cite people or warn people or fast enough, right? And I don't want to say failure, maybe the inability to do it fast enough, just because of capacity and sheer geographical area. The other is perhaps maintenance contractors not cleaning as good as we expect them to. But then there's also the other side of the issue, which is the person who actually throws it out and throws it in the maintenance, in the swale, or throws it in wherever, whatever area we end up finding it. Maybe we need to look at some kind of notice enforcement on that end. What comes to mind is I remember I went to, in addition to what we've already discussed, I'm saying there's two sides of the issue. I remember I went to Arizona once, and I noticed, because the people I was visiting happened to be smokers, I noticed that they all had this fear of God for throwing a cigarette butt on the ground. And I was thinking to myself, how did the local government accomplish all these folks having the fear of God of not throwing their cigarette butt on the ground? By the way, in that case, it was littering, but it was also the risk of fires, because it's so dry over there. And perhaps there's something to be done on that end of the problem to make people understand, whether they're residents of Coral Gables or not, that you cannot litter here, that it's a really big deal. We take it very seriously. I don't know if it comes in the form of education or even in the form of fines.
Fines, yeah, that's the only way.
Well, but I think
It's funny because my daughter did a science project on this off of I-95, where we monitored it for 6 months to see the litter. And then we looked to see like how often the contractor went out, how many citations were issued for littering. Zero. It was a trash can. Like the city of Coral Gables is nothing like that. But people, it needs to be that you enforce that you're not allowed to throw stuff on the sidewalk.
But I
That's
think
it, because we can only clean up after you for so long.
Mr.
Right?
Mayor, I think what we have also is we have 3 months before June 30th. And I think now with the new dedicated code enforcement officers to the downtown, and with the new contract that's forthcoming, that's going to hit the street soon, we're sending a very strong message. I'm going to be very clear on the dais. I will not accept, and I welcome everyone to please drive by Ponce and Bird Road and look at the median, which has just been cut, all you see is the roots. Look at the amount of bottles and trash that's inside of that hedge that no longer exists, but they obviously have to clean it out now, and they're gonna replant that area with some beautiful low-lying brush. It's nobody's fault. It's just something that we weren't analyzing for years. But then you get a guy like me who's very OCD. Don't laugh, because you're the same way. You're the same way. And you have people like Mark who will sit there, and the manager who do the same thing, and this is gonna be a priority. So I just want staff to understand, and I tell them consistently when I see them, that I'm proud of their efforts, but we gotta take this to the next level. And I know that we can, and we're gonna allocate the necessary resources, and I'm asking you to support me on this with the manager to make sure that we really put our best foot forward. We have 3 months before June 30th. I wanna see those sidewalks clean. I want buy-in from the chamber, which is putting their best foot forward, from the bid, and from every single entity in the downtown. Commissioner Menendez?
I just want to create sort of, as everyone was speaking, I started thinking, what's the perfect example of the ideal situation in terms of cleanliness? I don't know how they do it, but hopefully with our collective efforts, we can get to the point where when you walk into the Magic Kingdom, you don't see any gum, you don't see any garbage. And they have more people, I think, going to the Magic Kingdom on a daily basis than we have going to the downtown.
They have staff following people around, picking up.
Charge you $1,000.
I'm more than willing to put a Winnie the Pooh costume on
That
and
is a
follow
money
people
issue.
if I need to. Or maybe my colleagues would like to do that. But I think, can we attain that level? I don't know. I'm sure, a lot of factors are involved, but I think that's the vision, to have it to the point where every day that goes by, people want to come back. Because if the Magic Kingdom encountered the same challenges we did, I don't think a lot of people would be going as often as they do. So obviously, it's a way to bring people in. So that's the vision that popped into my mind, and hopefully collectively, we can get there.
That's a very intensive vision and very expensive vision.
But listen,
But you know, if
I
you've ever been,
appreciate it though, because you got to shoot high.
You can come out in the Winnie the Pooh costume with us the next cleanup. Maybe people will pay to come see.
It might be a goofy idea,
something
but
for you.
Ms.
'Cause-
Cabrera, you were going to say something?
Yes, so you mentioned about when we have an event to have it known so that we could go back and clean up that area. In Energov, we're going to have a special event permit, which will have an automatic inspection to go out and verify the area after the event's over. Code enforcement will be it'll be on their to-do list, so that they'll go the next day and verify and check is there anything broken? Is it cleaned up? Did they do what they have to do? So that is something that we have implemented in Energov. When we're full force in Energov, that will be in there.
And that's our new enterprise system, Mayor, that will take care of a lot of these issues. And as soon as we move into the new building, we'll have electronic plan review. We'll have the implementation of Energov. Actually, by the end of the year, we'll also have the implementation of the finance program. So we'll be fully integrated by the end of the year.
So in closing, I want to reiterate, thank you, Mark, for being here, as always. I appreciate it.
I came to get the garbage.
I came and it's right here. Let me help you with the garbage. Be
A
careful.
dutiful servant, always.
Thank you, Mark. In closing, I want to say thank you, because you and I have these discussions constantly. I know you're working with your team and you're hiring new people, and I think there's brighter days ahead. But I ask of you to do me a favor, and you can, through the manager's office, please, make sure, along with Public Works Department, when you go out to visit, or your team goes out to visit for a call, or they're driving and they stop and see a business, don't just go blinders on looking at one issue. I do that sometimes. It's time to look at holistically at the entire situation that we're facing. Look at the alley. Look at the paint of the building. Look at the window. Is there a broken window? We talked about a building that was called in multiple times that we're waiting months for windows to be replaced. I know that we're coming out of a pandemic. There's some issues. But we need to look at not only the sidewalks and the gum and the trash, we need to look at the entire building, the entire entity that we're facing before us, to ensure that we're just not addressing one issue and there's weeds in the alley, and there's a broken window, and there's, a car under a tarp with 4 broken tires on the swale, those are things that we need to really address. And I hope that staff understands the importance of that. And it's not to fine people. It's not about making money. This is about having people come into compliance. Give them a warning and say, hey, you have 30 days to comply. That's my goal.
It's completely understood, and that's part of it, training the staff, which we have between Doug and I, we've come up with a training program that we think is going to be very, very successful. And we'll be doing that as soon as we have the software implemented and everything done. Right now, we're sort of, hobbling along, but
yes,
July.
And if there's any way, and I ask you to look into this if you can, maybe through the manager, if there's any way to incentivize Public Works and code enforcement, incentivize to see what other cities are doing, I'm in favor of that.
Understood.
Private sector incentives work, and I want people to feel that the harder they work, the more they look, the more that they push the City Beautiful mantra, there will be benefits for them. Okay? So thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I know that the mayor's comments were already late on item I-4 and I-5, which is time certain, but I'd like to take the consent agenda quickly just to get E1 and University of Miami out of here.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
I have a motion, please.
I'll make it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena? Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Maybe. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to time certain item I-4 and I-5.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Again, so this is we are going to do a demo of some GIS tools, and the first one is in I-4 is one that addresses the request to have a tool for the residents to register to receive some special notices in their area, the area where they live. So my team developed this GIS application that has 2 components. This is the component, it's very simple, that is facing to the public. So here we are going to have a link on the city's website or the new website that is coming soon. And in that link, the residents will be able to open this form. I just pre-populated this for the sake of...
Before you walk through it, Raimundo, let me just give some context to my colleagues, if you were onto the public. Based on discussions with residents and sort of trying to informally determine how we can get more notice out to more residents more effectively, I challenged our IT department to come up with a system that allows a resident to type in their address or to enter their address and register and receive notices when a important issue comes up within a certain radius of their address. Right now, we have an excellent mechanism created by the city clerk that allows residents to sign up for all agendas. The problem is when you get an agenda every 2 weeks, sometimes you stop looking at it. This gives residents the options of receiving a location-based notice so that when they receive a specific notice, which is through this location-based notice platform, they know that that agenda contains something that involves a matter that concerns a area or an issue within X amount of feet of their property. My aspiration for this is not even that we have a extremely high volume of users. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But in this day and age, when different people receive notice different ways, some people primarily through social media, other people's primarily through the newsletter, other people by just affirmatively going into the website and seeing what's going on. I think we have to try, and I know the entire commission has always been behind me on this, to afford as many methods of notice possible to fill in all those gaps so that the different folks who have different strokes and get their notices different ways, at the end of the day, all get notice of what exactly what it is they're looking for. And from the last review I saw of it by Raymundo, it looked excellent. I'm very excited about it. So now you can walk through it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. So our GIS team developed this under the leadership of Mark Abert, and this is a tool that is very simple to use. Basically, you enter your name if you live in the area of Coral Gables. You click yes that you want to receive notices in your area. And we're going to work with the city clerk's office to do a pilot, maybe with a couple of boards and with the liaisons, so they start testing these capabilities. So they select where they live. They can do it in this map, select where they live, or they can enter an address. I enter an address here, pretty much of the city hall. And once they do that, they enter their email address, and they accept the disclaimer that was prepared, talking about public records law, and they submit. Now, on the back end, our team developed this application, which is the one that the staff or the board liaison is going to use. So here, everybody that registered, and these are real registration that we did, test registration that we did in my team with different addresses. So basically, you can select a radius selection tool like this, and let's say that you want to notify everybody that lives surrounding this dot here, and the system already automatically does a selection, and all those addresses, email addresses, that came from the residents that registered are generated, and the system can download this, exports that to a database, and with another tool, the board liaison generates an automated email that looks like this. This is a screenshot. This is with the tests that we did. Of course, the text message will change by the context of what is the notification that wants to be provided. And there's a unsubscribe, so we are mandated by the SOX law to have this ability to unsubscribe. And basically, that's how it's going to be, and with blind copy, so nobody else sees who is also included in the notification, and don't disclose their private email addresses. And that's basically the capability. It's a very simple tool, but it addresses, so I hope that addresses the needs that were requested.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm very impressed with how quickly you guys developed it. The only comment I would have to make is for the subject heading of the emails to say not Coral Gables board notification, but Coral Gables location-based notification. So the reader who's just skimming through their inbox deciding which email is going to get a read and which one's going to get skipped for today knows that they've received something relative to their location.
In the subject, sir? In the subject,
right. Okay. Coral Gables based or location based notification. Okay. And then I'll work with Martha, obviously, to make sure this is in the newsletter and that we try to promote it on social media.
This can work very well, Commissioner, also with the HOAs, so they can all register and we can see where they're located. Excellent. So it's a very good tool.
So, quick question. Obviously, it works through subscription, but can it also work if we have a particular area we want to make sure folks get notified on via electronic notice?
Yes, in that case, it only targets the ones that were entered voluntarily by the residents. Yeah.
Sort of just like on Ring camera, you can choose how many notices you want from your surrounding area.
Well, with InnerGov, we can do more. With InnerGov, we could export a list of all the email addresses that were entered by customers in certain area or permits and generate email addresses.
Because lately we had, not that long ago, the Biltmore Way issue. A lot of folks, we weren't notified, we didn't know. And I guess this is a way to resolve an example like that, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, it's just two ways to activate it.
Yeah.
And assuming that that person has registered their email with the city. If they haven't registered their email from the city, they won't be getting any email, either location-based or even under GIS to send notice to an entire radius. And I think there's certain special occasions or special circumstances where the commission may elect to email everybody within a certain radius, and it's good to know we have the capacity. At the same time, people start unsubscribing from things when you email them too much. But yeah, I did learn that, Commissioner Anderson, that GIS, right?
Yeah.
Intergov.
Geographic
Intergov.
Information Systems.
Intergov also allows us to quadrant an entire area.
No, with Energov and Infor, those two big enterprise systems we are rolling out with development services and with finance and HR, they have a lot of capabilities for automatic notifications. So customers are going to get automated notifications. Today, with Energov permits live, customers are getting notifications automatically from permit processes and everything.
And last question, is this online yet fully?
No, we are presenting it first for you.
Okay, so let me know when it's fully online, because I don't want to advertise it before it's fully online.
With the city clerk on that to make it happen.
I'm glad I asked, because I was about to go advertise it right now.
Thank you, sir.
Would have been a problem.
But yes, it is live. It's just a matter to advertise it. Yeah.
Thank you, Raimundo. I appreciate, Commissioner, you working on this. I know you've been working on this for a long time. So
thank you.
Thank you for making sure we have this tool at our disposal. You want to move on to the next item?
Yes, I-5. So to continue with GIS and taking the opportunity that I'm doing this live demonstration. So I brought before you 2 years ago an MOU that we signed with Miami-Dade County IT Department, and also other cities and agencies participated in that collaboration to share data and collaborate with GIS data, with Geographic Information Systems data. The idea is to improve the channels of communication between the county and between the cities in terms of, for example, when there are new utility work, new right-of-way work, or the MOT or traffic impacting work. So to leverage opportunities of collaboration, but also of management of those events across multiple agencies. So this resolution, this MOU, was approved by the City Commission, and we started working. And I am happy to present the result of this collaboration with Miami-Dade County IT and GIS Department, the agencies that we collaborated with, City of Coral Gables, City of Miami, FDOT, and Water and Sewer, and of course the Department of Transportation and Public Works. And this is the result of this collaboration. It is live now, and it can be used by all, is being used by all the municipalities. We work closely with the Public Works Department and with the team to create a continuous improvement and updating process. So every time there is a new right-of-way work or a CIP, a capital improvement project, or an MOT, or any work that impacts traffic, also brings an opportunity for collaboration between agencies. For example, an agency is breaking ground and doing water or other work, that can be an opportunity to install fiber optics. And we have done it before, and that lowers costs and it helps with broadband projects. So this map is live. This is the utility coordination viewer worked by all these agencies. And here, if you click on any of these different events, you will get the metadata that is being contributed by different cities. In this case, for example, you see something from Coral Gables, but you click on another area and you see something that, that looks like an opportunity for collaboration. So we flag those things like potential collaboration projects. So that brings a lot of efficiencies and real-time collaboration between all these agencies that I mentioned. So each one of these elements here in this map are constantly updated by the municipalities. We develop data protocols and data sharing mechanisms with different teams in the agencies to make this happen. So this is a great teamwork, and we thank the Miami-Dade County also for the opportunity to collaborate with them. I want to thank all the individuals in this table here. This was the kickoff meeting, one of many meetings at the IT department in the previous Public Safety building. And we had Jose Lopez, the Director of IT and GIS of Miami-Dade County, that he had the leadership on this project, and the CIO of City of Miami, Mike Sarasti, and Gregory Johnson from the industry, and an expert in data science, and my team on the GIS team under Mark Aver's leadership. So they have been working very, very hard to make this happen. So after 2 years, so this is the result of that collaboration. And the other collaboration was with also the Department of Transportation and Public Works at Miami-Dade County. It's a collaboration on transit. So we were able to interconnect the data from the Coral Gables trolley with the Miami-Dade transit system, feeding in real time. So now when you use the Miami-Dade transit app or you go to this portal of the Miami-Dade Transit, you will see the Coral Gables trolleys in real time. But not only that, that if you go also to services like Google Maps, that data is shared with Google Map, with MapQuest, and all these tools. So if you are looking for directions and you select public transportation, you will get the City of Coral Gables trolley as part of this data integration. Also thanking Carlos Cruz Casas, Deputy Director of the Miami-Dade County Department of Public Works and Transportation. So thank you. Those are the two tools that I wanted to show.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, anything else on this issue?
Me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, actually, no, we had moved on from my issue. This second part was.
Okay, perfect. I just
from
I
my
didn't.
team.
Just one quick question. You know the little QR code that I asked you to put on the polls? Does this activate with that QR code as well?
Well, the QR code will prompt the riders to the city's app, which is providing data to this tool. So this tool receives the same data from the app. We work together with the parking department, and we connected the same system that the QR code is going to display. And Director Kinney, you have an update on the QR code? I saw that you already are working on the signs.
So we have done a branded sign that will go on the pole at an appropriate height that just matches the pole so it doesn't become an obstruction to any pedestrians. And those signs have been approved and ordered. And as soon as they come in, they will be mounted to each of the trolley stop poles.
Mm-hmm.
I would anticipate 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, that'd be excellent.
Perfect. Thank you, sir, as always. Very informative.
Thank you.
Before we take on our 10:30 to 5 time certain, we want to go to G9. Chief, Commissioner Anderson, this is your item.
G9. Okay. The reason I put that on is the neighborhood safety aides are the eyes and ears that we have out there that can help code enforcement out by alerting them to things, such as the cardboard and pits and so forth. I brought it up because I noticed that certain areas weren't being covered at all. And I wanted to make sure that, we're following through on the necessary training that's needed for these types of issues, early dumping at least. Let's start with that, and the cardboard. And that type of information can be forwarded on. I'm sure that the same thing could be true for parking violations, or the constantly blocking sidewalks and preventing a inaccessible area. So how are we doing on that, Chief?
Yes, ma'am. A majority, according to the NSAs and the sergeant who's in the field right now, majority of our residents are in compliance with the appropriate issues in the trash piles to this per se. The issue that they have explained, the residents that have explained to our NSAs that we have relationships with, is that people are dumping stuff on top of their piles, which then segues into the same issue that we're dealing with in administration of the dreaded dog poop blue bags that people are putting on top of other trash piles. So we're getting calls on those as well. So as a staff working with code enforcement, we're trying to how are we going to, I can't have the officers stop and document in a police report the blue bags on top of a trash pile, and it's not the residents. We absolutely get that. We've had disputes with people who have walked their dogs in other neighborhoods, and we've seen them take the blue bags and dump it in somebody else's trash pile. So the NSAs, our position on the NSAs is I don't want to give them enforcement abilities because they're definitely our eyes and ears. We are working with code enforcement people to respond, but in the previous conversation as well, I mean, there's a handful of people that code enforcement can do, and we are out there 24/7. We've taken on a lion's share of illegal Airbnbs. If the NSA sees something or it's lot, they're forwarding that up through our detectives as well as with code enforcement personnel. To the previous conversation on the item under Mayor's comments is having a police officer go to the middle of a wedding shoot at CCP is difficult. It puts the officers in a position. So we are working on how we would address some of those issues. Some of my colleague cities have had huge amounts of success in like a park ranger program, where they are somewhat deputized with law enforcement abilities and ordinance abilities to take care of those issues, whether it be dog leashing, dog frees, parking issues as well. And we've seen big success on that. So that's something that the police department's looking at to propose to the manager to see if in fact this is something in between a code enforcement and a police officer. We would have somebody that would have enforcement issues on these specifics, where they can, not just in the parks, but we can expand that to different areas of the city where there are code violations, but also they can direct traffic. They can assist us somewhat to what our NSAs do at times. So
I'm just going to give you some hot spots where they need to focus on. You've got duplexes and apartment buildings.
Yes.
A coin-operated washing machine had been out there for a good solid week. So probably not been noted by the NSA in the area. So those are some areas where we're having problems, because you have that confluence of waste management versus it's in a residential pit. So while code enforcement could get that information, they can then follow through, the city manager can follow through with waste management and deal with the issue. So we need a little help out there in some of these areas. Those are some of the hottest spots that I've seen, where you have the renters adding an undue load to our city trash piles.
We'll, the NTLs, which is different from the NSAs, those are the officers that are signed. Right now, I've got 2 vacant positions citywide. And again, because we have a direction from the commission years ago about how many officers have to be on the street at any certain time, we haven't been able to kind of put some of those resources where I could have them do something that exactly what you're talking about, looking for managers' reports, sending things over, other than the NSAs that we have. So we will shift them around. Maybe take some from the south, the NSAs, not the officers, because I can't move the officers by direction, so to speak. And then have them kind of do sweeps. At night, we do a lot of what we call zone blitzes for crime. There are certain things we can probably do during the day to look at those, and then partnership almost with either code enforcement, parking, some things that we've done in the past in the downtown district. We can address some of the dog poop and but also the cardboards and seeing some of those bigger areas.
Okay. All right. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Moving on. We have a 10:30 time certain. A resolution of the Transportation Advisory Board requesting that the City Commission adopt the Transportation Advisory Board suggestion regarding the city's planned mobility hub. Item 2.5. Please come forward. Is anyone from staff here to address item 2.5?
Hi, I'm Diaz, Public Works Director. So item 2.5 is a resolution of the Transportation Advisory Board requesting that the City Commission adopt the Transportation Advisory Board's suggestions regarding the city's planned mobility hub. And, we have
Roberta Niwe
here to speak on behalf of the board.
Yes, we would like to ask that you adopt our suggestions, which are, we believe that the current configuration, which allows for only minimal substandard and inadequate parking for bicycles on the open ground floor level and parking of scooters with charging stations on the second floor, is not well thought out for micromobility. We recommend safe, secure parking for bicycles on the ground floor with charging stations for pedal assist bikes and scooter parking and charging stations also on the ground floor. We suggest that the entire ground floor be dedicated to micromobility options and accommodations versus other retail space. We feel this will accommodate the foreseen increase in bicycle and scooter usage at the mobility hub, which we're hoping will occur. This could include storage lockers for cyclists, bike store, scooter store, repair stations, bike share, scooter sharing entities, that kind of thing for the ground floor. And we also recommend, our final recommendation, is that design and implementation of a true protected bike lane on the south side of Andalusia be considered by the city. That's it in a nutshell. Any questions?
My recollection from one of the renderings I recall seeing was there was a bicycle storage room in the first floor, right?
Right, we felt like it wasn't.
It's a bike repair
I
facility.
understand you want more than that.
Right, right.
I heard you loud and clear, but
Yeah.
just, I believe that in the
Exactly.
the northeast corner on the bottom floor, there was like a bicycle locker
Yeah.
/ storage.
That is
There
correct.
was-
That's correct, Vice Mayor.
there
It's
was
also
an
a bicycle repair
accommodation.
facility that we're contemplating there. The bottom floor is completely adaptable so that as micromobility increases, we can increase that footprint. And so in the future, it might be all micromobility and maybe a grab-and-go restaurant, a grab-and-go high-end facility that would go well with that facility. But we've looked at bikes, we looked at scooters, micromobility, EV, electric vehicles, and so forth. So what we're looking at is a completely adaptable first floor that has that ability to adapt as the needs change in micromobility.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to accept the resolution. As far as what we ultimately do, my opinion is, I think what you're suggesting, I understand, is sort of the A+ answer as it relates to mobility.
Right,
I
to
get that,
encourage.
and I appreciate that. But I think there has to be a balance, because we have to balance also the costs of the project, obviously, is a significant factor. And having some retail component on the bottom is an important factor in terms of generating revenues that will help subsidize the cost of the project, et cetera. So my point is just there's a lot of moving parts to this. And, this is a fair recommendation by the Transportation Advisory Board,
Right.
whose goal and whose priority should be transportation and mobility issues. And I respect that. We just have to, as a body, I think, balance the entire picture and do as best as we can by those mobility issues and have those options in the facility. But I think we're going to have a balance where we do have some retail on the bottom realistically, just because of the economic factors associated with this, which have already become more significant, from a cost perspective. And,
Right.
We have to be thoughtful about that. So that's my only comment. Again, the recommendation and the resolution from the board is well taken. I think it's a fair suggestion. We're just going to have to make some decisions on how we want to really plan this out.
And the important thing, Commissioner Mena, that I really want to emphasize, because I discussed this resolution with the city manager, is that one of the great things about this building is that it's very compatible and adaptable. This is not a situation where if we decide to do X amount of bike service now, that is forever going to be our X amount of bike service. We can expand that and retract that and kind of change with the times and with the activity that we witness once it is online.
And those are very good comments by the Vice Mayor. But as mobility grows, there may be retail portions that are micromobility.
Sure.
And so, but they're not there right now, but they may be in the future. As Commissioner Forrest mentioned, it is adaptable to make sure that we do take care of those future needs.
I mean, listen, I echo the sentiments of the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Forrest, and they're very well stated, so I don't need to repeat myself here. I would love nothing more than to see the entire first floor just be a hub in itself, but due to the costs, the costs are out of control in regards to construction right now. We need to find a way to fund the project while incurring as little to no debt as possible. So moving forward, does anybody want to make a motion here?
To accept the resolution, yeah.
If I may add, I'm sorry, my apologies, sir, Mr. Yes, Political Director. One of the requests also was for the bike lane on the corridor.
Listen, I'm all in for the bike lane. I've said it before. We got to take advantage of the simple fact that we have Publix redevelopment coming now.
Right.
So that the entire Andalusia should have some sort of I'm not sure if it's a dedicated bike lane, but we need to find an answer to provide safe passage across the downtown. I have been talking about this for some time. I know that my colleagues support me on this, and I've actually requested for a design to take advantage of the ability, of the situation that we currently have where all of Andalusia is going to be redeveloped through pretty significant projects.
So I just want to make sure that it's understood that unfortunately it's a 60-foot right-of-way, so the only way that to really accomplish that will be to eliminate the on-street parking on one side of the street.
Well, this was one of the discussions that we had during the design stage of the parking garage itself, and it was my dream as well to have that entire first floor for micromobility. And, we can, as the city manager aptly pointed out, we can expand it. I noticed that quite a few people came to the farmer's market that way. My hope is not only do we have a bike lane there on Andalusia, and I know that we'll most likely have to give up a string of parking, but people will park in the building and provide more micromobility on the ground floor, but we can continue that bike lane west to try to get people to bike to the parking garage and be able to use the micromobility there, the trolley, to get to the rail instead of jumping in their car.
Exactly.
So I think it's a fabulous point.
And I want to add something to.
Do we need a motion?
I want to add something to that. You said that we would lose some sort of on-street parking.
The on-street parking.
I'm not afraid to lose the on-street parking there. I'm not afraid to lose that. Why? Because we're going to potentially build a 700-plus parking garage structure.
Yeah.
So to me, if we're going to do something, let's do it right. If we want to set an example and there's an opportunity to get things right for once, again, this is the place to do it. This is to set an example where we're building a massive structure that's going to be there for a long time. And like what Commissioner Forrest mentioned, we can add and retract or contract whatever we need in that building, because it's an adaptable building on multiple fronts. How many parking spaces are we talking about on Andalusia? On one side. We wouldn't lose the parking spaces on the other side. There's not that many parking spaces next to the Cheesecake Factory and next to this parking garage.
No,
There's limited.
It will be on the opposite side of the street.
Okay, but I mean, why would it be on the other side of the street?
That area is scheduled as a drop-off for micromobility, but it's something that will have to be worked out. But
You're talking about the north side of the street?
Yes, correct.
Not the south side of the street. I mean, I did talk to some of the shop owners there, and they had no resistance to having a micromobility here. They would
Losing
love-
parking will be on the north side, you're saying?
Yeah.
Right?
No, on the south side.
But why can't it be on the north side?
I prefer the north side.
Me too. That's why there already is no parking basically in front of the Cheesecake Factory and adjacent to that. So you already have no parking there.
It's very difficult, Mayor, because we have a large drop-off there that goes with the micromobility, so we would have to look at that right-of-way. Look, it's a 60-foot right-of-way. I think we have been looking at it. The only problem that I have right now is the cost issue, as you know, which is something that we have to deal with. But we feel that would be a good area for that, assuming that we could kind of incorporate the entire right-of-way and look at that as a whole, which is a 60-foot right-of-way.
Well, I'm again, I want to look at the north and I want to look at the south. I want to see options on how, if we're going to do this, let's do it the right way.
Right.
And let's address the issue of the bike lane. Either it be a dedicated or not dedicated. There's different options, but I want something done the right way. And if we're going to make this significant investment in the community, if you're going to have a mobility hub, we got to have a way for people who are using bicycles to get there in a safe way. So I think we've discussed this enough. Commissioner Mendez, do you have any other comments, or Commissioner Anderson?
The only other comment I'm going to add is with the bike lane on the south side, you can have a row of appropriately sized trees to shade the bike lane, to shade the store owners in the summertime. I think it's a win-win.
Okay.
I'm very sensitive to the shop owners and the folks that have their offices on the south side. So before I support anything on the south side, I need to be certain that they're good with it.
No, and I agree with you, and that's why I kept saying the north.
That's why I spoke to them.
Yeah. No, but when it's time the rubber hits the road, or the expression, I want to make sure we're doing it the right way. And with regards to the mobility hub, bike lanes, if we can start from scratch on Andalusia and make it bike friendly, I think that's phenomenal. It's long overdue. And then with regards to the mobility hub, my thoughts for the mobility hub, one of the key reasons for the mobility hub is to help sustain Miracle Mile area economically. It's It's the structure that brings people in. It's the structure that keeps people there, shopping, buying, spending money in our downtown area. So I want to make sure we maintain, if we can, some element of retail because we need to maintain it. We need to activate that building.
So moving forward, we don't need a motion, or we do?
Mr. Mayor, if I might, there was 3 specific asks in the Transportation Advisory Board resolution that I think the commission should consider if they're going to vote.
Okay.
Number 1 was, to redesign the ground floor of the mobility hub to do the following 3 things. Safe and secure parking for bicycles on the ground floor with charging stations for pedestal assist bicycle, scooter parking, and charging stations.
Okay.
2, the entire ground floor of the mobility hub should be dedicated to micro-mobility options and accommodations versus retail space. This could include storage lockers for cyclists, a bicycle scooter store, repair shop on the ground floor, or other ground floor bike share and scooter share businesses.
Okay.
And 3, access to the mobility hub should be part of the entire project. Transportation Advisory Board strongly recommends design and implementation of the true protected bike lane on the south side of Andalusia leading to the mobility.
But we're not taking action on this. We're just accepting the resolution, right?
You
It
don't,
says-
if
We don't have to
you,
accept, I mean, I think this resolution, the way I read it, is a request
Yeah,
by the
it's
by
right
the
at the
tab,
top,
which is
right?
well
For
taken.
consideration.
It's well taken. I don't think we're going to take any vote to alter
then
the
you have
design
to
of the
take no
mobility hub
action. But
today.
if you're gonna take action, you should just know what they're asking you to do.
Okay.
No, I'm accepting the minutes of the meeting. That's what I'm doing.
That's it.
And I agree, and the issue with regards to the south or north, that's something that we're gonna discuss.
Right.
And you know that you have support, you've been very vocal on that.
Mm-hmm.
I put my opinion on the record, and I'm moving forward, I'm gonna ask for the manager to please show me multiple designs on the south and the north side, taking into consideration Commissioner Menendez's comments about the shop owners, and that I will not accept a project on Andalusia that does not have some sort of bike lane on it, either in the north or the south side. We need to find common ground on that issue. In regards to the first floor, I can't vote in favor of something that takes a big part of the financing structure away from the pro forma, especially with the cost of the construction right now. Maybe if the project was a $25 million project, we could consider that. But at the present moment, we need that first floor square footage to bring in the value to offset the costs. And the first portion, I think we're all in favor of the first item on the resolution. So,
And Mayor, if I may add, that first floor and that drop-off area is looked at quite a bit as far as the mobility is concerned, future mobility is concerned. So it's highly adaptable to a bike lane in that particular area, and it's a one-way street, so we could use the entire cross-section. So that's already been looked at from that perspective. The question is, do we have sufficient funds to do the entire?
we can always chase state dollars next year, or we can chase federal dollars, which again, if everything goes as planned, which I'll be discussing that later in the commission meeting, we're making some inroads with our state legislature and the federal department. So I want to thank the Transportation Advisory Board for their commitment and for their guidance on this issue.
All right. I'll make a motion to accept the minutes of the advisory board.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to take F4, which is the Biltmore parking, and then I'm going to take F1, which is Riviera.
Here,
Next.
we have a
5-minute break?
we have time certain 11.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Oh, no, I'm saying
What are you saying when the order?
You don't
when
want
come
us
back?
to rush things, do you?
He's saying when you come back.
I'm saying
That the order
Okay,
when you come back.
perfect. Yeah, no worries. I want to take those 3 issues. We got to figure out how to balance those out. 5 minutes. Thank you. So, Mr. Clerk, before we take on, I know we have an 11 a.m. time certain. I know it's going to take some time. So I just would like to try to cover F1 and F4 if we can within the next 10 minutes. Let's start with F4 if possible.
F1 or F4, Mr. Mayor?
F4.
F4 is an ordinance of the City Commission authorizing execution of a second amendment to amended and restated lease between the Biltmore Hotel Partnership of Florida Limited Partnership and the City of Coral Gables of Florida Municipal Corporation, executed February 10th, 1986, and amended and restated July 29th, 1999, and amended on January 2nd, 2001, amending Section 15 of the lease by revising the property insurance requirements and including a sovereign immunity provision, providing for repeal of provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. This is an item that was approved in first reading during the previous commission meeting on March 8th or 9th, and there's been no changes.
Mr. Manager, anything to discuss?
Mayor, there have been no changes to this item. We discussed all the issues concerning the theoretical issues concerning the insurance levels and so forth, and we find it acceptable as we did before.
Okay. Like I said before, and I have full faith and confidence in the board and all the issues moving forward in regards to insurance. This is our city's jewel. I want to make sure that we have all the adequate coverage so that if there is a disaster, if there are any issues, that we are covered to ensure, that the building is maintained as a historic gem. So I don't want to see in the near future that we have any issues with insurance or anything like that. I'm not an insurance expert, far from one, leaning on staff and on the board. So if you recommend this, I'm moving forward with the second reading.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Or any public comments, Mr. Clerk?
No, ma'am. Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to F1.
F1 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving a site plan amendment pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14203, conditional uses of a previously approved country club by ordinance number 2016-34, located within a special use district for the property commonly referred to as Riviera Country Club, as legally described as portions of tracks 1 through 5, Riviera Country Club, a portion of Miami Biltmore Golf Course of Riviera, Section Part 4, and lots 10 through 14, Block 112, Country Club Section Part 5. Coral Gables, Florida. All other conditions of approval contained in Ordinance 2016-34 shall remain in effect, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. In addition, Mr. Clerk, please swear in anybody who will be testifying in this case.
Those appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mayor, no changes on this item.
Okay. Can you give just a brief breakdown of what occurred on first reading and where we stand right now on the items?
Yeah, the commission decided to keep the pavers and approve some of the changes of the landscaping along the front, but keeping the pavers on the right of way.
And staff's recommendation is?
Continues to be the same. Keep the pavers is the best solution for the city.
Okay.
One of the conditions I requested was that the Green Island ficus be changed out, and I think Dina said that there's another option for that. Do we need to repeat those conditions, or can we just
I would like to put it on the record. Is Ms. Bell? I know Ms. Bell was outside. Mr. Diaz?
I can speak to that. I don't see a problem with making that a condition. There
Here's
she
Ms.
is.
Bell.
All right.
Always with a smile. That's what I love. Always with a smile.
Good morning, Dina Bell, Green Space Management.
So the conditions of approval that we had for the
Ms. Bell, have you been sworn in? I'm sorry.
I need to be sworn in.
Please, ma'am, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Yes.
She was sworn in.
Okay, I'm sworn in.
The conditions of approval, remember we discussed the Riviera Country Club, the pavers, and the Green Island ficus? Was there anything else that you needed
Yes.
to add?
They are coming back to us with their full landscape plan to include not only the street trees, but a shrub and ground cover planting for the area in front of the wall, between the wall and the walkway in the street. Encouraging to use native plants, shrubs, and ground covers. They're also coming back with an irrigation plan.
Okay, so as long as that's included as the conditions of approval, I'd move it.
Okay, I think the applicant wants to say a few words before we make a. Sir, good morning. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, city manager, Madam City Attorney, good morning. My name is John Lucas. I'm a member of Riviera Country Club. I'm also a practicing attorney here in the city of Coral Gables, a resident as well. First of all, I apologize for not being in attendance at the first reading. I was tied up with a deposition that seemed to go on forever and a day, but I'm happy to be here with you today. In reviewing the application, I wanted to just, if you might just indulge me, go back a little bit historically. We had a proposed site plan amendment that requested a change in paving material only on the crosswalks that were depicted in the initial site plan. The pavers were intended, at least the decorative pavers were intended to be placed within the county right-of-way of Blue Road. Now, we had proposed that those decorative pavers be transformed or used using a thermoplastic application that is consistent with the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which you all know is the criteria by which the city does all their pavement markings, the county, and in fact, it is a state statute that actually adopts that. So the matter was brought before the City Commission initially back in March of 2021, approximately 1 month prior to the mayoral election back in 2021, and then Vice Mayor Lago actually requested that the matter be tabled so there could be further discussions regarding the matter. There was no clear indication at that time in terms of what could or could not be done within the existing right-of-way, given the fact that this was a county right-of-way. At the time of the meeting, I will say respectfully that the city was aware of what the county's position was with regard to pavers within the right-of-way, specifically the travel lanes of Blue Road. In fact, it was September of 2020, approximately 6 months before we came before you for a site plan amendment, that the county, in response to a request by Hermes Diaz, corresponded, and a gentleman by the name of Manuel Garcia, the Assistant Director of Construction and Maintenance for the county, replied in response to, what can we do in the right-of-way? And Mr. Diaz wrote, indicating that since the city has expressed an interest in entering into a maintenance covenant for the enhancements within the public rights-of-way adjacent to Riviera Country Club, the Department of Transportation Public Works for the county will agree to allow those enhancements with following conditions. The conditions included the city entering into a maintenance covenant with Miami-Dade County in addition to the developer agreement itself with the Riviera Country Club, further indicating that the paver should be installed on, and I think, Commissioner Anderson, you had mentioned the materials upon which these types of enhancements are applied. The county actually said it should be installed on a concrete base as opposed to a sand base. That email exchange is actually contained within the public records here of the city of Coral Gables because I made a public records request not only of the city, but also of Miami-Dade County to determine what exchanges have actually undertaken or been undertaken by between the parties regarding this issue. This was in roughly now March of 2021, in which we had at least a document referred to as a post-commission meeting action plan. And that post-commission meeting action plan requested that city staff coordinate with Miami-Dade County on the issue of the pavers. There was another issue that came up as well. It had to do with the width of Blue Road. County was insisting upon 11-foot lanes. City was indicating 10-foot lanes. The county ultimately conceded and went with the 10-foot lanes. In response to the city staff coordinating with the county, on April 13th of 2021, the city was informed by Alejandro Barrios, Assistant Director of Construction and Maintenance, that the County Department of Transportation and Public Works does not allow the installation of pavers within travel lanes, further clarifying that this was a result of, and I quote, frequent paver failures under traffic loads. Now, the whole issue about what was and was not permitted within the travel lanes was actually a matter of discussion between March of 2021 and September of 2021, when the conversation came up again at the county level. Somebody made application or inquiry with the county and essentially said, what can we do in terms of pavers in Blue Road? So on September 21st of 2021, Mr. Barrios, still the assistant director with regard to construction and maintenance, reiterated the county's position by including a copy of the April 13th, 2021 email indicating we do not permit pavers within our travel lanes for the reasons I just expressed. It was then in and around October of 2021 that our now mayor, Lago, reached out to the county. He spoke with a gentleman by the name of Jose Enrique Cueto of Durham, and Mr. Cueto had now reached out to the Department of Transportation and Public Works in October of 2021 and said, okay, the Department of Transportation at the county will allow you to install pavers or other applications within the right-of-way, provided, quote, certain requirements apply, including that the maintenance of such alternative services be the responsibility of the respective municipality, parentheses, in this case, the city of Coral Gables, end of parentheses. We have worked with the city in light of those prohibitions by the county to come up with alternatives. We were encouraged by the commission and by staff to come up with alternatives to installation of pavers within the right-of-way. We're talking about a change in material, not necessarily a change in concept. You need to have a pathway for your pedestrians. We want it to be safe. We don't want to create a situation where we are now applying pavers, and I don't have any examples of pavers that have failed miserably, except in my own city, down the street from my office, at the intersection of Miracle Mile and Ponce de Leon Boulevard, which I photographed and I looked at. They do fail. There are travel loads. There are traffic volumes that we're going to have to deal with. The key here is safety, 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 first and foremost. Now, I reached out to Ms. Cabrera and sent letters essentially stating our position. This goes back to roughly here in December of 2021, where I informed her that we were made aware of the fact that there were these communications where the county now, based on the mayor's intervention and inquiry of the county, has now changed its position, deviated from that position, saying it's okay to go ahead and do this. So we wrote back and simply said, we need to understand what the facts and circumstances are regarding this arrangement that the county is now going to ostensibly allow to occur. In doing so, we simply said, we've not been provided with the details of any of the maintenance obligations that the city is going to need to assume at the request of the county if in fact this project goes forward with the installation of these pavers. We've never seen any such agreement. We know that an interlocal agreement is going to be required. We know full well that there are going to be specific details, construction details, design details, maintenance obligations, and the like, all of which are going to come into play here. Nobody has ever shared that with us. So on January 20th of 2022, after having met with staff, and let me just say this, we've met on this issue a countless number of times. The importance of the issue is illustrated by the uniqueness of the situation we find ourselves in, and that is that we have a county road on a section line in which the county has emphatically told us we don't want pavers in our travel lanes. What the city wants us to do is to adhere to the developer agreement and the site plan that was approved, which depicts hash marks at a particular location, which has been translated into an extension of pavers within that right-of-way. Is that the way we're going to go here? What I asked is this. On January 20th, and this is also in the public records here at the city, as previously agreed at our meeting with the city on September 29th, Riviera Country Club is prepared to proceed with its plans to include all of the upgrades in the Blue Road right-of-way requested by the city in lieu of the pavers in the travel lanes. Those upgrades include understory, which we just had at least some explanation of the understory that we're going to be installing, along the north side of Blue Road, and decorative lighting, including the multipath that's been designed, as well as the FP&L lights going under. It's going to be a beautiful thoroughfare for the entirety of the city of Coral Gables. I also wrote, if the city insists upon Riviera's installation of pavers within the Blue Road travel lanes, then Riviera will do so respectfully, provided that the city acknowledge its responsibility to comply with the county requirements regarding the same, including maintenance. And I referred back to the October 25th, 2021 email from Mr. Cueto from County Durham in response to discussions had with our Mayor Lago, in which he indicated, and I will repeat, that if you're going to do this, certain requirements apply, including the maintenance of alternative surfaces be the responsibility of the respective municipality, in this case, the city of Coral Gables. I would suggest to you that merely substituting thermoplastic and/or the painted surfaces that the statutorily approved Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is followed by the city of Coral Gables throughout, by every county, every other municipality, is the proper application and the proper procedure to use here. Riviera Country Club is not a paving company. It does not maintain a public works department. That's something that is uniquely undertaken by municipalities and/or other local governments. There may be situations that you can cite to in which other developers have willingly assumed the responsibility of doing that on city roads, but not on county roads. To my understanding, that is a keen distinction here. The liability to be imposed is one that if the city, and we need clarity on this, if it's the city's intention to require us to install these pavers, then we're going to install the pavers. But if the city is asking us to undertake the maintenance obligations and to ensure that those pavers do not present a threat or a risk to the traveling public, the pedestrians, the bicyclists, and the like, that is not some liability that we're prepared to accept voluntarily. We do not, at Riviera Country Club, enjoy a sovereign immunity at all. So I would encourage you to please reconsider your position. Understand the efforts that are undertaken or are to be undertaken by Riviera in lieu of this, and let's get on with it. The reality is we're prepared to go forward with all of the alternatives that you have suggested. We have willingly agreed to everything, but substituting a decorative surface, such as a paver, for the type of striping that we see throughout the city of Coral Gables, I think is much better off for the city from a liability perspective, Riviera Country Club as well. It doesn't present a unique feature in any way whatsoever that is of any benefit to anybody other than aesthetics. And that was the only vein in which those pavers were offered. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Please, the floor is yours.
There is one thing that I need to touch upon. You know, the issue of, and I'm keenly aware, having the privilege of being involved in a number of quasi-judicial proceedings for local governments as well as for property owners, of the need to make the record. And one of the things that I wanted to address with the city is the whole issue of this statute on the books that's referred to as governmental exactions, where conditions are being imposed upon property owners that bear no reasonable nexus whatsoever to certain issues and/or conditions within a city. And we would view this as being somewhat as the imposition of a very unique and singular burden that we've not seen before. If there is some statutory or legal authority that allows the city municipality to impose the duty to maintain a public right-of-way owned by another governmental entity, I'd be happy to revisit that issue. But we do view this more as an imposition of a condition that simply does not fall within the confines of that particular statutory provision. Thank you for the additional time.
Before I make my comments, do my colleagues want to address any points made by the applicant?
So I have a few questions that I'd like to just clarify. And I appreciate the summation you just gave because it was helpful to kind of work through the history. I also appreciate that you're advocating for your client, and so I have questions just to sort of hone in on certain issues.
Actually, it's not a client.
No,
As
and a member.
I'm a member, and I'm here on behalf of the executive council or committee.
Fair enough.
And on behalf of the club itself.
Fair enough.
Thank
And
you.
obviously, if the city attorney and/or staff have color on some of these questions, please chime in. And I just want to ask basic questions to understand the facts, and then we can, I think, engage in a real conversation. And whoever else has questions, obviously, can. You said a few times that the county's reasoning for not initially agreeing to pavers was because their experience was that they have failures. When you say failure, and then you started talking about safety. And so my question, I guess, fundamentally is when you say failure, are we talking about really maintenance issues, or are you talking about some sort of incident as it relates to safety?
We were not provided with any information from the county regarding any accidents that may have occurred, any fatalities or anything like that. What we were provided with, and in fact the county, or the city rather, was provided with, was the specific email from Mr. Barrios that absolutely outlined, in particular, we do not allow pavers in the travel lanes. And the reason for that is that they fail under travel loads. And I do have a copy of that email that I can share.
But that could
with
be
the
a maintenance
commission.
concern, right? That, there's issues with the pavers, you got to go in, you got to maintain it periodically, and, we've all seen that and experienced that in different scenarios.
You all are in a better position to respond to that, particularly in light of the results.
But you said security and safety was paramount, and so I just was trying to understand that the implication was that these failures of pavers have led to any sort of safety issue. Because
I think, Vice Mayor, what the county, what they're proposing and what we're proposing is interlocking concrete pavers. Those are used throughout the country, throughout the world as a pavement. So if you install them properly and maintain them properly, it is a pavement. These are not the pavers that we used in Miracle Mile.
Yeah,
these are interlocking concrete pavers.
I was going to get
They're
that.
designed for that.
All right. And yeah, you cited the ponds at Miracle Mile. Well taken, fair point, except those are very unique pavers. They're very specific marble or
They're very brittle
material.
They're brittle.
So it's a different scenario, but I appreciate the point. The other, I've seen pavers, and I use the word loosely because there's different types of pavers, but in lanes throughout the county. So I find the gentleman's email interesting because the county obviously has approved pavers in many places throughout the county. Maybe this is a new policy. It appears that it was at least not an absolute policy because then somebody else came in and said they will do it.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may, after reading that email, I easily reached out to Mr. Jose Enrique Cueto, which is the person most senior at the county, like the gentleman mentioned, at Durham, who now runs RER, which has over 1,200 employees in the county and runs multiple departments. And he made it very clear in his email, which is a public record, and I made sure to write him, and he responded in regards to his position and the county's position in regards to pavers. That's like, for example, Ermey's writing an email and the city manager then responding with his opinion, which trumps all employees at the end of the day.
Okay. So sorry, I know I'm hopping around, but I took some notes
Vice
down.
Mayor, I believe that there's no written policy that they are not allowed. It is that individual, the city director's opinion. Which
However we did or didn't get here, the state of affairs right now is that the county is saying you may do it, but there has to be, somebody else has to assume the maintenance responsibility. That's where we are today.
Yep.
Wherever we've been in the past is helpful, but that's where we are today, and I think you acknowledge that. Now, that brings me to my next question, the maintenance. I understand the email very clearly said the municipality has to assume responsibility for the maintenance. I understand your position with respect to that. I guess my question is more for staff. there's an obligation for the financial component of any maintenance, and there's the obligation for the labor of executing any maintenance. I can appreciate Mr. Lucas's point that I don't know that Riviera is the one that's going to go out there and have a contractor do the labor, or how that would work in effect if there were some sort of obligation. Is the city's ask, and I'm going to get to where it emanates from the developer agreement in a minute, but is this request here that the city would conduct any labor associated with maintenance, but that Riviera would bear the financial responsibility? What exactly is it that we're asking?
If I may clarify that, Vice Mayor, we have, whenever we have pavers in the street, that developer or that company takes care of provides liability and maintenance.
Okay.
Okay. The county will not do that with a developer because it's in the city of Coral Gables. So we agree with the county to provide maintenance and liability, and then the developer or the entity agrees with us to provide maintenance and liability. And that's how we've done it before.
Understood.
In various cities.
It's like a pass-through. I get that. But again, okay, so then there's a maintenance issue on a given crosswalk here in 3 years. What happens?
We do not want to assume that maintenance because that means it assumes liability.
I get it. What actually happens? Does Riviera just go out and fix it? Does the city come out? Do they have to get a permit? How does that work?
So the proper process will be the way covenants and non-standard improvements are addressed, that the developer is responsible for the maintenance of whatever non-standard improvements they propose in the right-of-way. If something needs to get fixed, if it gets to the point that we need to put them on notice, they need to address it. If it becomes a life safety issue, the city could go ahead and do it herself, and then we send them some kind of a lien or liability. But that'll be a last resort.
So it's completely their responsibility, the labor, the process, the payment, everything about it, other than working with the city on any sort of permit.
I'll give you.
That's how our covenants
Mr.
are.
Vice Mayor.
It would be unless it isn't.
And Mr. Vice Mayor.
Say again?
It would be unless it
Yeah,
isn't.
but that's what we're talking about.
That's the
Right.
standard thing that we require, but it doesn't have to be that way.
I'll give you an example, which we're currently facing right now. The Agave project has right-of-way improvements through probably 6 or 7 blocks. Not only interlocking pavers, but they have traffic control devices and a litany of other landscaping initiatives, which are going to be maintained by the Agave Group, or if they sell that property to the next buyer in perpetuity. The city will bring code enforcement down if they have to, if they see things are out of line, and whether they are not following their development agreement, that will be addressed. So it is already being done in multiple projects in the city of Coral Gables.
Which is an important point, right?
Yeah, and by the way, there's interlocking pavers, and we've all seen them, a block away from here in the residential neighborhoods. Those are improvements that were done throughout on intersections. Beautiful interlocking pavers, right adjacent to Alhambra.
Right.
Aragon,
multiple streets.
A block of the June.
Yes.
Right.
That's one location
I add
nearby.
Flagler Street as your between the Metro Rail and Government Center. You have them there as well.
Okay. So that brings me to then, I think, for me, what's a very important question. So my mindset coming into this in the last hearing was frankly, okay, well, you all agreed to do this in the developer agreement and the site plan. I'll let you address that in a minute. Then it came out, and I'm relying somewhat on your summation and also what we've talked about in the past, that the county wouldn't allow it, then they would allow it. Explain to me, and I'm going to ask you to explain, I'm also going to ask our city attorney, whoever the appropriate person is, to explain. The developer agreement and site plan, or any other document, frankly, where the responsibility for them to do the pavers, where exactly does that emanate from, and what does it say?
That I know of, and Ms. Cabrera can correct me if I'm wrong, there's no development agreement here. It was a site plan approval, resolution that approved a site plan that included these pavers. It is a conditional use, so I want to just briefly address the exactions comment that was made by Mr. Lucas. Course exactions are not permitted.
Right.
In a conditional use scenario, commissions are given wide latitude to impose reasonable conditions. That's what occurred.
Right.
That argument was not raised then. that they were being exacted and made to do something. Now, fair point, circumstances have changed. That's why there's an ability to amend, and they're here making that case to you.
Right, understood.
But what circumstances have changed?
Yeah, that's.
You said the circumstances have changed. What are those
I can
circumstances?
address
My
that.
understanding
Let
is
me,
the
let me just
circumstances
hear, let me just hear from the city attorney.
that the county now wants the city.
Well, I was about to address
That's the
that. Yes,
circumstance.
I was about to address that. Let me finish my chain of thought. I understand that there's an email from the county saying what it says. Yeah, and that you're relying on that. My interpretation of that email, you can agree or disagree, and I understand that, is the county saying, we're not going to be responsible for it. And to Peter's point, this is in the city of Coral Gables, the city would be responsible for it. To me, that it's not that the county's issue here is not whatever the country club and the city of Coral Gables have separately agreed to. So if there is an obligation in the documents and in the conditional use approval of this property that required the club to do this, and it was relied on by this council in approving the conditional use, then I don't think that the county's email, frankly, changes that in any way, which is why I'm trying to get clarity on the requirement in the underlying documents that these pavers be part of these crosswalks. Because, again, if the parties agreed to that in that document and it was part of that approval, the fact that the county sent an email, I understand the argument. To me, the county was not addressing that in any way. The county was simply saying, we, the county, will not be responsible for this. And there's no reason that the scenario that the city manager described could not be the way this proceeds. And frankly, is not what was, is not consistent with the original documents. It sounds to me like it absolutely would be. So help me understand from your perspective what your position is vis-a-vis that point and the obligation, the original obligation of the club, and from our perspective so far, continued obligation of the club to have pavers as part of the crosswalks.
Thank you for the opportunity. The original site plan provided for pavers that would extend from the main driveway south to the tennis court parking lot area, if you would.
Right.
That's a fact.
Okay.
Right. That was designed conceptually by an architect. As we went through the process of getting county approvals as well as city approvals, we learned of the county's position. We also learned through our discovery, public records, that the city had actually reached out to the county back in September of 2020 and basically expressed an interest. And the email from the county confirming this says, because the city has expressed an interest in entering into a maintenance covenant for the enhancements within the public rights-of-way, which were the pavers depicted on the site plan itself, the Department of Transportation and Public Works for Miami-Dade County would agree to allow those enhancements provided the city of Coral Gables enters into a maintenance covenant with Miami-Dade County in addition to whatever development agreement is going to be structured between the city and the developer itself. The reality is, Commissioner, is that particular obligation of maintenance going forward was never an issue that was discussed at all with Riviera Country Club in the context of its site plan amendment, to my knowledge. What we did was, when we came here back in March of 2021, we did so having conversations with the county where the county said, what are you talking about? You cannot put pavers in our travel lanes. And the email itself that I refer to, may I approach?
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to look at. Yeah. Sure.
Mr. Manager, while we wait for that.
I'd like the county expressed to us. When we have conversations with the county and the county is telling us that they do not allow for the installation of pavers within travel lanes, and that as a result, frequent paver failures under traffic loads is kind of the basis for that, that raises a concern for us. not only from a safety perspective, but also from a continued maintenance perspective. Whether that be a maintenance obligation that is assumed by the city, which has expressed an interest in undertaking those maintenance obligations as a condition precedent to the county deviating from that policy. Because, Commissioner, that's exactly what occurred. But that never, ever came up in the context of the first discussion we had with regard to the site plan amendment back in March of 2021. The conversation has been, and we've worked together for many, many, many months, has been far too long, because we've discussed the whole issue of pavers within the travel lanes of Blue Road ad nauseum. And the big issue has now been, if the city is going to insist upon it, we'll put him in there. But we're not going to be the ones who express to the county, if you deviate from your policy of not allowing pavers within the right-of-way, we will in turn execute a covenant with you to assume the maintenance and liability obligations going forward. That was an expression that was made by the city staff. And it was something that was reiterated almost 10 months later after Mayor Lagos spoke with Mr. Cueto, who basically said, okay, despite the emails that you've received thus far from the Department of Transportation and Public Works at the county, we're prepared to go ahead and acknowledge that these pavers are going to be permittable. But of course, there's going to be obligations for continued maintenance and liability and a covenant from the city. That means you guys. In this case, the city of Coral Gables. So come January of 2022, and I'm repeating myself, I correspond with the city and say, wait a minute. We're prepared to go ahead and do what we've been negotiating the last 6 to 9 months, which is providing you with upgrades, enhancements in lieu of these pavers. Are you going to accept them? Are you going to reject them? Or are you simply going to say to us, you need to go forward and install the pavers?
Sure, but what?
Because if you're going to do that.
What led to that 6 to 9 month period was the county saying they wouldn't allow it.
That's correct.
So I understand why we went down that road, because at the time, the county was saying they wouldn't allow it. And what predated that was an agreement that you would put pavers on this crosswalk. So we started with an agreement that you would have pavers. The county then said no. That led to a 6 to 9 month or however long period. But then the county said, okay, fine, but here's how it can happen. Which brings us back to your original agreement, which was there'll be pavers.
All right.
Which, by the way,
fair statement.
By the way,
but let me just say,
give me 1 second.
I really need to make a record here, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect. But for the mayor reaching out to Mr. Cueto after having been told on 2 separate occasions, pavers will not be allowed in the right-of-way. There was a deviation from that reiterated, if you're going to do this, you will need to execute a covenant undertaking the obligations for maintenance of this right-of-way.
Where's that email, by the way?
Can I ask you,
my concern
can I
is,
take control of the meeting for 1 second, if I may? Just 1 second. We're going in circles. Is everybody here familiar with the Performing Arts Center in downtown?
Where?
They've had pavers on the right-of-way for well over a decade.
Mm-hmm.
No maintenance issues, county road, been done before, okay? I reached out to Mr. Cueto because Mr. Cueto, like the manager, in regards to the 1,000 employees that are here in the city, is the final word outside of the commission. I have a relationship with Mr. Cueto, a professional relationship with Mr. Cueto, and he is second in command at RER and is a very capable and competent engineer. After I received this information, I wanted an interpretation from the person most senior in that department. His response is memorialized in the public record on an email. And I chose to do it in an email to make sure that when this came back here, as we're discussing it today, it was in the public record. That email is public record. Everyone has a copy of it. You can review it, and he clearly says that pavers are allowed in the right-of-way moving forward.
We have a copy of it here today?
This is not a maintenance issue. This is not a maintenance issue.
Go on, Mayor.
This is not a maintenance issue. This is a very simple issue. You can call it a development agreement. You can call it a conditional approval. At the end of the day, these were approvals that were granted based on consideration of a new facility that was built on Blue Road in a residential neighborhood. It's been over 3 years since we've been waiting for Blue Road to be enhanced by the applicant.
That's not fair, and it's inaccurate.
Go ahead. What are the dates?
We have been working together with the city to address this issue as well as with the county. And if the city is going to insist upon pavers being installed, those pavers are decorative pavers. Those decorative pavers serve no purpose whatsoever. We want to adhere to the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices that allows everybody to rely upon the reasonableness of that criteria from a traffic engineering perspective that protects not only people traversing Blue Road in proximity to Riviera, but also the city of Coral Gables. This is not a personal issue. Pavers are pavers. If you're going to insist upon us putting them in, then decorative pavers will be put in. But we are not, and we have not agreed. And to your question,
may I respond?
Commissioner, we have not agreed to undertake the maintenance obligations associated with the imposition of this condition, which only results from the mayor's conversation with Mr. Cueto, and I would disagree, Mayor, most respectfully. Mr. Cueto
May I finish my statement?
Is the Deputy Director of the Department of Regulatory and Economic Services, and what he did was, he's not the last word. He reached out to the Department of Transportation and Public Works in October. After September, the month previously, the county had already taken the position that pavers were not going to be permitted. So your conversation, which indicates, Mayor Lago, good afternoon, as discussed, he basically reached out to the DTPW and said, let's go ahead and allow this to happen. That accommodation was extended, subject to the condition that requirements apply, including...
That accommodation has been allowed throughout the county. Like I gave you an example in front of the Performing Arts Center in Miami-Dade County. Let me finish my train of thought. I was very cordial in allowing you to move forward and speak with the rest of the commission. I would like to finish. I would like to address two comments.
We would extend that courtesy as well.
Two comments. Number one, they're not only decorative pavers. Mr. Diaz, your position is head of public works, correct?
Correct.
Are these just decorative pavers, or do they serve as traffic calming also?
There is a traffic calming element to putting pavers in the right of way.
So let's put that on the record. Let's put that on the record because the applicant insists that they are just decorative. They're not just decorative in nature.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is important. Mr. Clerk, has Mr. Diaz been sworn in?
Yes, he has.
Okay. So let's not just say they're decorative when they actually serve a traffic calming purpose. That's number one. So moving forward, we have been waiting 3 years for the Blue Road portion of the project to be completed since you received the TCO. Mr. Diaz, when did this project receive a TCO?
Swami Cabrera will have to answer that one.
Ms. Cabrera. Thank you for your help, by the way. When did this project receive a TCO?
Surami, were you sworn in?
No.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
When was this building first occupied?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Would you
but
say it's been 3 years, 2.5 years? What would you say?
Maybe 2 years.
We've given them, how many TCOs have we given them?
We've extended TCO several times.
Several times. It's a privilege that we afford to very few in this community, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we've been very accommodating. So that's number one. Number two, there is a basic plan where the pavers are potentially what? 2% of the entire exterior, 3% of the entire exterior scope, would you say? 5%?
Yeah, I don't know.
We include the trees, the paving, sidewalks, undergrounding. The pavers are maybe what, 5% of the entire remaining portion of the project on Blue Road? So why couldn't we have finished 95% of the entire exterior? Then before we did the final lift of asphalt, come to a resolution in regards to the pavers. Could we have done that, Ms. Cabrera? You being a professional engineer, could we have done that, yes or no?
I believe so. Yes.
Mr. Hermes Diaz, head of public works, could we have finished 95% of the scope of work on Blue Road and then come back to the commission or to the manager and said, listen, we don't want to do the pavers. Look at the project, how good it looks with asphalt. And I think it's a better fit for the club and for the community. but we finished everything, we beautified it. We're willing to give you, in turn, financial compensation for not installing the pavers, more trees, some additional light posts in maybe a different area of the city. Could we have done that? Yes or no?
Yes, we could.
Have we made that accommodation? Have other developers come at the end of a project and said, listen, this doesn't work for us, but they finished the project?
There've been some instances, and I can think of at the top of my head where, but the certain things don't work.
Yes.
Technically, and some other type of arrangements are made.
Whatever that may be.
Right.
So to me, my point is, we've been waiting 2.5 years, 3 years, whatever the number is, to finish Blue Road. It's time for it to be done and completed. We could have addressed 95% of the scope and come back for the 5%, which is the remaining pavers. We've addressed that these are interlocking pavers. They're throughout the city, they're throughout the county, they're allowed by the county. We have it in writing. Now the question is about maintenance. So I don't want to belabor the point and get lost in whether it's allowed or it's not allowed. It's allowed. What I want to address now is the issue of maintenance. And we can try to go around in circles as much as possible, but we got to come to a decision today. Is this commission? Is this city? Go ahead, Mr.
No, my apologies.
No, please, hello. Go ahead.
I would like to provide some context to some of the emails that he shared here. If this was a city road, not a county road, we'll be asking the country club to provide a maintenance agreement for the city for the maintenance of the pavers. So the context of that email is where neither the county nor the Florida Department of Transportation will enter into an agreement directly with the property owner. So the property owner will enter into an agreement with the city, and the city will be the entity who enters an agreement with the county.
I would like
So I just want to make sure that is clear, and that was the context of my email. At no point was I indicating that the city was willing and accepting the responsibility for the maintenance of those pavers. Agave, the interior streets in Agave are public rights-of-way. Those are pavers. The intersections of Galeano and I want to say Sevilla and a few others, they're also pavers. They're responsible for maintaining those pavers as well. This is not uncommon. This happens all the time. There are a number of crosswalks and sidewalks throughout the county where this exists. So this is not something that it's otherworldly or, I mean, it doesn't happen all the time, but it's not uncommon. And I just want to reiterate, if this was a city road, we'll be asking the developer to enter into an agreement with the city for the maintenance. The county will be out of the picture at that point. So I just want to make that clear.
Mr. Lucas, if I can, and this goes straight to
The
that
maintenance
point.
and the liability.
I really do need to respond because the term "if," is a very significant term that's used. If I had ham, I would have ham and eggs if I had eggs. This is not a city road. This is a county road. With regard to the TCOs and the accommodations, that has been the result of continued efforts, good faith efforts on our part to collaborate with staff, which your staff may or may not want to admit today, but we've spent countless hours with them providing every detail for every enhancement and every upgrade as good citizens of the city of Coral Gables. Lastly, in terms of traffic calming being an element, if you will, since when has these pavers ever been characterized as being a traffic calming device, something that would rise to the level of maybe the plateaus or the tables or the other rotary islands that are being devised throughout the city itself? No.
May I respond?
In a moment, because I'm not finished. The site plan amendment addressed this as strictly decorative pavers, and what you're doing now, in the 11th hour, if you will, is you're simply saying, let's go ahead and convert these and consider them to be traffic control devices. Nobody has run any tests. Nobody has given us any traffic volumes. Nobody's provided us with the travel loads that would be impressed upon those. Nobody has provided us with a specific design, all of which is required under your code. If I go to the beautiful City of Coral Gables hub and I look at all the information that's available to us, there are outlines of policies, applications, procedures, all of which go into the context of traffic calming devices. So to try to justify the imposition of these pavers on the basis of a traffic control element is disingenuous. Thank you.
Thank you. To respond to the disingenuous comment. You're a practicing engineer, correct?
Yes, I am.
A licensed engineer?
Correct.
You've dealt with traffic calming issues,
Yes,
correct?
we have.
Before. You have more experience probably than everyone in this room put together in regards to traffic calming, correct? Because I don't see anyone else with your background except for maybe Surami Cabrera, not even the manager at the end of the day, because the manager is a structural engineer, correct?
Correct. Well, I won't say the most. I don't know who else may be here, but
again,
I have experience on it.
You have experience.
Yes.
Is this the first time that you hear that pavers are used as a traffic calming device?
No.
So, go ahead, sir.
In the context of this project, absolutely.
Sir, let me explain to you. It is understood, being in construction and having served on this commission for 8 years, that when you install traffic calming devices and you install pavers, it's like a rumble stick.
Correct.
Everybody knows what a rumble stick is. They're not massive in nature. They're maybe 3 inches off the ground. They're set apart. The change in pavement, the change in grade, basically forces, it's like taking a lane and making it a little tighter. It forces people to slow down.
It's visual and feeling.
Just like when you put landscaping, it forces people to slow down. These are things that we've gone over in projects for years now. It's basically a standard. It's nothing new to this commission. It's nothing new to the applicant, and it's nothing new to anyone who's listening today. We all feel it when we drive. When you go over pavers, it forces people to slow down. So I understand, and I agree that, maybe you don't want to admit the fact that pavers serve as a traffic calming device, but they do. They do. I want to reiterate and go back to what I was saying. And that is, pavers serve multiple purposes. Number one, they're traffic calming opportunities. Number two, they beautify the city. But what we're talking about here is maintenance. We're beyond whether the pavers are going to be installed or not. The issue is who's going to serve to have liability and who's going to maintain these pavers once they're installed. If they're installed appropriately, interlocking pavers need little to no maintenance. Look, for example, the drive up in the Riviera Country Club. They're all interlocking pavers. They require little maintenance. Look at my driveway at my home. They're interlocking pavers. Along the swale also, where I signed the hold harmless agreement on the city's property. They've required zero maintenance since I installed them 10 years ago. So my point is that I think we should get on to the point of whether this commission is willing to accept the maintenance and the liability, or if not, we move forward and take a vote on this.
So, and here's, I want to address two things you said, and it dovetails perfectly with what the mayor just said. I understand your point about the maintenance, and we're going to talk about, I'll address that in a second. Where I disagree with you, frankly, is the idea that but for the mayor's email or contact with the gentleman, but for the club agreeing to install pavers, that's what started this entire thing. That was something that was a condition for the approval. That's where this started. But for that, he's not calling anybody at the county. We agreed to this. You agreed to this. So that's where we start. So I disagree with you. And even this last point about it's disingenuous to say that traffic calming is a basis for requiring the pavers. The basis for the pavers is that you agreed to the pavers. Period. End of story. I get everything that happened after that. I just addressed it a minute ago. I won't repeat myself. But to me, you agreed to the pavers. You acknowledged you agreed to the pavers, that it was in the agreement, that it went from the drive to the other drive.
I'm only going to acknowledge the facts as they are. I'm not
Agreed.
going to
And those are
blow
facts.
smoke towards this commission.
Did the original document that you told me said pavers from point A to point B, right?
Illustrated the pavers on a site plan that was approved by the city.
And that included the crosswalk.
That
right?
is correct.
And you agreed to that, right?
It included pavers across the main drive, across the street to the parking area in we call it the tennis parking lot
Which includes
area.
the pavers on the travel lane, correct?
Across the travel lanes, correct.
You agreed to that, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So we're on the same page. That's my point.
I'm with you.
So now we're talking about maintenance. And I understand your point about maintenance.
But just to be clear, you're viewing this as a contractual obligation to install pavers.
I'm viewing it as a
based upon-
condition to
based
approval.
upon- Let me finish. Based upon a site plan amendment that was submitted and then approved by the city.
I'm viewing it as a condition of approval.
Same thing.
Well, yeah. There's no, everything you did after that approval was because there was a condition to that approval, right? I mean, so bottom line, it was a condition to approval, and that's what brought us here today. I understand there was emails back and forth. I understand staff sent an email saying X, Y, Z. This commission is the one that made the conditional approval, and this commission is the one that has to decide whether to require that the applicant abide by the terms of that conditional approval. So to me, the installation is undoubtedly something that was part of your agreement and should be required. That brings us to the maintenance, in my opinion. And I'd like staff to address whether their position is that maintenance was required anywhere in the document. Because if I'm being fair, which I am, my position is that the documents required the pavers be installed. I just told you that. I need to understand where the maintenance requirement emanates from. Are you telling me it says it? Are you telling me it's industry standard that when you have that sort of obligation, you're required for the maintenance? Help me understand that, because if I'm going to impose that or ask that they abide by that, I need to understand where that obligation comes from.
And Vice Mayor, if I may say, this is a big issue because when we have pavers just in a regular residential driveway, the norm, and everybody understands the norm, is that you maintain it and you provide liability insurance for it. So when you are providing something that's not asphalt, it's understood that requirement provides that you are responsible for maintenance and liability. If we're going to go away from that, then I have a serious problem with that, because that is what we've asked of everyone. Agave, every single project.
Is there a distinction of pavers in the area of the public way where vehicles travel?
Correct. That's the question.
No. When you don't have pavement, if you're in your approach, if you were to take your driveway, the area from your property to the street, if you want pavers there, then you have to provide a maintenance and liability agreement with covenant with the city.
But I think there's an important distinction that we have to make.
These pavers go beyond that. No?
Forget where they are. They're not asking to put them there. We're imposing them. Of course, if they were asking to put them there, we would require a maintenance and liability and encroachment agreement, of course. The difference here, which I think we need to be aware of, is that it's a condition that was imposed as part of a site plan.
Sure.
Well, it was a
But they were
condition-
asking, but they were asking for things in the site plan,
Without a doubt.
and that was a condition to the approval of said site
Without a
plan.
doubt. And
So that's-
perfectly permissible.
Yeah.
I just wanted to draw a distinction with an encroachment agreement.
If I may.
Is there a distinction?
But it is similar, because we did not ask for it. This was a proposed improvement that was looked at the commission for approving the project. So I have a problem with thinking that if that happens again, that we cannot ask for liability and maintenance.
But
right?
talk to us about, I want to go back to my question, I apologize. I know I need a clarity on this. Don't talk to me about driveways. Talk to me about travel lanes. That's what we're talking about. I get the analogy, but I want to understand other developers that have had similar conditional approvals that required pavers in travel lanes. Were they required to maintain? And was that requirement express in the documents, or was it simply accepted as industry standard?
Agave is the
That's
best
important.
example, but I don't have the document in front of me, so I couldn't read you what that says.
I need to understand that. That's
An
an
additional
important question.
factor that I think needs to be understood is whether it's a county road or a city road.
The only difference that is, obviously, besides
There's
the
a
county needs
distinction.
to bless it, the county will have to enter into an agreement with us. But if this was a city road, we'll be asking for an agreement directly with the property owner. Just the county will necessarily be in the picture.
Commissioner,
If this was a city road, we would ask for the exact same thing that we're asking for now, a liability and maintenance. And then we would provide that to the county because it is a county road. So the county will not deal with the applicant directly, it will deal with us.
Exactly.
So we would ask for the same exact thing.
Very clear.
And I want to make sure that we are very clear on this, because we have other projects and other projects that are coming where this is very clear. That we
Just one
do not-
additional step.
One second. I'm about to apply Robert's rules here in a second, okay? I want to hear Commissioner Menendez, but let's be clear, because we keep harping the applicant keeps going back to this email. This email also applies to what we're discussing right now with the mayor, with the manager just mentioned. Commissioner Menendez.
After listening to the discussion, a lot of great questions and important issues, but we're, I think, 1 hour into one heck of a ping pong match.
Yep.
Pavers are put down every day in the county in South Florida. Pavers aren't an issue. Maintaining pavers aren't an issue because pavers are maintained every day. If you don't have someone that does it, you hire someone that does it. So I think it comes down to liability. Is the Riviera Country Club willing and open? Is that the issue of taking on the liability versus the city or the county taking liability? We're bouncing around a lot of these issues, sub-issues, which are important, and I'm glad we're discussing it. But at some point, we got to go down to the nitty-gritty and find out where that trigger point is. What's the trigger point that can perhaps we can find a solution so we can move forward? I have a feeling liability at the end of the day is the biggest concern because that's an unknown.
Commissioner, and that's what I was mentioning before. I wanted to put pavers, on the right of way, not on the right of way, the county, the city. That happens every single day. I'm not here to discuss that. Whether the county approves of it, it's clearly stated here by Mr. Cueto. That's not up for debate today. I was trying to get back onto the point, and I'm glad you brought it up. Mr. Director, have we, in any projects in the city, accepted liability on behalf of a developer in regards to maintenance of pavers?
Not that I'm aware.
So we have to make a decision here as a commission. Do we set a precedent and accept the liability and the maintenance as they're requesting? Because they've admitted that they're willing to install the pavers, but they're not willing to accept the liability or the maintenance. That's a decision we're here to make today.
I would disagree with the manner in which that is phrased because you're comparing apples to oranges. To the city attorney's point, we're dealing with a distinction between a county road and a city road. The examples that have been posited by the mayor and responded to by Mr. Diaz are all based upon developer agreements that occur within the city of Coral Gables involving city right-of-ways, involving permissions that are granted by the city government to that particular developer. This is a county road. If you can show me one example of a county road in the city of Coral Gables in which pavers were required to be installed and the owner adjacent to those pavers has assumed or was required to accept the maintenance and the liability responsibility, I would suggest to you there are no examples of that. We're dealing with a very unique circumstance here.
To me, that's a distinction without a difference. I'm sorry. This was approved. Your site plan was not approved by the county. Your site plan was approved by the city. One of the conditions was, as we've discussed, were these pavers. That always contemplated, because it is a county road, having to go to the county for said approval. The county has now provided that approval, and here we are. So I understand the distinction you're making, but I disagree with it. So I come back again to maintenance. I am absolutely willing to require them to abide by the terms of the approval, which included installing the pavers. I need to understand, because they're not here asking for something today. We already approved something. And I need to understand what the obligations are associated with that approval. So I get the point about Agave and other projects, but if those agreements say that that party is responsible for maintenance expressly, then it's different than this one. So I need clarity on that. And I don't know that I have it here today, so I'm not trying to punt on this. I'm absolutely willing to say they need to install the pavers, but the question of maintenance and liability, to me, I need more information on it, because I can't just impose that on you today.
Okay.
The position has to be that it was always required, and that it's industry standard, and that it was understood that installation would require that, and that's what always happens in the city. And they may agree or disagree, but I need clarity on that.
I think that we need to look at this carefully, because we are going down a road where I think it's maybe not be where we want to go, because it is, if you put pavers on your drawings, it's understood that this is a city standard, that we ask for you to maintain it, that we ask for you to provide liability information. It is done at all projects. And I don't want to get away from that because because for some reason, it's not clear somewhere. So it means that we have to specify every single thing. It is understood that to get a permit, you put pavers on your plan, you go to get a right-of-way permit, and you must provide liability and maintenance.
And my point is, if that's how we've done it on the other projects, then I'm willing to hold them to that same standard.
And that's what we've done.
But I need
on
you to
all the
show
others.
me that.
All right.
That's all I'm saying.
And the second question
is our standard.
Second question is if there's any distinction between this and what's readily understood. I'll for the record, just for guidance, I won't repeat it all over again, but my thinking is pretty much 100% in line with Commissioner Mena's. I already said last time that I think whether or not they put pavers is already, the ship has sailed on that. Pavers have to go. My question becomes, when we approve that site plan with the pavers depicted on there, those types of pavers on that type of road, is it commonly understood that that implies that the applicant will handle maintenance? If that's the case, then I think they have to. If it's not the case, then I think there's other
Then,
questions to be asked.
Mr. Trias, on the Agave project, did we specify that they had to have liability and maintenance in the site plan?
In the site plan, no,
Yeah,
but it was a slightly different.
No, but did we ask in the site plan, when the site plan was approved, that they would assume liability and maintenance? I don't believe we did. Because looking at the development agreement as many times I've had, that was not there. It was implied because when they went to get a permit from our Public Works Department, that is our standard. That has always been our standard. And it's been done not only for streets, but for approaches, for many other things. So I want to be very careful that we don't assume that this is not a standard. It is a standard. It was not in the Agave Development Agreement. I've seen it where it talked about specific liability. It was implied when they went to get their permit from the Public Works.
So let me hear from Commissioner Anderson, please.
I really think the time for you to have asked for an exception to remove the liability would have been a time that the site plan was approved. Now we're at 2020, looking back with 2020 vision, and now you want to rid yourself of the liability. The only thing that I see here that needs to be addressed is the fact that, we need to comply with the county's standards. So if City of Coral Gables, as it states here in this email, could subsequently contract with a third party to performance of the required maintenance activities, then that's you. That's Riviera Country Club. And I know you disagree. But the time to have brought this up was years ago when you got your site plan approval. And we need to move forward because this has been drug out long enough.
Did Mr. Trias have something? He seemed like he was disappointed, didn't get to say what he was going to say.
No, the only thing I was going to say is that the Agave has a development agreement in addition to the conditions of approval. So it's a slightly different. Here is conditions of approval only. I don't like to hear the word development agreement thrown around because that's a very specific thing.
Agave has a development agreement, but having read it numerous times, there is nothing that says that there's a specific liability or maintenance agreement for the pavers. That was understood when they went to get a permit through a right-of-way permit through the Public Works Department.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I'd like to call Robert Behar up, please, if you'd help us. He's here. Mr. Behar.
Mr. Clerk, if you can swear him in, please.
Please, Ms. Behar, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Behar is not only an architect, but he also serves on the P&Z board, and he has intimate knowledge in regards to this approval a few years ago. Can you give me a little bit of background on what you remember in regards to the conditional approval that were granted?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. This project came before the Plan Zoning Board probably 2016, 17, 16, okay? And I do recall that it was specifically a requirement that the pavers would be put as part of the project. It was never, in addition, I personally brought out that I thought it would have been good to incorporate sidewalk, because if you see how they even walk from the course across the street to the front door is very dangerous. So I do recall as a condition of approval for the Planning and Zoning Board that these pavers were to be incorporated. As a practicing architect in Coral Gables, I do know that if we do something that is on the right of way or something that we're dedicating to the city, we have to be responsible for the maintenance. So that in my opinion, is what took place. And I do recall the entire board voting in favor of that resolution.
Mr. Behar,
May I follow up? Mr. Behar, were you invited to attend today's hearing?
I was about to announce that. I was going to say thank you for actually listening while you were in the building and actually contacting me and saying, may I step in?
I have an item coming up, and I was outside.
Thank you. So
I have another question for you. Have you ever dealt with a situation, or did you address?
Excuse me, sir. Will you do me a favor? Will you the questions through the mayor?
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
If you wish. Mr. Behar, if you would please explain to us any instances in the city of Coral Gables in which pavers have been required to be installed on a county road and the property owner adjacent thereto was required to undertake the maintenance and liability obligations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Behar.
I personally never been involved, but I know of instances in the city of Coral Gables where that is a typical condition. It's no different than a park or that is the responsibility of the developer. It is clearly, in my professional opinion, that is once the developer puts it, they're responsible for the maintenance of it.
I think the issue here is that we're trying to hang our hat on the issue whether it's county or city. This is the standard norm in the city since anyone who's in this room can remember. I think we need to move on from this issue. And by the way, thank you for being here for your next item, which I think is at 1 o'clock time certain, your project that's coming. So it just is a good coincidence, the fact that you've been serving in the Planning and Zoning Board for so many years and you actually remember voting on this issue. So thank you, Mr. Behar. I appreciate that. Thank you for your service. So moving forward, are there any other comments? Does the commission request any further information? Are there any public comments in regards to this issue?
There are, Mr. Mayor.
How many do we have?
One.
Perfect. Can you open the public comment and close it after this one individual?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So the speakers, Ms. Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz, the floor is yours.
And Ms. Cruz, can I ask you to please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
I do.
Thank you.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I've listened the previous time when the attorney came to argue the same point. It was an attorney representing the country club, if I remember correctly. Now we have a different attorney who is not representing them as clients, but because he's a member. But I didn't remember. I've been listening very carefully. The previous attorney did not mention anything about maintenance. The whole issue was they did not want the pavers. There was never a safety issue. There was never anything that was brought up today. So I would suggest to the commission that this needs to be finalized today. Because if we don't, if you fail to do that, there will be a different attorney next time that will come up with another issue to consider. And meanwhile, Blue Road will not be completed and we'll be waiting to finalize so the people in that community, in that area, can have a decent looking area. I'm beyond myself here that they felt that they were forced to have pavers. Hello? When you go to planning and zoning, they tell you what the conditions are. If you don't want to do it, you do not have to do whatever it is that you're planning to build. You can say, no, thank you. Under those conditions, we will not do it. So we built the country club, the building. We did everything we had to do there based on the agreement that we accepted as a conditional approval. And after everything is said and done, now we realize that, oh no, we didn't want it. So what are the options? The commission could say, we didn't give you permission not to do it, so tear it down and start again. That's what if you do something in your home and they give you conditional approval, and if you don't follow it, there are fines, there are certain requirements. This is no better, no worse than what we all go through. The fact that they are, I'm sorry, but I think I've been sitting here wondering if a regular resident of this city would have been given 2 hours to go around in circles with the same argument back and forth, interrupting the commission and claiming that they were imposed the rules. No, they were told that it was a condition in order to get approved for what they wanted to build. They agreed to it. They went ahead and did what they wanted to do. And now we're in a bind because the rest of the condition they do not want to do. So they want the rest of us to be responsible for what they don't want to do. Absolutely not. I urge you to push forth, go ahead, finalize this issue, and please do not give him another opportunity to come up with another attorney that will find another reason to argue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, is this the same Maria Cruz that actually reached out to Miami-Dade County asking about the same question? We have an email that we received in our public records request when Ms. Cruz wrote to Linda Reyes asking specifically about information relating to the use of pavers in the right-of-way, to which Alejandro Barrios, who was the Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation and Public Works, provided to her, Commissioner Anderson, the same April 13th, 2021 email that Mr. Barrios had issued in response to the city when it inquired as to the permissibility of pavers being permitted. So when we talk about hearings such as this, and I appreciate that you all have indulged this issue.
May I respond? You asked me a question. I'd like to respond to you. You asked me if this is the same Maria Cruz. What is the point of that statement?
Well, the point is she's been on this campaign since September 21st of 2021, when Mr. Barrios actually wrote back and said, this is the county's position. It was subsequent to that that you intervened to get the county to deviate from that policy.
May I respond?
That's my only point for purposes of the record.
So let me respond to you. Number one, Ms. Cruz lives, like I live, a few blocks away from the subject project. You use the word campaign. How many people in the room today? 30 people? I think Maria's involved in every campaign. I think Maria responds to every single item on the agenda. I think Maria has a comment in favor or against every single comment since I've been on this commission for 9 years. And I love how people are shaking their head because she has a right to. She's a resident. And I think her comment before this comment was that she actually injects herself on issues, not only in her neighborhood, but in other people's neighborhoods, because she has an opinion. And God bless the city of Coral Gables for having an opportunity for its residents to speak, and for this commission and the manager and our city attorney and our city clerk and all the employees being so welcoming in regards to public comment. So, yeah, it is the same Maria Cruz who has a lot to say.
And by the way,
Mr. Menendez,
if anyone thinks they're going to shut down Maria Cruz, trust me, a lot of people have tried. That's an impossible task.
My intention.
So, with that being said, moving forward, what is the pleasure of the commission? Madam City Attorney, in voting here, what are we?
So there's two ways to go here.
Yes.
One is what's on second reading.
Yes.
Which does not include the pavers.
Yes.
It includes, just for
3, 4, and 5, correct?
Correct.
So why don't we do with 3, 4, and 5, which the last time we approved, correct? Will somebody make a motion on 3, 4, and 5?
Second.
Not a problem.
So, yeah, so if there's if the commission would like to at all consider adding the pavers back, then this would be first reading of the same ordinance, and you would include it.
Okay, so.
Because the title hasn't changed.
Okay, so for us to include the pavers, how does the vote have to go?
So you would amend the current ordinance
Okay.
to the first reading version, and
Okay.
you'd adopt it on first reading, and then it would come back next time.
So moved.
And how does that work into the maintenance obligation?
So, Mr. Mayor, we already had a previous motion on the floor by Commissioner.
I'll
Menendez.
withdraw it.
Okay.
Let me clarify, item 345 is what we approved last time,
Correct.
which means it leaves the pavers in place, not that it so.
Correct. When I say add the pavers, I mean approve what they're asking.
No, I'm not willing.
Okay, then you don't want to make that motion. So
Then I
withdraw
take
that
back.
motion.
That's very confusing.
I want to be very, it's very confusing, very confusing.
So where are we now?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I was looking for
anyone-
our city attorney to catch that.
If
You know,
anyone wants
That's
to.
why I asked for the guidance.
If anyone wants to approve the change that they are requesting, you need to amend this ordinance.
Commission, what is your will? Seeing no amendment, our next step is,
Make a motion on the current ordinance.
Deja
Current
vu.
ordinance includes not
Just
only,
3, 4, and 5.
but it includes installation and maintenance?
No. It includes whatever was included in the site plan approval. And Mr. Hermes will have to, Mr. Diaz will have to provide clarity on what that was.
We're still
Does not change the site plan but for, and let me read for the record what it would change in the site plan. It would change concrete pavers on the east and west side of the parking lot entrances to beige concrete, eliminate 2 on-site parking spaces to allow for new FPL switch cabinets, and change street species from ironwood to livewood. Those are the 3 things that were approved on first reading.
But it doesn't change the paver requirement.
It doesn't
That
change
is
1 and
correct.
2, Mr.
The
Trees.
pavers remain, and the maintenance that is associated, that is typical, remains.
But we continue to travel under the implication that ordering them to put in the pavers entails also maintaining them.
Well, that's the.
Commissioner, if it's on the plan and you must get a permit, then then the maintenance and the liability applies. Because to get the permit in the right of way, you must have that.
Okay. There's no, yeah. I mean, if that's the case, that's the case. Is there any wisdom to clarifying that,
So
including maintenance,
you all
if that's
could-
the will of the commission?
So you all could adopt the 3, 4, and 5 today on second reading, and nothing prohibits them from coming back here in a month with the same request and you having additional information to consider. You're not foregoing a future amendment. You're just approving the 3 things of the 5 that they initially requested.
I'd like to clarify something, if I may. This project is on TCO. A TCO lasts for a maximum of 180 days, unless it's reinstated by the building official. So this building has been on TCO. So if the building official decides not to extend the TCO, then the building must be unoccupied. The maximum TCO, again, is 180 days, but can be extended multiple times by the building official.
My question, Commissioner Forres, were you suggesting or asking if we should add language to specifically mention maintenance?
I don't
in the
want to do that.
legislation?
I'm ready.
Ready?
to vote
Okay.
on it.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve it as set forth on the agenda.
Hold on one second.
I'm making a motion to approve the item as set forth on the agenda on second reading.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Clerk,
Further discussion, we need a clarification.
we've discussed this to a level that it's already, we've been going way too long here.
There's a detail with respect to
Very
landscape.
minor detail.
Go ahead.
The live oaks are in the south side only. They cannot be installed in north.
Not a
That's
problem.
it.
Right.
Okay?
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Forres,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Quick question before we move on to the next item. Mr. Manager, when are we expecting Blue Road? What are the impediments currently in regards to the implementation and the completion of this project?
I think that the completion can be done, except for the now permitting of the pavers through the county. So construction can start, and other than that, that would be the final step, because you would repave Blue Road as
So we could mobilize on, the applicant could mobilize on this project within, I'm in construction, you're in construction, a month?
they have a current, I believe that they have a current permit, so they could, correct, Public Works Director?
Mr. City Manager, we have a permit through the county. We never got a permit through the city for this work.
Okay, is this ready to permit?
Does the permit from the county includes the new location of the sidewalk?
No, we would have to, the new location site would have to be modified through the county.
Right, so the sidewalk location on the county approved plans is not on
Okay,
the
so
current
except for the
location.
sidewalk and the pavers, you could obtain a permit from the Public Works Department and proceed with all those items, with every item except those two.
And you can run those plans concurrently as you continue to do your work. You can do all the milling, you can do all the undergrounding, you can do everything that needs to be done. And by the time you get to the sidewalk, your plan should be approved. I think that we should do everything in our power with the commission's approval to expedite this project so we can finalize this corridor, which I think will run perfectly with the proposed sidewalks that we're gonna continue up Blue Road all the way to the Blue Road Bridge.
We'll do our part.
I know you always will. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Moving on to item 2.1 and G1, which were 11 a.m. Time certain. And I apologize to the sponsor.
That was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Let me get to it. Sorry.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the issuance, subject to the bond referendum herein provided for, of a general bond application indebtedness in aggregate principal value not to exceed $60 million for the City of Coral Gables, Florida, providing funds to finance or refinance the construction, expansion, renovation, improvements of the Coral Gables War Memorial Youth Center and Phillips Park, payable from the full faith and credit and ad valorem taxing power of the city, providing for and calling for a bond referendum of the qualified electors of the city to be held on November 8th, 2022, providing for an official ballot, providing for bond referendum procedures, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item, and it is related to G1 and I1, and 2.1. G1, 2.1, and I1 are all related.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. The purpose of this resolution is a continuation of our discussion the last couple commission meetings regarding the Parks Master Plan and a proposed referendum going before the city voters November of this year. There's been lengthy discussions, pros and cons, a lot of community input. I've had several members of the community reach out to me over time in complete support of providing the full master plan, funding plan to the voters in November. And then there have been others that have been concerned for different reasons or different issues. Taking that into consideration and honestly, following the guidance of our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board led by Chairperson Monica Segura, they recommended that we scale down the scope of the referendum to include simply the Coral Gables Youth Center. After discussions with the administration, and because of my knowledge with Parks and Rec, not only being involved with the Youth Center for my entire life, but also involved as the former chairperson of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, I am of the opinion we take the resolution of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board and add to it Phillips Park, because Phillips Park is an extension of the Youth Center. Phillips Park is one of the only other parks, actually locations, assets in the city that we can program for children, families. And actually when the Coral Gables Youth Center, if we're able to move forward and we have the positive vote in November from our residents, when the youth center is under construction, we can move a lot of programming to Phillips. And Phillips, quite honestly, one of the first years I coached was 1979, and Phillips Park 1979 looks a lot like Phillips Park 2022. Having said that, I welcome the administration to give some insight, some background, some information with regards to what is before us today in this resolution. Fred?
Thank you. We do have a quick presentation.
And let me say that we have the Parks Director and the Finance Director here presenting a brief presentation on just the Youth Center and Phillips Park component. We do have the other presentations available in case they're necessary to the commission.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, as we've discussed, we've been here several times. I think this is our 5th time talking about either the master plan or the referendum funding. So what we wanted to do is look at, based on the board's recommendation and the leadership that we got from the city manager, we're looking at this new revision to the referendum ask. So looking at Phillips Park and Youth Center master plan, the number that we're looking at is $60 million, which will cover escalation and the advanced costs of both of those two projects. Obviously, as we've spoken before, the required funds are not necessarily available within the current city budget, and a bond would provide a mechanism to attain these funds. So here is, when we're looking at a $60 million referendum item, what the millage impact is, and here's a slide, and Diana's here to discuss that.
Sure. Good. Good afternoon. So this is similar to the slides that we've shown in the past regarding the cost for doing a 20-year general obligation bond in the amount of $60 million. It would be taken out all in one tranche or one phase. We would take out the entire amount. Debt service on that $60 million would be roughly $4.2 million in order to generate that the tax revenues in order to cover that debt service. This schedule shows you, based on the different types of home values, estimated home values, assessed values, what the increase to the tax would be for the life of the bonds. So for instance, a home assessed at $250,000 would pay about $58 a year for the life of the 20-year bond to cover the debt on that $60 million debt, and a home in $750,000 would pay $173 extra a year to cover that debt.
So as we presented in the past, there was a War Memorial Youth Center plan that was separate. There was a vision, and it looked at the entire facility and all the different possibilities for programming, which included, expansion of different facilities, creation of new facilities, improvements to facilities that we already had, whether it was the theater, the gym, the field space, adding extra floors, covering the courtyard, a lot of different possibilities when you're looking at the youth center facility. With a comparison, we looked at, and we presented to the commission and to our advisory boards, the comparison between renovation and addition. And a renovation and addition will give you an expansion of facilities. It is a lower cost for a total project than a total demolition rebuild, and it would limit programming options. There are certain things that you couldn't create. You couldn't create new items that you could with new construction. With new construction benefits, you have increased flexibility. The space that we have there does have some limitations based on the shape, based on the way it's constructed, based on other items with the infrastructure, because part of it is a little bit more from its original construction. We also have potential for aquatics here. The lap swimming pool the city doesn't have. If you have a complete new rebuild, you can build that into the project. There's a chance for the modernized infrastructure, which is more efficient, more sustainable, fire suppression systems, things that we don't necessarily have throughout the entire facility. And we're also able to consolidate the programming space into a single facility. Right now, it's kind of, if you visit the youth center, it's a little bit disjointed. There's different areas that you can't access, and you'd be able to get a complete consolidated space. Obviously, there'd be a lot better pedestrian and vehicular circulation with the new one. But also, what it'll bring is it'll bring exciting opportunities for programming. There's certain things that aren't in there that are now common usage for youth centers, whether it's walking indoor tracks, the aquatic space, more activity rooms, a bigger fitness space. There's a lot of different things that that are now kind of commonplace in recreation that aren't necessarily in this building that we had. In addition to the youth center, we've talked about Phillips Park before at different commission meetings, and this would provide for all of the renovations and enhancements that we need there. It would basically give us that park, which, as you know, it is located in a high density household area. It is, if not the most attended park, it is one of the top two. For most of its history, it's probably been the highest attendance park. Salvador might be beating it now because of the new construction, but it is incredibly used, and we have quite an age variety and use variety at that park. So it would renovation enhancement would be great. Obviously, what we'll be looking at doing is expanding the playground size. Right now, the footprint for the playground is not that big. Obviously, putting in a new play space, but expanding it and making it, a WOW type playground, similar to some of the stuff that we have in our other parks now, our newer constructions. We'd look at expanding the building and creating, not only an office space to have that park be manned by staff at all times, but also to have a programming and community space and indoor restrooms, which would provide for better safety, care, and protection against vandalism, which would be great. We'd be looking at one of our big trouble spots there. Is anyone that knows athletic activity, we only have 2 athletic fields in the city, and one of them is the youth center space, and that is really guarded well for programming space. And if you go there today, that field looks great. Everybody else goes to Phillips Park. So the wear and tear on that field is really bad right now. And as Commissioner Menendez would know, because he was on the advisory board for many years, I've been a proponent of putting artificial turf there probably for 15 years, maybe more, because I know what the wear and tear is on that field. And now with the new technology, you're able to do that. You're able to get something that's much cooler. The heat is not as big of an issue, and there's a lot of technological advances to have artificial turf. A splash pad is another item that we've talked about for many years. That would be another one that we'd look at putting in there. Expanding the walking path and including a multi-purpose path that'll have grading and drainage improvements. If you're there, there's certain areas that are sloped, especially near the Publix building. Obviously, security and camera infrastructure we would add, and we would refurbish the courts. We'd look at tennis courts and possibly the conversion of one of them into pickleball, as what is the trend right now. We would refurbish the pavilion. We would enhance the perimeter fencing, and we'd also do landscaping and landscape lighting. And it's important to note, we'd also be going to the community. So all those things we'd be looking at, how we put them together, where we put them together, and what we add would be through community support. So those are the things that we're looking at with these 2 projects. Here would be the next steps. They're similar to what we've talked about in previous meetings of developing the message. We'd get an online public engagement tool to see how the public feels about it. We'd give them information. We'd schedule meetings with the community, and then we'd establish a timeline with the allotted project cost. This is to get it on the ballot. The deadline to submit is Friday, July 29th. That's the cost for the placement on the ballot. We do have the ability up to that amount to use our existing consultant to help us with the creation of the public engagement website and any of the community meetings. And we also have the use of our survey contractor, which that is of no cost. So that is our quick presentation. I know we've presented many times before, so I think we've hit all the information.
Thank you, Fred. Before I move on to my part, my discussion regarding the youth center, for those that don't know, Phillips Park in the 1920s and 30s actually had a football stadium there that players from the Chicago Bears with George Halas back in the day actually had football games there. Probably at some point involved too. And we had the Coliseum, which at that time was the largest auditorium space in all of Dade County, 1920s and 30s. So clearly George Merrick had that area pinpointed for community involvement, community activities. And if we can do work and bring Phillips Park up to speed in terms of what the community needs today, we'd be not only doing a service for our community, but also keeping in line with the vision of George Merrick. Now, with regards to the youth center, if the folks in the booth, if they could put up my Life magazine image as part of my discussion. 1947, the first Coral Gables Youth Center was located at the Publix, where Publix is on Lejeune Road, right down the street. Life magazine, if you can switch to the next image, had an entire series on the Coral Gables Youth Center because there was nothing like it in the entire country. And it was dedicated to our veterans of World War II. And there are in the archives, there are letters from our soldiers stationed overseas responding, not yet, go back, responding overwhelmed with joy to see that their efforts fighting that war results in our youth, our community being able to enjoy the freedoms that they fought for. If you could move to the next image, please. That's the groundbreaking ceremony for the youth center at the location on Anastasia and University Drive. That's 1950s. That initiative was started door to door. We had community leaders, civic leaders knocking door to door throughout Coral Gables to get support to be able to build the 1950s youth center, and that's the groundbreaking ceremony. They actually had community donate towards the building of the facility, which you see right there in that middle image. You actually see the cardboard college in the upper left corner of that image. And that structure was there from the 1950s until the 1990s. Actually, those are my friends on the right-hand side. That's around 1971 baseball players at the youth center, the Rileys, the McCutcheons. That facility served decades of children who are now parents and grandparents and pillars of our community. If you could move to the next slide, please. That's today's youth center, built in the 1990s. The most interesting thing, I get choked up. 30 years ago, I was standing at that podium. I was a law student with blonde hair and a lot more hair. And I was before the City Commission and the Planning and Zoning Board, not knowing much about government, except where City Hall was located, speaking passionately about the needs, the necessities of our community and our children to have a youth center that provided the programming and the space that they needed. At that point, the youth center only had a football field, and there was an empty lot in between the library and the youth center field. And the city, in its vision, incorporated that empty lot. That's why we have so much space. Those are kids you see that play in our soccer program today. On the left-hand side, you see one of the kindest counselors ever, Artie Centurion. But in the middle right there, for those who grew up here at the youth center, that's Barbara Bine. She passed away a few years ago. She spent over 50 years of her life dedicated to taking care and molding the lives of children who now today are parents and grandparents and look back to her. She was a life changer. She was the top woman athlete at the University of Miami, headed to the Olympics. And she was in a car accident where a drunk driver hit her car and she was almost left quadriplegic. And instead of giving up on life, she dedicated the rest of her life to helping kids like me. So, as you can see, the Youth Center has a history of changing lives. That's why it's so important. Next slide, please. Cutler Bay recently had its voters in a referendum approve a town center which includes a park, a place for kids and families. Cutler Bay did that recently. Their commission approved it, and the voters went out and voted. If Cutler Bay can do that, Coral Gables can. It's interesting because when I spoke there, that time 30 years ago, we had people on the commission, George Corrigan, Jim Barker, Bill Kurdyke Sr., Bill Hildreth, Chip Withers, Raul Valdez-Fali was key. They were leaders. They led the way. And we had opposition. We had people that quietly were trying to undermine the efforts to create the new youth center because some of those people, unfortunately, wanted to see the money funneled to other projects. But at the end of the day, the community came together and spoke loudly. I know there are concerns because the world is changing every single day. We have the atrocities happening at the hands of the Russian government, Putin. But you know what? We can't allow tyrants and dictators dictate to us how we're going to make decisions in life for our children and our grandchildren and our community. We're better than that. We're stronger than that. We're America, and we're Coral Gables. I was recently at an amazing, the best musical I've ever been to, and I was fortunate enough to be there with the mayor opening night where he presented the key to the city, the Gloria and Emilio Estefan. It was surreal to me to be there at that moment, and I thank the mayor for bringing me up. And then I went back a couple weeks later with my daughter, who had just come down from college for spring break, and I took my wife. And there was something that was mentioned in that movie, a line, a quote, that was so powerful. And it was a moment where Emilio Estefano and Gloria were in New York City in front of record executives asking for funding so that they could do their first album singing in English. And the record executives said, no one wants that. They just keep doing what you're doing. And they stressed the importance and how the public would receive it. And they said, it's not going to happen. We're not going to fund you. And then Emilio Estefan says, then we're going to let the people decide. And you know what? I'm not here to say to Emilio Estefan that he was wrong. Emilio Estefan was right, just like we all are right. That's what our country is about. That's our right, the right to vote. So I say, when it's time to vote, I'm going to say yes, and the people, our community, should decide. Not us, but the people should decide on the future of our community, the future of the youth center, the future of Phillips Park, and the future of their kids and grandkids. That's how I feel.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well said. Commissioners, what else would you like to discuss in regards to this issue that we have before us?
Do we have any public comment? I think there are members.
Mr. Clerk, do we have some
Sir.
public comment?
Yes, sir, we do. First speaker.
How many public?
Two.
Please.
First speaker is Mr. Samuel Lawson.
Good afternoon. The floor is yours.
So this was good morning, now it's good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Lago, commissioners, Coral Gables staff members, and everyone present here and online. My name is Samuel Lawson, and this is my wife, Sasha. We live at 450 Camilo Avenue. We've lived there since 2013. Also, we have with us, not here, but in support of us, 21 homes, and also the Christ Journey Church, Pastor White and Pastor Reed, and the congregation they represent. We refer to ourselves as the Youth Center community because our properties directly abut and surround the Coral Gables Youth Center. We come here today to stand in opposition against the proposed tax referendum. Two things before I start. First, I haven't heard back from all 21 homes, but those that I have heard back from are definitely opposed and have added their particular concern and verbal flair, and I have received words of support from the church. Second, I'd like to really thank Mayor Lago and all the commissioners for setting a culture in Coral Gables government that is so gracious and I believe sincerely intent on actually listening to the citizens and addressing our real concerns, and at times being willing to pivot on a dime with zero hesitancy. So thank you.
Thank you.
On this issue of the proposed tax referendum up for vote today, we oppose this for three reasons, which I will enumerate in reverse order of importance. So number three, the least important, the proposal itself. So first of all, in no offense to anyone on Coral Gables staff anywhere, and all the good people who work for Coral Gables, our wonderful neighbors and stewards, the proposal, in my opinion, in regard to the park development, did not come with adequate information and assurance to justify $1 million in spend, let alone $160 million or now $60 million in spend, whatever it is. There should have been a complete list of deliverables, not bullets like that on a slide, but a complete list of deliverables at a line item level by park with each of the projected cost numbers sorted in descending order on cost. And that should have been reviewed at a macro level using the 80-20 rule with the public. That should have been done. That wasn't done. That's my opinion. Also, a spend of this significance, in my opinion, $60 million at this point, should come with assurances from a third-party review, like a Deloitte, that shows an okay that the fiduciary responsibility of the city with taxpayer money on a project of this proportion has in fact been met, and as per the trusted reputation, they agree to it. This is tens of millions of dollars in a proposed tax that impacts all property owners for, now I see, 20 years. At first I was confused. Was it 10 years? But clearly it's 20 years. Okay. Reason number two, priorities. While we love our parks and we love the city beautiful, while we love our children, and while I think putting more effort and money into our parks is a sweetheart idea, we have other more significant priorities that must first be addressed, such as below ground electric. Our home at 450 Camilo was out of power in the last hurricane for over 30 days. I think that's because of a complication with the trees and et cetera in our great canopy, and also because we were such a small head count on our street as compared to the rest of the state that FP&L kind of sorted us to the bottom of the fix list. But over 30 days. Sidewalk improvements, and this may actually be the most important thing that we could work on, in my opinion. There are so many tripping hazards because of the trees and the branches that grow under the sidewalks. There are so many tripping hazards, people literally walk and jog on the streets to avoid them. Now, I don't know if I'm under oath, but I would glad to be under oath. My wife, sitting over there, jogs, and she has come home twice in the last 60 days with scratches on her wrists and her knees from falling while tripping over the sidewalks. Okay?
May I interrupt you for 1 second, sir?
Yep.
What streets are these so we can have our Public Works Department take a look at them immediately?
So I'll circle back and email you back the actual paths that we take. But basically, we have so many trees that they basically knock up the sidewalk. We replace the sidewalk in front of our house at our own cost because of that. Traffic calming, that's another priority. Now, Google, Waze, they shortcut people through our quiet streets when there's traffic overload on the rest of the streets. You all know what I'm talking about. People use the app, they find the shortest, the quickest route, and all of a sudden you have random cars doing 45 miles an hour down your small street. So, and these are just some of the basics. There are many other major infrastructure changes like electrification opportunities with the world racing to convert to electric. We need to walk before we run. Our parks, including the youth center, are currently beautiful as they are. As they are, they're beautiful. And we need to get some of these basics done first. So that's priorities. But reason number one, which to me is the most important of all and trumps the other two reasons, even if the other two reasons were valid. I'm going to get on my soapbox on this, but friends, and I say it as friends, because no matter what side of the political line you're on, this is our country, it's our city, and we're a team, right? So I put this before you. We have lost our way as a country. Socialist ideas have invaded our culture, our processes, our schools. They've entangled themselves into our minds and our hearts in such a way that we mentally don't even detect it or emotionally have given up our strength to fight it. In the United States as a whole, we've conceded so much of our value system. And in my opinion, in some ways, we've become a laughingstock on the world stage. As a Jew, we're getting ready to celebrate and observe the biblical commandment that's over 3,500 years of Passover, where God delivered us out of Egypt. Why? Because we were abused in Egypt. We were oppressed and we suffered from tyranny. That's a true statement. All of us here have a similarly inherited DNA. We are either the offspring of those from the American Revolution, or we are the subsequent immigrants that have benefited from the fight they fought and the deliverance and salvation that God gave to them and the deliverance and salvation that God has given to all of us standing here today that live in this country. The idea of a new tax to fund some parks sounds so benign, doesn't it? It's just a little more tax, just some parks. But hidden here is a viper with fangs. This is not the way. And passing it off to voters who barely show up for a presidential election by burying it in some fine print on page 5 of a ballot, an off election year ballot, doesn't make it okay. What happens to the less financially capable man or woman in Coral Gables that is working so hard and struggling to pay their mortgage, barely doing that with no time to educate themselves on city politics or show up for some obscure voting on an off-year election? What happens when they wake up to find a tax bill increase to be taken out of their personal bank account to pay for park upgrades that they don't even have time to visit? Is that fair? And the answer is no, it's cruel. We literally founded this country based on a revolution that was based on an event in Boston where we felt so oppressed by unfair taxation imposed upon us by the British Parliament that we revolted and demanded freedom. Now, after that, we established a republic based on a 2% tax rate. When I was in college studying economics, we found that the average American was paying 43% of their income in tax. When you consider income tax, property tax, sales tax, and all the other taxes, 43%, and that was over 20 years ago. Imagine what it is today. Are we paying over 50% in tax? We have been so misled by socialist ideas that we continue to impose new taxes on ourselves. We, as a team. We strangle our economy and survive off loans from China to balance our budget. Is this who we've become? Thank God we have a mayor in Coral Gables who believes in saving money and buying things with cash. My final statement, and I want to add because you made quite an emotional plea in regard to the youth center. And I feel like it was heartfelt, and I've had personal conversations with you, and I know you care about children, and your history stands for that. But you said something in there that caught my attention. You said that when that youth center was originally paid for, it was paid for by private donation, okay? Not a tax. So I call on the commission today, my final statement. I call on the commission today to not only vote down this referendum, vote it down, but to also consider the following. As property values rise in Coral Gables, consider reducing the millage rate. So if the property values rise 50%, reduce the millage rate 25%. You're still in the black. Make Coral Gables a haven for people who want to pay less taxes, like the state of Florida does. And watch how much more you accelerate development, accelerate property value appreciation, accelerate the local economy. Watch how those park upgrades come online through different means. Be the first, I think maybe the first, in the state of Florida to reduce taxes, and watch how your tax revenue grows. Thank you very much. I genuinely appreciate the graciousness, and we love the youth center, and we love everything that you're calling for, but we're definitely opposed to tax.
Thank you for joining us. I appreciate your words.
Mr. Mayor, next speaker is Ms. Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz, welcome again. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question? Can I ask you a quick question? I get
Yes.
confused. Is this, I have to steal the vice mayor's line. I apologize. It's too good to not let it go. Is this the same Maria Cruz that's spoken already twice today? I just want to make sure. Is this the same Maria Cruz? Do you live near the youth center?
No, I do not. This is the Maria Cruz that has said almost every time I speak that I'm not concentrating my efforts only what affects me, but what affects the whole city because I love this place. And I'm sorry that the previous person, the attorney, did not know who Maria Cruz was because I thought I was so famous already that I was shocked that he had to question whether I was the same Maria Cruz. Yes, the same Maria Cruz. And I had something that I wanted to say, and this last gentleman that spoke really touched me. I do think that we need to address the issue with parks. I think that based on what we know today about how the prices of homes have skyrocketed and how we're going to be getting more money than we did the last year and the year before that because of the prices, but maybe instead of going to a referendum and ask the people to pay more taxes, even though we do not know now based on 60 million how much it will be because we haven't been told. I think that you probably will be able to do it with the extra revenue that you're going to get from the new prices of the homes and the real estate. I would think that you could consider that. Comment number two, so we may have to wait a little bit, like we've waited for City Hall, like we waited for some projects that I've been waiting for a while, but it'd be worth waiting if you do not put more, what the gentleman said, a heavier load on some of the people that can not afford more taxes. And like I've said before, I'm not talking for myself. I'm sure, afford a little more. But there are people in this city that chose to live here, are retired now, living on pensions and Social Security. And sometimes we're going to force them out of here if we keep adding stuff to them. That's one comment. The other one is a concern that I had when we did the workshop about the $160 million referendum. The consultant that spoke very clearly stated that once you approve a referendum, the city has the flexibility to change what they do with the money. And that question came about because there was a long list of parks, and we wanted to make sure that everything that was on the list was going to happen. And she said, no, there's ways that you can move it around. If you spend more on one, you may not have enough for the whole list. So my question is, do we know in what order we would do this if it were to pass? Is the youth center the first priority? Because I remember some discussion about putting the larger and the smaller projects in a different scale. And will Phillips Park for sure, 100% sure will be improved? Or after we do the youth center, we do it first, if we don't have money, then the Phillips Park will be changed? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz.
Mr. Mayor, we have a member of the public with their hand raised on Zoom. I'm not sure what their name is, so I'm going to go ahead and unmute them now.
Okay, so is this the last
Yes, sir.
comment? Okay, please close the public comment.
Will do.
Good afternoon.
Hello?
Hello, can you please identify yourself?
Hi, hi, everyone. This is Carelia Martinez Carbonell, and I live on 532 Altera Avenue. I do want to comment as a preservationist. I am also the president of the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables, but this is a personal comment. As a preservationist and an advocate, with all due respect to Commissioner Menendez, and I'm on the phone, so I didn't see the presentation, but I did hear it about the old youth center, and it's sad that that whole history, we weren't as a city able to preserve more of it, and I'm hesitant to really now consider another project that's going to be, well over 60 million or 100 million. And again, I don't know if it's for a brand new youth center, but it just seems that footprint should have been preserved more than really just raising it and then building new. And that history, we don't know. We don't know that history. So I feel like moving forward, the city needs to really take a look at how we preserve our history. We lost the Coliseum. We've lost so many buildings right in that area just to make way for new development. And of course, the youth center is very important, but the stewardship of our history, I think, needs to be preserved and thought through. And this was back in the 90s when we had our ordinance. We had, basically, I think the city should have preserved some aspect of that. So again, I don't know if this is for a new youth center. I didn't hear the whole presentation, but the youth center looks good to me, and I think we can always adapt to whatever needs there is, whether it's adaptive reuse or just renovating the structure. Tearing down and building again, it should really be a non-starter at the point that we are in our environment and the issues that we're facing. So as a preservationist, I would obviously have to know more about it, but having a resolution to build a brand new youth center should really be thought through and really think about stewarding our history moving forward. So I thank you. This whole war memorial, I understand, it's a wonderful history. I think, it needs to be preserved more than it has been. There's really not much communication about it. And I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I believe those plaques no one knows where those are when the new youth center was built. I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, but please consider all that in the context of our history. So thank you, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Carbonell. Commissioner Menendez.
If I may have, I guess, Fred and your team, 3 points were mentioned in the public portion of this matter. One is, well, let's go backwards. The plaque. If I recall, somebody ran over one of the signs that we had on the fields memorializing its history, and I think that was communicated to a resident or two who had inquired it. Is that the?
Yeah, and we are getting. I think we got a replacement, and we're also working with actually working hopefully with UM to have an even better remembrance of the plaque with a bench also. We're working on that to see that. Yeah.
And at the development meeting we had with UM, they're going to donate a bench
yes,
to also memorialize the history of UM at that site. Secondly, the last question will be the question that the statement that Maria Cruz needed clarification on in terms of what the funds can be used for and what they can't be used for. But before we get there, I recall when the 90s youth center was built, and it was basically new skin on old bones to a certain extent. That's why I would say 50% of the facilities there, you can't program. If you go to the youth center, it's a series of corridors and hallways. You could have a family of 10 on one side of the youth center and a family of 10 on the other side of the youth center, and there's no connection, there's no involvement, there's no community. You have a lot of corridors, you have a lot of stairwells, you have a lot of dead space. But we have a community that's vibrant. You have young people coming into the community, and a youth center that, as your presentation showed, provides true flexibility, would basically set the stage for decades going forward, that no matter what the taste or the desires of the programs that are popular at that time, you can adapt. Unfortunately, the structure that's there now, it's very pretty. And I've had discussions with staff. Back in the day, staff itself said they're not listening to us. They're making a pretty youth center, but not a real world functional youth center. We've all been to places that are pretty, but at the end of the day, they don't function in the real world. That's the structure that's there today. So could you please respond, or Diane, respond to the issue of what can you do with those monies and what can you not do with those monies?
Sure. So when bonds are issued, as part of the bond documentation, it states clearly what is going to be done with those funds. In this particular case, if it's the youth center and Phillips Park, that is exactly what will be done. Should something come up, for example, you cannot do a certain portion of it because some kind of, who knows, there's either one, the money runs out because there's escalations and there wasn't enough funding, or something in the land that says you can't build there, something like that. Obviously, if you can't do it, you cannot do it. But that doesn't mean you can take that money and use it for something else. Typically, if there's no other purpose identified in the bond or no other room to do something else with it, it is then used to pay down the debt. It's not used for something completely different. Should you have the master plan with, the full 160 and maybe one particular piece that was listed cannot be done, or you decide, or the commission decides to change it to something else, that information would have to come back to the commission. It would have to be discussed at the commission level. And if there's a project, a like project that was considered as part of the overall master plan, then it could be reallocated to that other like project. It cannot just be taken for something completely different or something that wasn't considered as part of the master plan. And if nothing else is there, then you use it to pay down the debt.
And the youth center that's there today, the structure that's there today, if I'm not mistaken, that was a loan, Sunshine, I believe. Fred, you might recall a little bit better.
It was a Sunshine State loan.
So
Mike came in right at the end, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We borrowed the money for that.
Yes, the city borrowed the money for that.
And that loan has sunset?
Yeah, I think so, 'cause it was 1990, we took it out, we opened the building in February of 97. So I think it has.
Yeah, I would think that. I can double check that,
Can
but
we
yes, I'm
double-check
sure
on
that
that?
that one has
I
been.
had understood
paid
that
off.
it had been.
Yeah, I'm almost
I'm just
positive.
saying, can you imagine knocking down a building that we're still paying debt on to build another building on
I
top?
don't
mean,
think-
that would, to me,
yeah.
that would be.
I don't think we are. I understood that it was paid off.
My understanding was it was paid off as well.
Just-
In fact, I think the state closed down that program that it had back in the
So
day.
it's not a state program, it's a Sunshine State Government
right.
Financing Commission, which is an organization that facilitates lending to local governments in the state of Florida. I can double check really quickly to see if
Yeah.
there's anything outstanding on that one. I don't believe that there is.
Yeah, I don't, it's
But
been a
I can
while.
check that.
The final answer was in terms of Phillips versus the youth center.
Yes.
There's only two projects in this proposal, and Phillips Park is a smaller scale and would be quicker to start based on what's needed. So I would think you'd probably get Phillips done before.
And that way, when you go to the youth center and do the work there, you can move programming to the
Well,
to
that would be,
Phillips Park.
yes, that would be a
Ideal.
great use, sure.
Because back in the day, we moved programming to the Biltmore,
Yes,
but that annex building of the Biltmore is now office space.
Yeah, the conference center,
So
yeah.
it's limited. So Phillips Park would be the logical choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred, I appreciate that. So fellow commissioners, are there any other comments or discussion items in regards to this?
I have a couple of initial thoughts. I think for me, it'd be a completely different conversation if we were talking about taking on the bond before a referendum. In my mind, I keep on leaning towards setting aside some of my concerns about a general obligation bond because we're talking about referendum. We're forced upon us frequently is the task of getting up here and making difficult decisions and trying to figure out what the residents really want, because that's what we're elected to carry out. We have to listen to testimony like this gentleman here saying that he's spoken to 21 houses or he hasn't gone to all 21 houses, I can't remember what he said, and try to gauge how that represents the residents. Here, on the other hand, there's really no need to speculate. I mean, what we're voting on, or what's being proposed here, is to ask the residents how they feel about it. In a perfect world, we could run a referendum on every decision we made up here, and our job wouldn't be that difficult. I also think it's a little dangerous to say that we can't count on the vote if the vote is not on a presidential year, because our own elections aren't. So, I mean, where do you stop? Where do you draw the line there? I mean, are our commissioners not validly elected because they don't go up for vote on presidential years? And in fact, I think this one would go up with the primaries, which would probably have a way larger turnout than our own commission races. I also think that taxation is something that I'm also opposed to in raising taxes. But really, the problem with taxes for me is taxation without representation. Here, we're asking the people if they would like to voluntarily take on a added assessment to their tax roll. With all that being said, and by the way, on a side note, one important consideration here is that this will not affect our bond rating or affect our credit worthiness in any way, shape, or form. It'd be a direct assessment for these particular measures and improvements. With that being said, I'm glad to see that the proposal was reduced now to Phillips Park and the youth center. I think I would almost like to see it focus solely on the youth center, but I believe there's reasons for coupling them both. Is the reasons, and I'll ask Fred, is the reason for coupling these two that, and I think Commissioner Menendez may have alluded to it, that Phillips would serve or as a temporary replacement for youth center, or is it just because Phillips been on the to-do list for a long time?
I also think the way we want to construct it, it serves as a satellite for the youth center, and it eases some of the use, especially in a high-density area. So I think it's an important facility. It's probably our second biggest one. So if you're looking at hitting the big ones, those are the two.
Right. And I'll wait to hear from the rest of my commissioners. Right now, I'm kind of torn between, really between the fact that I think that if our decision we were making today was to do the bond, my vote would probably today be no. But I continue to remind myself that that's not really the vote, that the vote is really a referendum on whether we should do it or not. So that's kind of what I'm torn between here, and I'll wait to hear from some other commissioners as well as the mayor.
Thank you for your comments. Myself personally, I've stated over years, and I've voted against the garbage fees that have been passed through from the county, and I will continue to vote against those until we address the bigger issue that we have to address, which is the garbage pits. And we started addressing that with cardboard, and that was a big first step forward, and I commend staff and the city manager for doing something that many people said would get thrown out of here for doing, and for removing the piles on 57th Avenue and 37th Avenue, and look, it's been a smooth transition. But we need to still address those issues, and I will continue to vote no on those pass-throughs from the county. To me, I agree with Commissioner Forrest on the issue of taxes. I will never raise taxes. I will cut to the bone before I raise taxes. And the reason why I say that is because I remember very clearly my grandparents, when they came to this country, they didn't have a dollar to their name. My grandfather became a physician again in this country after being a doctor in Cuba. And they had such great pride when they lived on Mallorca in a tiny little home that I drive by probably 2 or 3 times a week. Even though I don't need to go through that street, I still go through that street because it reminds me of my grandmother who took care of so many of my friends and myself. And I do it kind of like subconsciously, not even thinking that I'm going down that neighborhood. And I catch myself right in front of her house, who now has a young family living in it. They could barely afford to live in that house, barely. They were retired, they lived on Social Security, and I remember their struggles. So when you talk about $100 here, $200 there, it makes a difference. It makes a big difference. And sometimes we take that for granted. I think right now we're facing unprecedented times in regards to the current economic climate in the United States. And also internationally, when you look at a war like we're facing right now. I think you're seeing inflation, the highest it's been in 40 years, and continuing to go up. You're seeing gas prices double. Thank God I have a fully electric car and solar panels on my house. But it's incredible. You see the news that people are spending $200, $300 more a month. When you include what they're spending on top of that in groceries, what they're spending on top of forthcoming FP&L hikes, which are already in the books, coming in 2023 and 2024. For people who are retired, if you had $500, $600 of leeway, that gets gobbled up really, really, really quick. When you think about increases at the pump, at the food, at the grocery store, everything has gone up. And also, they're talking about now, over the last 3 days, about proposed new federal tax hikes. That's out of our control. So everything is going up. The cost of living, proposed new tax hikes in the federal government. So at this current moment, I just can't see myself voting for any tax increase. Even though I agree with Commissioner Menendez, we need to do something. We good, Mr. Clerk? Okay. I know that we need to do something in regards to Fiddles Park, and I know that we need to do something in regards to the youth center. We all visit it frequently. I just can't, at the current moment, support a tax hike on the residents of the city. Because every time I consider that, or I struggle with that, I talk to residents in this community, and I think about a lot of the individuals, like my grandparents, who lived in the North Gables, who lived in apartments, who lived in a very small home, barely getting by, but being so proudful that they live in the city beautiful. So today I will be voting no on this issue. But that, Commissioner?
This has been one of the items I've spent most time thinking about which way to look at, because I love our parks and I know how important it is to the formative years of the youth in our community. I want to make sure that the next generation has wonderful parks to enjoy. And I have to thank our Parks and Recreation Department, because in addition to the facilities, it's the programming that you all provide that makes such a difference in our children's lives. It's like they're your children. I can see it in your eyes. And I've looked at the pros and I've looked at the cons. Having the youth center updated and moving forward in the future is something that we always have to keep our eyes on. Project planning does take time. So even if this referendum is approved by the voters, it's going to take time to do the project planning, to have the details in there, really, that voters, I think, deserve to see, to know what they're voting for. The cons are considerable. Timing for this is not good for multiple reasons. In addition to the points that the mayor has brought in, the cost of construction materials right now, as we all know, is through the roof. Are we providing the right guidance for our community by saying now is the time to take this on? I don't think so. I looked at what Cutler Bay did, and 17.5% of the individuals came out and voted. 3,340 residents decided for the rest of the community that they were going to pay a tax increase. I'm not willing to vote for a tax increase for our community. Not at this time. Not ever. We have an affluent community where we've had the increase not only of the existing values in homes, and I'll just pause there for a moment, because Save Our Homes, even if the values decline, the people that are on limited incomes won't see the decline, because it's going up 3% every year. So they're going to be paying increased taxes even if property values go down. And those are the people that are on limited incomes that are going to be impacted the most. I came from a rather conservative set of parents that lived through the Depression and valued every single penny that they had, and lived through some very difficult times when there wasn't food on the table with 8 children in a family. You didn't get your fair share fast enough. And some of them were football players. So they ate a lot. You lost out. We've talked about inflation. We haven't completed the payment yet on the Renaissance projects. We have to keep that in mind as well. We have lots of other priorities, including electrification. But I want to make a note, too, that we have to still deal with the septic to sewer changeover. and the connection issue for those people on limited incomes. And I'll pause there and note for you that the connection issue has been dealt with other cities where grant programs had to be put in place to help out those that are on limited incomes to be able to pay for that connection. And not only is that expense going to be entailed, but they're going to be paying for additional fees for treatment of the sewage that they weren't dealing with in the past. So we need to look to support those members of our community that are going to have difficulties in paying those types of costs. The traffic calming, the sidewalks, the streetscape projects right down the block here on Biltmore Way have been waiting for decades to happen, as well as a septic sewer that's going to be a heavy lift. I'm not willing to have 17.5% of the community decide for the rest that they're going to have to pay more. So as a steward of the city's finances and looking out for the other members of our community, I unfortunately have to vote no on this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
Okay, so I'm interpreting all of your comments as applying not only to the proposal by Commissioner Menendez that limits it, but also to obviously the broader, because they're both on the agenda today. Yes. So for what it's worth. A few comments. One is, I don't necessarily agree with some of the comments about the taxation component to this, and, the gentleman that spoke was very respectful, and I appreciate that. I think the tone of your comments was very appropriate, even though you were touching on, topics that are difficult and that people can have disagreement on. So I appreciate your comments. I don't agree with sort of the implication that this is somehow part of like some socialist agenda creep. I get the point, but I don't agree here. You invoked the American Revolution. American Revolution wasn't just about taxation. It was actually about taxation without representation. And here there is representation, and I couldn't think of something more representative than a referendum item. And I appreciate the comments by Commissioner Anderson, but I don't necessarily agree that just because a certain percentage of the population only votes in a referendum, when you make a decision not to vote, you make that decision. So 100% of the community will have an opportunity to vote. This community has varying degrees of participation. There will be more participation in a November ballot. That's why we wanted it on a November ballot, because you get more participation than you do in our elections, which occur in April. So that's such a general proposition. Here's my issue right now. I have a couple of issues, and we're not all on the same page on this topic for sure, because it's a very involved topic, and that can complicate things. For me, the youth center is not my number one priority on the list of priorities in the Parks Master Plan. Obviously, very important to our park system. It's critical, tremendous service. I agree with everything Commissioner Menendez said about it. But just from a perspective of allocating significant dollars, my thing coming in here, and I've pushed and fought to improve our park system as much as I can within the confines of our budget, obviously, has been to try to elevate the rest of our park system around the youth center. And so if I were going to split up the things that are in the $160 million original master plan concept, I would almost take the youth center out before I made it the only thing that's included. So we have a little bit of a difference of opinion there. But again, I think we're all coming from the same place. It's just a matter of how you prioritize these things. My bigger concern is what we just experienced or are currently experiencing with the mobility hub. And I have real concerns about even the numbers that we're using, not because there hasn't been a good faith effort to come up with reasonable numbers, but because numbers are changing drastically right now. And so I mean, we just voted on a mobility hub not too long ago at a number that is significantly less than what we believe it will now cost, a couple months later. And to tell the voters, prove a referendum for 60 million and we can do all these things, I have concerns about whether we can do all those things, whether we can knock down and rebuild an entire youth center and do everything that has to happen at Phillips Park. With the uncertainty that we have right now in the construction industry, the cost of labor, et cetera. So from a timing perspective, this is unfortunate. So that's where I'm having challenges. I would be willing to Commissioner Ford's comments. I'm of the mindset that I'm not imposing a tax. I'm not voting to impose a tax. I'm voting to allow the residents vote on a referendum. And I'm comfortable doing that. But I have to be comfortable with what I am proposing on the referendum and the ability of the city to then deliver on what residents are approving in that referendum. And I have full faith in our staff to deliver, but there's just a lot of uncertainty in terms of the cost right now that to me is really troubling, and makes me a little uncomfortable right now. And here's my other problem. If I'm being honest, we're rushing a little bit, and we're rushing because of the goal of getting it on the November ballot. And I appreciate that. And at the outset of the process, I was on board with that approach, so I own that. But where we are today in March, and the timeline keeps getting shorter, and we still have a lot of questions about how to prioritize these things and what number to go out with, I'm just not comfortable right now. So I can tell you with certainty, I don't respectfully love the idea of just breaking off the youth center in Phillips Park. I would be comfortable with going forward with a referendum on parks, but I'm not comfortable with the current plan as proposed, and so I'm happy to keep working on it. I don't know that we can meet the November deadline, and I appreciate that, I get it. But I'm not, to be very clear, I'm not advocating, tossing the plan in the garbage and not continuing this discussion. I'm absolutely on board with that. But I just think we need to flesh out in today's construction industry and with maybe wait a few months, see what things look like, and do this at the right time. That makes sense. And with a little more clarity. I don't want to say more clarity because we hired a consultant, we did a master plan. I'm not, but we need to give people more certainty that we can deliver, because I won't be part of a referendum where we say we're going to do 10 things and we only get to 7 or 8 of them, because you're going to get people voting for things because, maybe they only care about the park on the corner of their house. They don't really care about, the park across town, but they're supporting it for that reason. So, that's a long-winded way of me saying, right now, I'm not willing to support either of the items as drafted. I would be willing to support a referendum item that prioritizes Phillips Park, Salvador Park. Well, Salvador Park already did a lot, but there's some more that needs to be done, obviously. Kerdike and not Riviera. What do we? JC. Thank you. And JC Park. To me, those 4 parks, if they could be elevated to a higher level of quality and service, and we've done a lot of good things within each park already, but really kind of step it up and take them to the next level. Phillips Park in particular, I do agree with having Phillips Park for sure. I think we could do that and really elevate the entire park system. I think the youth center is not as bad as some make it out to be in terms of what it lacks. I know it could be, obviously, if you built a new one today, it would, be by today's standards and be excellent and be different. But I think it also does a lot of great things, and it serves a lot of needs for the community, and it's fantastic in a lot of ways, and Parks does a great job with it. So that's where I am. So I'm personally a no vote today, but it's not lip service when I'm saying that I want to continue meeting with Parks and keep working towards the eventual goal of how to approach this and supporting a referendum item. I am supportive of going out with a referendum, just not with how it's set forth on the agenda today at the costs and in the economic conditions that we are in today. That's where I am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Menendez, how would you like to move forward as a sponsor of the item?
I just have one question, then I'll make my statement. For the Vice Mayor, if not the November, let's say everything fell into place where, for example, you were comfortable and others were comfortable. If not the November ballot, when do you foresee it being realistically being able to come before the voters? Because I know we have local elections in April of 2023, which adds yet another layer of intrigue into the process. So you're saying perhaps November of fall next year, presidential election? I mean, not presidential, 2 years. But so November 22. I'm just trying to get a sense as in terms of time frame, whatever's, to understand what you are comfortable with and perhaps the others are. Because my biggest concern is that, and I understand and I respect everybody's thoughts and comments, and I agree with many of the things that were said. But like everything else, I just don't want it to be pushed into the abyss,
Agreed.
never to come back. So I'm asking for some guidance.
So to be able to answer that question, one of the questions that I had, Fred, is the dollar figures you're using, and I think I've asked you this before, but remind me, the dollar figures that you're using for, let's say, the youth center, when were those estimates made?
Well, those estimates, we started the process 2 years ago, but we did have in the plan, there were certain percentages for escalation. So for instance, when we look at the monies that we have today, those, they take into account some raising of prices, because we know that there's an escalation, and it's probably about 20% is what we were looking at.
But I mean, how does, using the experience with the mobility hub as an example, as a recent example, I assume that had in it as well some consideration of some wiggle room in terms of increased costs, but yet, the market has far surpassed any such estimates.
Well, Mr. Manager, Vice Mayor, usually in construction, we have like a 5 or a
Right.
10% contingency. I mean, we're blown out of the water now. We're talking about some projects are 50%,
Right.
This is way
60%.
beyond inflation right now.
Yeah.
Way beyond inflation.
Way beyond.
Yeah. There's price gouging, there's everything.
There's everything.
everything.
It's a mix. It's a mix of inflation, price gouging, a litany of different things. Like you mentioned before, something I didn't expect you to catch on, but you caught on to something very interesting, which we're seeing on a daily basis. It's no longer products or the product chain or deliverables. Now it's labor. Labor is holding projects hostage because there's so much work on the street that people are not giving you enough employees to actually finish work, so projects are taking longer as a result of. You may have the products, but you don't have the labor.
So I understand you accounted for some escalation, but my question remains, the actual number you're using, what's the total number for the youth center?
It was 42 million is what the number was.
And when was it 42
It
million?
was 2 years ago, most likely.
Right.
Yeah. So that was the estimate with 42, whereas, Phillips, we were looking at closer to 8. So when it's 50.
And who prepared, so you're saying you're adding an extra 10?
Yeah, that's the escalation.
Gotcha.
We're trying to.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And who prepared the original estimate? That was the consultant
That was
did the
consultant.
master plan?
That was ICOM, yes.
Yeah, I think, look, I'm trying to get to answering your question the best I can.
I know it's not easy,
because
trust
it is a
me.
moving target.
Yeah, it is.
I can only answer for myself, which is I want to meet with parks staff and work through other ways that we might be able to prioritize projects. And you know, I think we have to be prepared to get more detail and get more specificity, and then decide what ballot you go for. You know what I mean? Is the short answer.
That's fair.
I would say no later than that November.
Yeah, no
election.
later. Because
But
even
do
if
you
it- yeah.
consider one of the interim Coral Gables elections? That's an open question.
I'm open to
Right.
it. Only because I think, as staff explained to me, even if it passes the referendum, there's planning, a whole bunch of planning goes involved, so you're not even breaking ground for 2 years?
Yeah, you can't start construction, you still have to go through the whole process. And our city process is an established process where we go out for public input a couple of times. We make sure that, we have a designer in place, so it takes some time.
So every year that goes by, the 10-year-old today will be shaving by the time we have a new youth center. And that's my concern. Like, we're missing a generation of kids today that that can enjoy, facilities that they deserve. So that's my concern, is like everything else in the political arena, if you don't manage it, it sort of gets away and you never see it again. So that's my concern. And to answer the question, why the youth center? Well, the Parks Advisory Board, they recommended actually the youth center. And when I spoke to folks in the community, amazing people, a lot of prominent people, they were concerned about the bigger picture, the bigger master plan, but they said, but we're okay with the youth center. It kept on coming back. So as a recurring theme, I thought, well, let's have it. But we've had a healthy discussion, and that's what the Coral Gables is about, and I respect and admire and appreciate everyone's comments. And you all know where my heart is, but my heart still be here whenever it's time to get this done. So what I'm going to do, Mayor, is defer the item to no time certain to address the questions that were raised during the discussion, if that's fine.
Commissioner, you are the consummate gentleman, and I commend you for that.
Thank you.
The sponsor has spoken, and we move forward, and we'll have staff
We'll keep working.
speak with the commissioners that have additional questions, and I look forward to having it back on the commission.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you to staff for doing a wonderful job. You guys deserve all the credit, and working with Commissioner Menendez. This is not the last time we'll hear of this, and I look forward to hearing it again. Okay. It is 2:00. I know we have a time certain 1:00. Would my colleagues like to take a 15-minute break just to have something to eat and be right back? Is that okay? I know people have been waiting.
15 minutes.
I'd like to have a clear head when we talk about the next issue. Thank you. 15 minutes, so we'll be back at 2:20.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's only a matter of time before I know.
break so we can test it. Pablo, whenever you're ready. Can we have him say something and just to test it?
Do you want, are you talking to me?
Pablo, are you connected on Skype? Wanna go up there and call him? I know, I paused the Zoom recording. That's fine.
Recording stopped.
So they are on the. And I hear you. Come around. But how would I see them on Zoom? Yeah, I know. It's on purpose. All right, thanks.
Billy, can you hear me? Billy, can you hear me? In the chamber. Feedback. Mario, can you hear me?
Hey, Michael. Michael, can you hear me?
Mario.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, there. Okay, I'm going up, but I can hear you.
Mario, can you hear me? I'm talking to you.
Yes, I can hear you.
That's it.
Test, test.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Apaga todos los micrófonos excepto We're testing the audio. Testing the audio.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Amadio, bring the chamber up a little more, please. There you go. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you perfect.
Okay. So right now there's a lot of noise here in the chamber. So eventually when we have the meeting, it's going to be very quiet. So Amadio, you're going to have to bring that sound at the in the chamber a lot higher.
No, pero no, yo no estoy en tránsito, papi. El problema es que si
Jolie, hello.
que lo pase.
Silvia or Silva? Miss Silva, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you well. Yeah, you're going to have to speak very loud when it's your turn to speak, okay? But for now, we're good. So this is the communicate. Whatever they say in the chamber, you're going to be able to hear it. And then when you speak, the chamber is going to be able to hear what you're saying.
All right.
Dude, for real. But these chairs were super, like, Pat Keon got these chairs. Super expensive. All right.
My wife was the last person in America to find out. At 2 p.m. she called me like, oh my God.
Recording in progress.
Literally. Pretty sure she was the last person in America.
Good. Welcome back. Now we'll take on time certain item 1 p.m. agenda item F7 and F8. Madam City Attorney, will you read them into the record?
F7 is an ordinance of the City Commission granting approval of a planned area development pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14 Process, Section 14206, General Procedures for Planned Area Development for a multifamily project referred to as 301 through 341 Madera on the property legally described as lots 4 through 24, Block 1 of revised plat of the City of Coral Gables, Section K. Coral Gables, including required conditions, providing for repeal of provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. FA is a site plan approval that is not for consideration at this time. This is a public hearing item. Mr. Clerk, can you swear everybody in that's going to be testifying today?
All those who are planning on testifying on this item, please raise your right hand. Stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Madam City Attorney, we do have one person who will be speaking, and it's on Zoom, but it's only via telephone. We're not able to see them.
They can speak, but it will not be considered testimony as we can't swear them in.
Thank you.
And before we commence, I'd like to announce that I'll be recusing myself from this item for the reasons that my mother serves on the as a president of the homeowner association of the building directly across the street. Her and other folks who live there who I know personally have strong views about this particular project, and therefore, after being advised by the city attorney, I should recuse myself based on a conflict of interest or a inability or perceived inability to fairly and impartially make a decision on this matter. So I'll step out, and please remember to call me in when one of the matters is involved.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Force.
Can I go with him?
We've, I remember that happened with us with Vice Mayor Mena. Mr. Trias, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. May I have the PowerPoint, please? 301 Madeira has two requests: PAD, planned area development, and also a conditional use site plan. The location is right north of Madeira, Salcedo towards the east, and to the north is the city limits. So north of the project is unincorporated county, and in yellow you see the whole parcel, and you can see it here in the plat. The red line is the unincorporated area of the county. The land use and the zoning is not being changed, but the project is taking advantage of the infill regulations in the overlay. So there are two requests. The first request, the PAD, and the PAD requires public benefit, and the architect is going to be able to explain this in more detail. But in this sketch, you can see a park by Salcedo, and the high-quality sidewalks at the landscape areas and the ground level, which I think are part of the public benefits. And again, the applicant will be able to go into more detail over this. The PAD requires 1 acre. This is 1.43 acres. The FAR is 2.5. And the rest of the information on the site plan is right here. The second request is a conditional use site plan, which requires design that takes advantage of all those public benefits. The ground level is a streetscape live work units. The corner is the lobby. And there are 135 units and 227 parking spaces. And as you can see, the massing of the project has been broken into the different elements required by the Med Bonus program. The review timeline, Board of Architects in December, neighborhood meeting in January, planning and zoning in February, and the first reading is today for the City Commission. Letters were sent to property owners within 1,000 feet as required by code, including outside of the city limits. There were 3 letters that were sent. The property was posted twice. The website posting happened 3 times, and the newspaper advertisement for planning and zoning happened once. The project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and staff recommends approval with conditions. And there's some updated conditions that the applicant will explain in the presentation. Minor things, but I think significant. And the application complies with the requirements of the code. Some of the conditions deal with the streetscape enhancements, construction staging, undergrounding of utilities, and traffic monitoring for 3 years. Planning and zoning recommended that maybe there should be a regulation that has a maximum width of buildings at 300 feet. That was just an idea that they suggested, so we included that for you to think about, but it's not part of this request. I believe the applicant has a presentation.
Before you sort of hand the baton off.
Yes.
Can you explain, specifically for the benefit of the public, a little more precisely what the residential infill regulations are when they were passed as part of the Ponce overlay, et cetera?
Yes, thank you. As far as the Ponce overlay, in that area north of in the North Ponce area of the city, the infill regulations allow for 100 units per acre, 100 feet of height, as long as certain public benefits are achieved in terms of the public spaces and the design of the sidewalks. So,
just to dovetail off the Vice Mayor's comments, can you also provide what year that was approved? 2017, I think.
About 5 years ago, if I don't remember exactly the year.
Who was the only elected official who's currently serving on the commission that voted on that?
And who voted against it, I believe.
No, who had to make a vote on this commission right now?
I think it was.
I'm trying to give some cover to my guys up here.
I think it was you, Mayor. I think.
And what was my vote on that?
I recall that it was no. And furthermore, I want to say that the staff recommendation was less density, was 75 units per acre.
Thank you. I just want to put it on the record. When this was proposed before the commission, it was proposed to go from 50 units to 75 units an acre. A commissioner who's no longer on the dais asked on the dais to increase it to 100 units an acre. And that was approved, and that's what you're currently facing right now in regards to the zoning code. So I wanted to put that on the record because we have to be very careful and be very clear so people understand, especially people who don't face the zoning code every single day, that they understand the history and the trajectory of how we got to where we are today.
What I don't recall is where the residential infill regulation, was it baked into the Ponce overlay, or was that a separate, did it travel separately, or was it part of this?
It was done at the same time, but it was separate areas. The area around Ponce was the mixed-use overlay,
right,
which allows different things. And the infill overlay was meant to enhance the development in the MF2, the residential zoning, because Ponce de Leon is commercial.
And I'm going to bring up that legislation later when we have further discussion after the applicant presents.
And the last thing is that the recommendation of planning and zoning was to add the 300 feet maximum. That's only for you, for information and discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Trias.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Mr. Garcia Serra.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. My name is Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue. Here today representing the applicant, Urban 301 Madeira. That's also the property owner. I'm joined today by Mr. Jonathan Shredney and Jack Asut, both principals of Urban 301 Madeira. And the Asuts and the Shredneys in partnership have been longtime developers and owners of multifamily properties, including several in Coral Gables. This for them is a long-term investment and something which they plan on having as a sort of legacy for both of their families. I think what we have to ask ourselves today is what context are we here in today? The applicant certainly is here to propose a project pursuant to your zoning regulations and to get it approved. The city, I think, and the City Commission is here in the context of what is best and for the long-term future of the city and implementing a plan that's been on the books in the city already for some time. The implementation of this planning effort actually started in 2002 with several North Pond studies that ultimately culminated in the adoption of the residential infill regulations that we're talking about today. And that effort was meant to address the challenge of making sure that the quality of housing in the North Ponds area be a high quality. It is no secret that many of the buildings in the North Ponds area are in a slow decline. For 50 to 70 years, they served their purpose, but now it is very hard to economically justify their improvement and maintenance. In order to incentivize new quality housing, the City Commission, after about 15 years of study, adopted the residential infill regulations. And if you go to those residential infill regulations, I've excerpted there on the screen the purpose and intent of the ordinance, and you'll see that there is much mention of encouraging greater housing opportunities, promoting and encouraging pedestrian activity, encouraging compatible and engaging streetscape. All of this is part of a long-term, very significant, very important planning effort for the city of Coral Gables. Now, how are the residential infill regulations intended to work? Well, they provide incentives. They provide incentives, but only to a certain extent. Within the existing building envelope that is permitted by the underlying and pre-existing zoning, which is MF2, you have to work within that building envelope of a 2.5 FAR and pretty much the same height. Under MF2, you're permitted a height of 97 feet. Under the residential infill regulations, you're permitted a height of 100 feet, so 3 feet more. The big change in incentive is what was just alluded to right now by the mayor, and that there is a significant increase in density. Typically, under the MF2, you're permitted 50 units per acre. Here, under the residential infill regulations, you're permitted 100 units to the acre. That indeed is the primary incentive to try to encourage redevelopment of new housing inventory in the North Ponds area. These code regulations are already in the books. We did not invent them or propose them. We are just asking for approval to utilize them as permitted and encouraged by your city code. Here is the project site. It's about 1.4 acres on the north side of Madeira, on the extreme northern boundary of the city. A portion of the unincorporated neighborhood of Little Gables is to the north. We're requesting, as Ramon mentioned, RIR and PAD approval. And both of those require that we provide some sort of public benefit as part of the project. Robert Behar, our project architect, will go into more detail, but that public benefit can basically be found entirely on the ground floor of the project, and it consists of a 5,200 square foot park, widened sidewalk and landscape pedestrian area, a walk-up townhome type units to activate the street, and the same streetscape improvements that are being requested of us on our side of the street, we have agreed to install also on the south side of the 300 block of Madeira. We've also agreed to make monetary contributions to further North Pond streetscape improvements, as well as to implement traffic calming improvements. Since the Planning and Zoning Board, we have made some revisions to the plans. The apartment unit count was reduced from 143 to 135. The public park was increased in size by about 1,000 square feet. Parking was increased by about 15 spaces. and the length of the building was slightly reduced also. All of this in an attempt, of course, to try to address objections that we've heard of from the neighbors. Today, we're willing to go further, and we're willing to proffer additional conditions of approval regarding creation of a residential parking zone along the 300 block of Madeira so that there isn't overflow or encroachment of parking from outside the neighborhood on the street. Designated visitor parking, the city code does not require it right now, but we're willing to provide 10 designated visitor parking spaces on the ground floor to address concerns of where visitors will be parking. And as well as with the traffic and pedestrian improvements, things such as crosswalks and speed tables and so forth, we're willing to incorporate. With that said, I'll now defer to Robert so that he can present the project to you.
Thank you, Mario. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, for the record, Robert Behar, office is at 4533 Ponce de Leon, Behar Fund and Partners. I want to start just to put you in context where this project sits in relationship to the area. And here's one example looking southeast where the property to the north, which is Miami-Dade County, is currently zoned multifamily, allows currently up to 40 feet, but potentially could be rezoned for higher density. To our south, you have multiple projects, Sophia, a couple projects on Ponce that you see the scale of the project, which is very similar. Obviously, today the projects, the density is taking advantage of the density of the infill regulation. Again, here is on the south of us is Via Sofia, which is to the top of the building. Top of the roof is about 75 feet. I originally had made a mistake. When we put the drone, it gave us a wrong information. We went back to confirm. It is 75 feet. Our top of roof is 100. So we're not too far. That project was probably developed, I would say, 15 years ago, maybe more, when the regulation was not in place. If not, I'm sure the developer would have taken the same opportunity today. This is our ground floor, and I'm going to go through the whole project to show you the attempt that we have made and what we're trying to do to be more in compliance with what we think is the appropriateness of the site. The buildings, the drawings to the buildings to the bottom are the buildings, the 4 buildings that really are budding our project. The Via Isabel, I'm sorry, which is right in front. We're fronting them with live-work units, and I'm going to show you that now. To the right, we have the entry we located the lobby entry to the building, and to the right of that, you see the green area, which I will go. That's the part that we're incorporating. I want to show you because one of the changes that Mario made since the plan zoning, you see the red outline, dotted line. Originally, that was the building, the length of the building. We cut it back to increase that park area from 4,000 to about almost 5,300 square feet. What we intend to do in that park, and I'm going to show you the illustration shortly, is that there is a big tropical almond tree there that we're going to do everything possible to relocate that tree to the park. It is a significant tree, and we want to locate it to the park, and I'll show you the renderings because we think that's going to be something that to keep for the neighbors. You can see on my ground floor that you have the work-live units that are fronting Madeira, and what we've done is created some pocket green areas to make it, more green spaces along the street. What we also done is we have located 4 units that have stoops that come up to 5 feet from the sidewalk. The actual units is set back 10 feet, but we want to activate the street frontage. And we have a couple of them that front the park. The only vehicular access you have here is the entrances to the garage. We have 2. One is done dedicated to the service. We want to internalize all the service. We don't want the trash or anything else to happen on the outside of the property. So we located everything internalized. That's the park. Again, we have an area of approximately 5,200 square feet. But what's unique about this, or what's important, is that the closest park that we have is about 1/3 of the mile in both directions. So this is going to be a great opportunity to have a park within this area. And that's why this illustration is there. On the second and third floor, 100% of the garage from the street, both Sausalito and Madera, is completely concealed. You don't see any parking, everything, every square foot of that facade has a habitable liner unit on it. When we get up to the fourth floor, we locate the pool deck approximately at the end of the building, which is going to be about 35 feet from the ground floor, which is very comparable to the buildings to our west. We step the building back, and we start with the unit, fourth floor, that's amenity. Then we have 5, 6, 7, and 8, which are pretty much typical floors. On the ninth floor, we went back after listening to some of the neighbors, and that's how we reduced some of the units also. We stepped the building back in the center to break up that facade. And I'm gonna show you in the renderings how that facade is not only broken horizontally, but vertically as well. This is the park that we're creating. We're leaving it right now almost like a blank canvas so we could sit with staff in the park department so we could work on it. The only thing that we have done short here is in the back that we show the big mature tree, the almond sitting in the back. But this is an aerial view of that green space, so you can see that it's a significant space, green area for the community. And I'm gonna start showing you the rendering, and you can see the articulation and how we're breaking up the massing both horizontally and vertically. And you can see it there, you can see in the middle, the attempt to break it. One of the conditions that we're gonna be asking for in the PAD is the location of the stoops that you see there, which is 5 foot 4 inches from the property line. And in the middle of the portion, we have those balconies that have that columns and frame. We would be allowed to do, and I'm gonna show you an example in the following. You got some projects, some buildings that have the floating slab that is permitted. For us, I thought it was important to be able to articulate it and do it in a fashion, a manner that have more of a diversity and break, so it's not all little slab floating. So those are the two conditions, the stoops and the PD, the stoops and those areas. There's only balcony, just with a frame. As you come further down west on Madera, you see that the whole garage is lined with unit. You see where the pool deck is done, which is only like 3 stories. The walk-ups of Madera, the units, because again, the be able to activate the street, it was very important to us. This is some landscape plans. I have our.
Sorry to interrupt you, I apologize. Can you go to the previous slide? Can you remember, what slide number is that? R15?
R1.5.
Okay, perfect. I want to come back to that slide after.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our landscape architect is here. If there's any question, I'm gonna leave that to them. Again, we feel this is a very compatible project. We have done work with the neighbors, and we're willing to continue with the neighbors. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, be more than happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Behar. I appreciate it.
I'll just wrap up, Mr. Mayor, and then we can open it up. Coral Gables is a great city, but remember, it was planned and is a city. It isn't a hamlet or a village or a town. This site is in the apartment district of that great city. And after considerable effort and study, the City Commission adopted the residential infill regulations to ensure that the city will have a high-quality and vibrant apartment district. This project will be a significant step in fulfilling that goal, and we ask you to follow your staff recommendation and the approval of the Board of Architects and the unanimous recommendation of approval of the Planning and Zoning Board and a vote to approve this project. Sound planning decisions are not easy sometimes, but that is what we need today. A sound planning decision backed by the code and over 15 years of work. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Our whole project team is here, available for any questions you might have, and we'll reserve a little time for a rebuttal if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia-Serra. Unless you have any comments, I'd like to open up to the public. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir. So the
How many comments? How many individuals do we have?
About 7 or 8, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect.
So the first speaker should be logging in, cable TV should be putting them through. It's Miss Sylvia, I believe is the name.
Yes, hello.
Sylvia, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Our son is right there. I understood from at the beginning of this meeting that our comments will not be taken as testimony since you cannot see me and swear me. But our son, Raul Perez, is right there and he will be able to say our comments to you.
Okay.
All right. So
Okay.
in
Mr.
that
Perez?
case, Mr. Raul Perez.
How are you, sir? Welcome to the city. The floor is yours.
Hello. Hello.
Your name and your address?
Sure. My name is Raul Perez. I represent, I'm here on behalf of my father, Raul Perez, as well, and his wife, Sylvia Quino. They reside in 344 Madeira, apartment 404. Their comment is, we're not here today to oppose the construction of the building, nor the progress of the city. We're here to bring to the attention of this commission that the proposed building 301 and 341 Madeira Avenue is an MF2 zone, which allows 50 units per acre. It was awarded 3 incentives that allowed the developer to build 100 units per acre instead, and to increase the height of the MF2 building from 70 feet to 97 feet. Given the proportion of this lot, which is approximately 560 feet per 120 feet depth, the dimension of the topography of the property makes this building into a screen wall. Excuse me. and exponentially increase the demographic density of the area. If approved, this building will set a bad precedent in regards to the neighborhood and zoning that will be detrimental of the well-being of the residents and citizens of Coral Gables. The code was first created to protect the well-being of these residents, and the building proposed is detrimental to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Julio Gabriel.
Mr. Gabriel had to leave early, unfortunately, but he was here in support of the project.
Terrence McKinney. McKinley.
Mr. McKinley, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. Terrence McKinley, 600 Biltmore Way, Unit 901. I am a native of the city of Coral Gables and obviously have lived here a very long time, or at least in the city of Coral Gables and surrounding areas. I'm currently a property owner in the city, and I keep track of development projects that go on in my hometown. So I'm here to speak on behalf of this Madeira Avenue project. At one time in my life, I lived on Madeira, directly across the street to the east from this development. So I'm somewhat familiar with the neighborhood. I have reviewed the plans for this development project and have recently visited and inspected the neighborhood. In my opinion, this project is very well planned and conditioned on the use of and compliance with the RIR, and the conditions for approval. Again, in my opinion, I think this project represents a significant improvement to the neighborhood, and in fact has financial benefit to the city of Coral Gables. With that, I would encourage commission approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. Mr. Clerk, before we call the next person, I'd like to have Vice Mayor clear the record because I made an error, and I'd like for him to clear it.
No, I pulled the, I think it was my first, I believe.
It's my first one this hour.
I believe my first meeting as a commissioner. actually, was voting on the residential infill regulation. And I was the second no vote, actually. So just
My bad. We were the only 2 no votes on that, so I apologize for that. Thank you for clarifying that.
Ms. Alicia Fernandez.
Ms. Fernandez, nice to see you.
Hi, nice to see you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alicia Fernandez. I have been a resident of the city of Coral Gables 59 years, since 1963. I live at 6000 Granada Boulevard. I am here in support of the Madeira project. I am familiar with the site. I went to see the neighborhood to see what was there and what was going to take place at the Madeira site. This new project fits perfect for the area, and it is in keeping with the vision of the City Commission neighborhood, plus a new park at the corner of Salcedo, which is very nice green space. One advantage for the city is the income from property taxes. This is an excellent project for most young professionals who want to live and work in the area. Parking for the project will not be a problem. The project will have enough parking for its residents. There will not be a need for residents parking in the street. I remember some years ago when the commission wanted to see the growth in the North Gables area, and for this and many other reasons, I support this project.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Jorge Sonville.
Mr. Sonville?
Emilio Mascaro.
Mr. Mascaro, how are you? Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Emilio Mascaro. I have been a Coral Gables resident for almost 62 years, and I came here to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kevin Shea.
Sir, good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I've lived in the Villa Isabella for the last 6 years, right across the street. If you have that diagram with it shows, yes, exactly, superimposed on that is our building. One thing that I find important when I look at it, this is what I see, is I see Villa Isabella superimposed, and actually, to me, it makes the other building not so big. But Villa Isabella has 29 units. That other building has 140 whatever. Huge, 350, no, that's a 500% increase. My point is, the problem this is going to cause in the congestion on that street going out to Lejeune, which is scary, because I've done it the last 6 years, 3 times a week. And I'll tell you, I don't even do it anymore. I won't drive there between 7:45 and 9:30, because the cars coming from Coral Gables, basically what they do is they come along, the speed limit's 40. When they approach Madeira, there's another light. They increase the miles per hour from 45 to 50, and it's really scary getting out. Now, you got a new building going in that's going to have a 350% increase in the amount of people that used to live on that area was only 40 units. Now it's 144. 350% increase. The area, the quiet neighborhood just cannot support it. And what's going to happen, you're going to have a lot of people, we're getting out of COVID, they're going back to work. My wife went back to work today. She works for a multinational corporation. They're all in the office now. And that traffic is going to be tough. It's really going to be congested. And also, sure, you have the young executives, whatever. You'll have families. You'll have children. You'll have mothers and fathers taking their kids to school. And there's no school that's within walking distance, because the one that was, they will not accept more people. So you got that, and I'm just concerned. I'm afraid that it's really designed for a terrible accident. And I think it's very possible. The other thing about the building is, you look at that building, it's huge. It's 9 stories, 70% of the street. It doesn't design, it's not designed for that little neighborhood. It's designed for downtown Coral Gables, Miami, somewhere around. It's just, and not only that, they have it, my understanding is 10 feet from the sidewalk. The buildings in there now, the 2-plex and 4-plexes, duplexes, they're 2 stories, 25 to 40 feet from the street. So, finally, my point is, please really consider it and not approve this for this small, quiet neighborhood. And, I was doing a search here last night, trying to understand what are the responsibilities of the commission board. You folks know. I don't know. I have no idea. But, you do a great job enforcing the codes and all that. But one of the things I saw on the Commission for Board of the County Commissions of Miami-Dade, number 12, it said, enforcing regulations are necessary for the public protection. And I'm really asking you to really consider this, that don't oppose this, don't vote for this in its form for the public protection and safety. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move forward, Mr. Clerk, I'd like to have a word with the manager, and maybe we can have Mr. Garcia Serra come up here 1 second. I want to address this gentleman's comments. He spoke about the code. The project falls within the code requirements, correct?
Correct. Falls within the code requirements as far as height, density, floor area, all those parameters. The only relief we're seeking has to do with setback for the stoops and step back for the balconies.
But you meet the setback requirements, because the gentleman brought up the fact about the setbacks.
Correct.
Voting on
The
this
face
issue
of the
based on
building.
the zoning code. And I want to be very clear, because your architect, who has probably designed more buildings than anyone in this community and understands the code, mentioned that there was 2 items that they were seeking relief for, correct?
Correct.
I want to put that on the record again. Will you clearly articulate what those two items were?
Sure. It's to permit the stoops they walk up to the townhome units on the ground floor to be set back 5'8", I believe it is, if I remember right, as opposed to the 10 that they're typically required. And then the balconies, the framing of the balconies that are around them typically require a step back from the pedestal of 10 feet, and they're step back, I believe, 3 feet 2 inches.
Mr. Trias?
Yeah, Mayor, one of the requirements of the infill regulations is to have a 10-foot grass or landscape area. So they're encroaching with the stoops, which are the steps that lead to that's, I think, the most significant.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I want to see, do we have a visual?
that shows the stoops?
As a matter of
The
fact,
rendering that the
Right there.
mayor mentioned.
That was the one I was going to mention before that I wanted to take a look.
The little
that's
pathway.
it. The actual building is 10 feet back as required by code, and we're meeting, that, and in some cases exceeding, because some of the 10 feet, but some of them go back even further. Just those 4 stoops that I don't know if.
You have a laser pen?
I do. Let me see if it works there.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work on the TV.
No, it doesn't.
There you go. No.
I can actually use the pointer, I think. Maybe not.
It's all right.
Just for the future here.
We're too technologically advanced. It doesn't work.
May it work? Oh, there you go. Can we go back to the rendering?
To 1.5.
Let's see.
And actually, you should probably look at Mr. Trias, that rendering right there. That one,
You
that's okay.
enlarge that.
Well, I mean,
Because
You need some binoculars.
it's not working.
those little stoops, there's only 4 of them that are 5'8" from the property line. The building itself is 10 feet. I don't, do we have a mouse?
So it's more like a decorative element, correct?
That's it, just to, okay, here you go. So if we go back, If you see right there, that's a stoop, and that's one. And then if you look at here, I have two more. In total, four. Those are like
the entrance to the live work units. So it's designed as part of the landscaping, but it's not grass.
So with that being said, to me personally, what's most important are the following three things. And I've said it over and over again when we talk about projects. Number one is the height within the zoning code. Mr. Trias?
Yes, the height is within there.
Are they seeking any relief in regards to the height? Are they asking for additional height?
No.
Okay. What is the allowable density, unit count, as per the code here?
It's 100 units per acre. I don't know what the max.
Are you below that, or are you?
We're below. We're allowed like 149 units.
They're 139, 35.
So you're actually building 10 less.
Or more than 10.
Excuse me?
We're building 135. We are like 147 or so, well, we are allowed by code.
Okay. And the FAR is a final issue for me. Are you building within the FAR, or
Yes,
are you
we
asking
are.
for additional bonuses on the FAR?
We are not exceeding the allowable 2.5 FAR.
Yes, and that's another one of the infill regulations, 2.5 maximum FAR.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now I have a question for the applicant. Can I have Mr. Garcia Serra come back up? The gentleman brought up the issue, now that we clarified some points on the zoning, the gentleman brought up an issue which is very important also to everyone in this commission. And we just dealt with election craft, which you're very familiar with. One of the proposals that was provided by Election Craft, which I think received rave reviews from the residential neighborhood, was traffic calming.
Correct.
Okay. This gentleman brought up the issue of excess traffic or speeding on Madeira. What is the applicant willing to proffer to ensure that we have real traffic calming for the residents that live in the neighborhood?
Right. The concern essentially is that Madeira's a speedway almost,
Yes.
shortcut to Lejeune. We don't want that either ourselves.
I mean, it doesn't benefit your building.
Exactly. As a long-term property owner.
It's an investment. It's an investment not only in the neighborhood, but it's an investment in the city.
Exactly. And so the staff condition of approval, recommended condition of approval already requires traffic calming monitoring. We're willing to go a step further and
It's a three-year monitoring of traffic.
What's the calming?
Well, yeah, what's the calling for? Besides monitoring, there has to be
It's
something
calling,
prescribed.
it's calling for the Public Works Department to evaluate the traffic.
I need
depending-
something
yeah.
else. I need something else besides that.
We certainly, I think that the applicant was ready to proffer more specifics.
Right.
Okay, so we have a project that is within the zoning code, just like Election Craft was. And they're doing something very similar in regards to Election Craft. They're relocating trees, they're proffering a park. You're seeing that this is becoming the norm now, where this commission is in support of projects that are providing green space, that are relocating trees, Commissioner Anderson, that are following the zoning code, and there are public benefits that will be given. But one of the things that really caught my eye about the Election Craft project was that they were installing actual traffic calming devices on the street. And I'm all for monitoring, like we did in Paseo for a certain amount of years, but we're done with monitoring, okay? We need to install traffic calming everywhere. And if I can get a developer to pay for it, I'm going to institute it on the floor.
And that's an appropriate condition.
I'm not asking, I'm telling. So, my colleagues, I think, will support me on that. Because it's a benefit to people living in that building, crossing the street, animals, walking your dog, children playing at that park. It slows people down, and it'll result in a potential catastrophe, in my opinion.
Anticipating that issue, based on our discussions with neighbors and so forth, I drafted a series of 4 additional conditions of approval, which I provided to staff already. The ones on traffic in particular, let me read them to you. They're at least a potential starting point, and maybe we can talk about how else we enhance them.
Okay.
Traffic improvement. Subject to Miami-Dade County and City of Coral Gables review and approval, applicant shall install speed tables or other city-recommended traffic calming improvements on the 300 block of Madeira. This roadway improvement shall be completed prior to issuance of a final certificate of occupancy and be subject to review of the city's Public Works Director.
So if you would like to have it mapped and very clearly delineated, we could work on that prior to second reading.
Yeah. Perfect. And I know the Vice Mayor probably has some comments, and so does Commissioner Menendez. I'll be brief. If it's 1, 2, or 3 tables that are required, I'm all in favor of it. Just take a page from the Aragon parking garage, which you can see beautifully, tastefully landscaped traffic calming devices, which are not too costly. And the benefits to the community and to the applicant are, it'll increase rents, to put it to you that way.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, that was precisely the example I was going to give you, which is the speed table outside of Books and Books in the parking garage there,
exactly.
which has landscaping on either end. It's a speed table, it slows people down, it has pavers, I believe, right?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
That's the type of thing I think we would want. Obviously, if there's some other thought from staff, let us know. But to me, that's what has been most effective and most aesthetically acceptable to our residents when we've installed them in other places.
Okay, so what I would request is that the applicant provide a drawing that identifies the location and the design prior to second reading.
Commissioner Menendez?
A couple of residents brought up the issue, and I've witnessed it myself, not only Madeira, but all the streets leading to Lejeune Road. Is there anything that we can do at the end of Madeira where it meets Lejeune Road to sort of better manage the flow of traffic? I don't know, right turn, thoughts. That's, some residents were saying, if they make it right turn only, drivers won't use that street necessarily to get everywhere off of Lejeune. Several residents approached me about that.
Commissioner, let me say that.
I'm sure it involves the county.
Lejeune Road is a state road.
But
Lejeune Road is state road.
the county's pushed back when we tried to do that. Other places, specifically on 57th Avenue, we tried to do that.
Yeah.
In fact, they came in and ripped out what we had put in.
Yep.
And so, if the residents support it, I'm all for the applicant trying to achieve that. But, I don't think it can be
I'm not making a requirement, but something to look into if there's support. If not, then, I'm fine with, but I just wanted to communicate what a few residents had mentioned.
We can certainly try looking into that between
Lejeune
first
Road
and
is
second reading.
one notch above. It's a state road, which is what happened on 57th Avenue.
Right.
So it's more difficult, but you can try.
Listen, we can try, and we had a battle on 57th Avenue and Bird with those neighborhoods which are residential, which is a residential single family home neighborhood. And Commissioner Mena, Vice Mayor Mena will tell you that we fought tooth and nail with the county, and they basically came out and we told them we're not removing it. And the manager will tell you they came out in the cover of darkness and removed it themselves
Right.
after they had been installed.
If I may.
Yeah, of course, please.
The only
Commissioner.
exception I've seen to that is where you have a traffic signal so close to an intersection, such as on Sevilla, where we had the light put in for the fire department. That's the exception where they allow a right-hand turn only. Now, I also have received, considerable amount of contact from the folks on the west side of Lejeune, who are impatiently waiting for their traffic calming. Are you able to proffer anything for those folks on the west side?
There was another condition of approval I had drafted that reads, within 1 year of the issuance of a temporary certificate of occupancy, applicant shall, in consultation with the city's Public Works Department, prepare a study which recommends right-of-way improvements to provide traffic calming and pedestrian safety in the immediate vicinity of the project. Said traffic calming and pedestrian safety improvements shall be completed prior to issuance of a final CO and be subject to city review, be subject to the city's Public Works Director review. So that's not just talking about Madeira, like the first condition I talked about, but looking at the greater vicinity around there, which could include west of Lejeune also, too.
Yeah.
Is there a median on Lejeune there or no?
At
I know
this stretch
some
of
parts of
Lejeune?
Lejeune have. No, right? I didn't think
Do
so.
not think so.
No, there's not.
And I was going to say, because the table, I think, on Madeira is going to work. I personally observed a lot of the traffic coming eastbound, crossing the June Road, and using Madeira to go over. So I think the speed tables are going to be very effective in that street.
It'll be very effective for, pedestrian safety as well. And being I live a bit south of there, I can know the traffic patterns of people cutting through. So we already do have traffic speed tables designated in the 400 and 500 blocks of Madeira and a few other blocks there that I think could benefit from these conditions of approval. In particular, Madeira, Zamora, and Mallorca have a tremendous amount of cut-through traffic, and I think this would go a long way towards addressing the concerns of those residents on the increased density.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr.
Mr. Garcia, Sarah, you had two other points you wanted to make? Two other opportunities?
Sure.
or investments in the neighborhood, which I think will be very beneficial, mutually beneficial for all parties?
Yes, based also on the input that we received already from the neighborhood. The other one was that regarding visitor parking, applicants shall designate a minimum of 10 parking spaces on the ground floor for use by building visitors only. And the second one is a residential parking zone. Applicants shall fund the creation of a residential parking zone on both the north and south side of the 300 block of Maleta Avenue, subject to city review, approval, and administration of the zone. You're familiar with those parking zones. They basically permit only residents who live there as well as their visitors with some decal or parking path to be able to park on that street to avoid the encroachment of parking from other parts of the city or commercial areas.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk. Mr. O'Malley, the floor is yours. Welcome back.
Sworn in prior. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Tom O'Malley, 616 Geronimo Drive. Hello, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, nice to see you again. I've been listening to the conversations here, and I may need a clarification, and it may be a very, very small thing, but I may have this wrong, so I'd like to ask the question. The approval is 100 units per acre, and I believe the property is 1.43 acres, which would allow 143 units. Counselor said that they were asked to, counselor for the developer was asked to reduce the units by 9, taking it to 135. So that gives it the number under 143. But I believe they added 9 live workspaces, which takes them to 144. So does live workspaces be included in the 143, or is that excluded? That's my question.
Mr. Trias, will you provide us with a little guidance?
That's a very perceptive question. They're excluded because they're live work. They're not counted as residential.
Okay. And that's by the code?
Yes.
Okay. So they're complying with the code, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So, thank you, Ramon. So basically, they still have residential units that include work that puts them at 144, which is 1 over. Okay, so thank you for that clarification. The second is, I just found it curious. I don't know if you saw this, and maybe it's not worth anything, but we had a lady come up here and read notes and talk in favor of the project. When she concluded her presentation, she walked over to the counselor and presented the counselor with the notes being very similar in nature to his very own speech and the speech given to the gentleman by the gentleman that preceded her. I didn't know if you were aware of that transaction that occurred here, but the lawyer does have those notes in his possession right now. Curious that a presenter would be handing notes to the counselor for the project. I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you very much.
Before you step off, Madam City Attorney, this gentleman is bringing up the possibility that someone spoke here and handed some documents over to the applicant's lawyer. Is there anything illegal about that? Is there any impropriety? What is your opinion on the matter?
No, Mayor. The resident or whomever else spoke has the right to give the note to whomever they choose.
Okay. The only person that I'm aware of that's not allowed to share notes is myself with my colleagues or my colleagues with myself. I can share notes with Miriam, our city attorney, which I do constantly. Sometimes I'll share a note with the city manager, or I'll stand up and talk in his ear, to make sure that our conversation stays private and that I don't influence Commissioner Menendez, who's sitting right next to him, because we are abiding by the Sunshine Law. Anyone here who would like to pass a piece of paper to somebody else because they want to share something and they don't want to interrupt the process, they're more than willing to do that. If you'd like to give me a note, I'll accept it right now.
No, you're right.
The point is that what we're here to do is discuss a project, and that's why I was very, very clear about the 3 things that are the most important to me. And remember, this is when I started. Vice Mayor Mena, who was a commissioner back then, and myself voted against this piece of legislation. But right now, it's law, and if you follow the law, it clearly states that the applicant is within the zoning code based on height, based on density, and based on intensity. They do not supersede what is permissible by the zoning code. They're actually offering more green space that's required by the zoning code. They're actually offering a park.
It's minimal, sir, but yes, they are.
I'd take minimal than the bare minimum. You know, I take a little bit more than the minimum. That's a lot. I mean, at least we got something better than nothing. There wasn't a park there before. There wasn't a green space there before. So we're trying to, you know, do certain things. And right now we're getting traffic calming for the neighborhood, which I think is a positive thing for the neighborhood. Is there anything else that you'd like to see in the neighborhood? Do you live in the neighborhood?
I live in Coral Gables, sir.
I'm saying, but do you live in the neighborhood? You didn't give us your address.
No, sir.
Will you give us your address?
Yes, I already have. It is 616 Geronimo Drive.
So what would you like to see in that neighborhood besides?
I have no comment about that, sir. I have no comment about what my neighborhood.
I'm saying, what would you like to see? Well, when I ask you, what would you like to see in this neighborhood?
So I'm bringing up items to the commission because you are the people that make the decisions. But when you talk about open green space or open land space, we know that the setback from the neighbor's yard behind the building is 10 feet, and that 10 feet is part of the open green space. So it's not as if they have huge parks or space in front of the building. It's at the absolute minimum. I think they have required to have 25% of green space, and they're at 26%.
I think they're 28%, correct? So they're at required 20 and they're at 28. But let me address that comment that you brought up about the setbacks. So I think it's a very good comment. So I'd like for Mr. Garcia Serra to please step up here if possible. Quick question. Can you put up the diagram of your project that shows the actual green space? Because I'd like to show Mr. O'Malley what is possible as per the zoning code. So step right there. Stop. Go back. The one that shows the green space and the building. Right there. That green space right there, if you wanted to, Mr. Garcia Serra, how far can you push that building in turn potentially lowering the height, but not delivering at least a green space?
Side setback is?
10 feet.
So 10 feet.
Yes.
So if they push that building all the way 10 feet to the sidewalk, you'd get rid of the building and you could potentially lower the building by what? 5 feet, 10 feet, maybe? So you'd have a building that'd be at 90 feet, but you wouldn't have a green space. So those are the things that we're trying to find balance. Did you get what I said? Or because you seem kind of, maybe I didn't properly articulate myself. If you push the building you know what, as a matter of fact, let me have Mr. Behar.
I thought the open landscape space was determined on the space of the property, not the building. So no matter what, if the size of the building goes left or right, taller, skinnier, it's based on the size of the lot, not the size of the building.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct.
But the
But
building.
that's not the point.
So but if they.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to be in an argument with you.
No, we're not arguing.
I'm done with my conversation. So thank you
We're
very
not
much for your
arguing. What
time.
I'm trying to show you is, but I think it's worthy of your input because I'm interested in your input because that's the way we can continue to progress on certain things. If you look at the building, and I'm asking for your input, you see right here, look, here's an example. If you look at the building, if you push the building all the way to where the green space is, 10 feet from the setback, your building height will go down. You can compress your building, you understand, by probably a floor, but then you lose that green space. So we're trying to find that balance where they've got to go to 100 feet to be able to leave some green space versus not leaving the green space and having 9 floors instead of 10. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, what do you think is a better look for the city? It's already within the zoning code. They're going to build something there. Do you prefer 9 stories or 10? Or do you prefer 10 stories with a green space, 9 stories with no green space?
I'm still confused if the landscape open space is determined on the size of the lot.
Right.
It is not determined on the size of the building. So whether the building is 9 or 10 or fatter or skinnier, how much open landscape space should be is based on the lot size.
You could go from, let's say, the 28% that they're at.
To 20.
Closer to the 20 by expanding the envelope of the building.
And dropping the...
I'm sorry. I really don't want to argue with you. We're
not arguing. We're just trying to talk to you, but that's okay.
I don't want to have a discussion
All right.
about that. I'm done.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you very much,
Appreciate
Mr.
you.
Mayor. Thank you for
O'Malley, it's
educating
always-
me again.
you're always welcome, and we appreciate your insight. Thank you, sir. Okay. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Mr. Trias?
So what I would advise is that we update the conditions and bring you back that drawing with the traffic calming for second reading. But in the meantime, staff recommends approval. It does meet the zoning code.
Mr. Behar, will you please put up the front facade of the building so I can see the trees in the front? You know nobody gets away with this one. I bring it up every single time.
And while you're doing that, I'd also like you to look at the loading and unloading zones.
Yeah. So let's go to the front right there. So if you notice, it always looks beautiful in renderings, and it's not the developer's fault. It's not the architect's fault or the attorney. It's just the way it is. When the building is done and you go and look at the trees, they're a popsicle with just barely 6 feet tall. I'm imploring from the developer and from the attorney and from staff, more importantly from staff, make sure that the trees that are installed, number one, are shade trees. Number two, are not palm trees under any circumstances. If I see a palm tree installed, I'm gonna go personally rip it out myself. Because this just happened the other day, and it infuriated not only me, my colleagues in the commission. I mean, back me up.
Yeah, no, they are.
Back me up, because everybody's laughing and it's the truth.
Mayor,
And the final point is, when you show a rendering of a tree, let's do this together. Ready? 1 floor, 2 floor, 3 floors. The tree is shown as 3 floors in height. Give me a tree that is 3 floors in height. Do not deliver on a small tree, please.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, what the trees that we're specifying there are bridal bales, which is typical in that area.
Okay.
Okay. And we're calling between 16 to 18 at planting.
Okay.
16 to 18 feet at planting. That's almost, it may not be, it's more like in the 2 stories, like, some of them are illustrated. So we would adhere to that, 16 to 18. We're going to put them down, and if we put them down, when they come for inspections, we got to comply with that, and we're committed to do that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Because then we're the ones that have to field the questions where they, the residents, they look at the trees they installed, and then they always remember the trees that were shown, and it makes us kind of look at
Mayor, I also made an effort to explain to staff that they cannot make any changes to the landscaping through the permit process without coming back to commission, or at least review by the whole staff. So in the past, that has happened, unfortunately, so I hope that in the future it doesn't happen again.
Size that he just described, that's part of the approved plan, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The traffic calming will be addressed between first and second reading.
The details, yes. I mean, it's already as a condition generally, but the specifics, yes.
So the one Mr. Garcia Serra read will be added to the...
Yes, sir. If you vote to accept it.
Public Works is also addressing the utility issue to make sure those trees can be put there appropriately.
And I want to make sure that there's any drainage issues that need to be addressed, have those, those drainage issues be addressed now. I don't want to hear later that a catch basin is missing, or that there's, drainage concerns for the neighborhood. That's for Mr. Public Works Director and Assistant Public Works Director. Make sure that all drainage issues that have to be addressed, please make sure that they're addressed in the planning phase. I don't want to hear later that there isn't enough water percolation, or that there's, runoff issues, or that we're missing a catch basin here. And, I want to make sure we have the necessary infrastructure in place to address this building when it comes online.
We will do that, Mayor, but in addition, we're looking at the existing utilities to make sure that the proposed trees do fit on the site ahead of time during the plan review process.
Perfect.
Okay, you mind if I?
Of course, please.
Jump in?
The floor is yours.
Loading and unloading zones. One of the biggest complaints that I get for developments coming in is the UPS driver, the Amazon truck, blocking the street, which they typically do. How do you plan on taking care of that, aside from, the typical, where you have the garbage being picked up right now, internalized? What do you have for those Amazon drivers that are going to typically stop in the street?
Unfortunately, Amazon drivers and UPS don't always follow the rules and don't go into the dedicated loading areas that we have internal, we would propose that we could meet with the parking authority to maybe one of the spaces right in front of the building could be dedicated for the loading and unloading, not only the deliveries, but, the share riding, it could be. So we're willing to meet with Mr. Kinney to be able to maybe dedicate one of those spaces for that purpose.
Okay, does staff have any issue with having an unloading and loading space in front of the building?
No.
Okay.
Would that apply to postal workers too? When they go to drop off the mail,
Yeah,
sometimes?
mail and all those kind of deliveries so that we're not blocking the street.
Makes sense.
And hopefully, if it's the big trucks coming and making a drop-off for a building of that size, they get in the routine of using the garage. But we can't control every Amazon delivery car that comes up. So that unloading and loading zone would be a really important thing. I noticed that when going around the site, one of the bridal veil trees on Salcedo is in poor condition. And I'd like staff to take that up, before second reading.
Okay.
As far as a condition of approval. I've spent some time speaking with Dean Lewin as well as Jorge Rivera about the planting conditions for bridal veil. So those conditions should be included in there, and if they're making a recommendation for a different type of tree, it should be included. Whether we need silvicels or, those partitions that they put so that the roots don't lift the sidewalk to properly prepare the site as well. We had a bad experience down the block with palm trees going in, so we don't want that. I also noticed that the site planner called for Green Island ficus. We're starting to steer away from that because it tends to attract every bottle, trash, and so forth. So meet with staff on that.
Absolutely.
To get the best recommendation. I do applaud that your proposal had trees on both sides of the street because we're missing trees on the other side.
That's correct. That's one of the conditions that it's imposed. Although I will tell you, in meeting with the neighbors, they were not very in keeping those put in the trees because it would lose spaces in front of their property. So we'll do it if you want us to do it. But listen to the neighbors, I think they don't want us to do the bump outs, not to lose parking in front of their properties.
But you're adding some.
On our side, we're doing the bump outs, and you can see in this illustration that you have the bump outs, right in front of the building. We have throughout the whole site, but across the street is, again, the neighbors were not too thrilled about losing spaces to put landscaping. If it's landscaping and we could find, I know that developer not made one will say this, but to put some of the trees in front of their property where it's not affecting anything, we'll put those trees in those property instead of creating the bump outs and losing spaces.
I'd like to, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. Well,
Go ahead, please.
I mean, if you had a connected thing, if you want to hit it.
No, I was on that same point. I don't know if you're moving on to another point. Same
It's
issue.
sort of on the same point.
Go
You
ahead.
want to make a comment? Go
No,
ahead.
I was going to say,
We can dovetail.
because I'm just picking up on what he said, and Mr. If the folks on the south side of the street, apparently, you're told by some at least, are not supportive of the bump outs and the landscaping because it loses parking spaces, which I can understand their position on that. It might make sense before second reading. I don't know if you could speak to the association of the building across the street, and maybe if they could let us know by email, or if they want to come to the meeting or whatever it is, what their position is on that issue. Because I don't want to impose that on the south side of the street if it results in losing parking spaces, because I appreciate the fact that, they're already in their building. They have a certain amount of parking spaces. They rely on whatever is currently available. I don't want to take away parking spaces from them. So I'd just like to have a better grasp on their position. So if you can coordinate that, or if anybody in the audience who's here from across the street can.
I had a few residents who I met with, that was one of their issues. They're concerned that they would lose street parking. So I can confirm that there is. I don't know how many residents, but a few did reach out and mention that that was one of those topics that to them was important.
Sorry, we can talk about this more at second reading, but do we have a sense of how many folks are parking there that are not, that don't live in the street, that are using it to park for?
That's a great question.
Because I know one of the things that the applicant proffered was having a residential parking zone, and that might therefore alleviate some of the parking from outside the neighborhood, but I don't know how much there is there or not.
I think with the development, a residential parking zone would make sense. I can tell you at the present time, if I was to do a survey of 300 block of Madeira, there's not really a parking issue with the current conditions, but with a development of this size, it probably is going to be an issue.
So.
But this development's self-parked, right? I mean, it has enough parking.
Right. No. I'm not saying all of it's caused by this, but just the fact that there will be fewer spaces and there will be more traffic.
I have a question regarding residential permit, if you don't mind a moment. So the residential permit parking obviously is, will benefit the folks that already live on the south side.
Yes.
Who will be eligible for those permits once we implement? Will it be both sides of the street, or how will that work?
Yes, anybody on the 300 block that actually has an address on the 300 block will be eligible. In the larger project that's coming in, if they experiences, if you have parking and you don't need to worry about buying a residential permit, usually they don't happen. And since that's another reason the visitor parking conversation happened originally, is so this project is providing visitor parking. And that's not always the case in some of the larger
And one more. Currently, we have 6 curb cuts on the north side of Madeira. We're going to reduce it to 2. Even with the incorporation of the bump outs, I don't foresee any net losses of parking on the north side of Madeira. Again, we're going from 6 curb cut to 2. So that's going to be, yes, we're incorporating, a few bump outs. But I do not believe we're losing any parking in front of Madeira.
Why is that not the case on the south side?
On the south side, you will keep the curb cuts as they are today, and when you introduce the bump out, you're going to lose something. That on the, we're going from 6 to 2, so that loss of the curb cuts is what we're taking up for the bump outs.
So, Mr. Kenny, on the residential parking permit program, can someone from the south side of the street buy a spot on the north side of the street?
Essentially, if on the 300 block you are eligible and you receive a residential parking permit, you can park any place on the block, north or south.
Okay. So the other aspect, when you do meet with the owners across the street, is to bring in with them not only the traffic calming potential for the tables, but how the impact is with the bump outs, because it creates a narrower feeling, usually slows down the traffic. So I'd ask you to cover that as well.
Commissioner, it's always possible to do a bump out next to a driveway, which they have several. So I believe that those will be possible locations. So if you could map that, we could look at that more closely.
I'll agree with that.
Okay.
Commissioner, do you have anything else?
Couple more
Oh,
points.
go ahead. I just wanted to add one thing, please.
Looking at future growth on the charging stations, you're putting in a fair amount of charging stations, but for the future, 5 years or more from now, I'd imagine all those are going to be used up. Is the developer willing to work in an increase of the number of charging stations within the building as those are occupied?
Yeah, we, Commissioner, if I may, we wrote a piece of legislation before you were elected. I was a sponsor of it that required, I can't remember how many parking spaces to be ready for the installation of charging stations.
Percentage were ready and a percentage were conduit, so it could be ready.
Yeah. Some are
It has to meet that requirement.
Well, I understand that, but this is a rental building, and no one's going to go in and install it. That's a tenant. What I'm asking as a condition of approval is is the building owner willing to, how many spaces do you have now for charging stations, actual spaces?
Right now, we have 5 and ready 7, so it'll be 12. If anything, listen, at this point, during the construction, to put a conduit and have it ready is inexpensive. So we could do is put a condition that we put 10% of the spaces, okay? Because it's really just running a conduit.
I do believe that the most expensive thing is getting through the structure. So if you could tube it, maybe that might be something for future use.
For future use, and have the conduit ready.
20, 22, 25.
Let's say it's 227 spaces, we could put 23 spaces,
I would say that instead of conduiting it, just get your structural perforations in so that you can conduit later. That's the biggest issue is that.
No, you're right, but at this point,
It's conduit.
it's plastic.
I'm just-
Going back to the electrical room, because I drive an electric car now. And,
You have an ordinance
It
that you have to
converted
meet.
you. Oh, my God.
Oh,
Right,
she's
you have a- you-
next to me for years.
You have the ordinance that you have to meet, but what you can do is also do structural perforations so that you can increase the conduit later. And as long as you have that, it makes it much easier.
Perfect, we could do that.
So if you want to move in the building and all those other spaces are taken, is the owner willing to bump up once those are occupied?
Yes,
The
we
number
could do
of
that.
wired spaces.
We're already there?
Yeah, there's 34. So 5 are going to have electric charging stations from day one. 7 are set up already to have them as needed, and then there's another 34 that are going to be designed in such a manner that can be converted to electric charging stations.
By the building owner?
Correct.
Okay, not the tenant?
Agreed.
I mean, because we do need rentals, so I'm mindful of this.
And Commissioner, if there's a need, because it's a demand, we're gonna do it. I think, an idea of doing the structure, having it ready, perforated, it's probably the right thing to do, because if the demand's there, you're gonna need it.
Mr. Behar, at the end of the day, it's an amenity. I mean, you have 2 people on this commission that have electric cars. You drive an electric car. So if I were to be renting in a building, I would have rented a building that didn't have a place for me to charge my car.
It feels so good not having to stop at the gas station.
Especially now. So
You don't have to smell it, you don't have to worry about your hands being dirty going in your car.
Actually, I get upset when I'm driving my wife's car, and I use her car, and I gotta stop,
my point to the commissioner, you want them to work on this between first and second reading and come back on second reading,
Yes,
you bring it
we
back
will
up?
do that.
Okay, by the way, Mr. Trias, can you look up the legislation that we wrote a few years ago requiring EV ready?
Sure.
All our projects meet that requirement, Mayor. This project is going to exceed that.
Okay,
If they
good.
do the structural perforations, they'll really exceed that because it'll be, as you know, it'll be much easier to put in the biggest problem is going through the structure.
Well, when we passed that law a few years ago, I wasn't expecting the proliferation that you're seeing now. So maybe it's time to update that law.
Yeah, it may be, because,
We can work on that if you want.
I think you're going to attract the type of clientele that you really want at that point. This is going to be really a mark for this city going forward in this direction. So.
Anything else, Commissioner?
Just wanted you to cover night and weekend construction with the neighbors. That was one of the biggest complaints I heard about the Agave project, the lights shining down on the weekends. They couldn't read their Sunday paper. There was all that type of stuff that became an issue for those folks that lived in that neighborhood.
Once we start construction, we'll make sure that we're gonna communicate with them, and we're not gonna be working at 5 o'clock in the morning or doing the normal course of construction hours that is allowed by the
By the way, there's a law that does not allow for exterior construction on Saturdays. So
But there are
it's in the
exceptions
books.
sometimes.
There are exceptions, but this is a residential neighborhood. So at the end of the day,
That mainly is in the CBD commercial.
yeah.
I don't foresee that having.
The only exceptions we have are when you're tying into water or sewer where you don't have a choice and you have to do it at night when there's low consumption. But besides that, we don't
enforce
allow
that.
it.
Did you all cover your North Ponce area improvement contribution?
I believe Mr. Garcia Serra did.
Yes, I mentioned that. I believe it's already in staff's recommendation too.
Yeah.
And how much was that?
Don't know. How much was it?
We haven't, I believe the amount is blank right now, all right? So,
Yeah, so, yeah, we have to decide on amount, and I think I gave you the list of the similar projects.
All right, well, I'd like to hear the discussion from the rest of the
For comparison.
commission and get back to that.
Okay. I have two items just really quickly. Number one, art in public places. What's the plan for art in public places in regards to have you decided on an artist or what's going on?
We have not decided, but the intent in that park area to bring an artist and do something that could be not only for the building, but for the neighborhood.
So I would like to have a conversation with Mr. Garcia Cerro between first and second reading at your availability to discuss art opportunities. We're really changing our focus and really bringing world-class art to the city over the next year or two. You're going to see some great artists brought online. So I'd like to see how we can work in conjunction with our two art and public places boards to bring something special. The money has to be spent anyways, so let's spend it on something that's great.
And we'd rather have it on the site.
On the
than
site. No, I
somewhere
wanted
else.
something on the site. I don't want anything on the building, and I think the commission agrees. Okay?
We're good with that.
So that's number one. So please schedule in my office, Mario. I appreciate it. The second issue, this is my last issue, and I'm ready to move forward and take a motion on this, is can the Public Works Department look into if there are any connectivity issues in regards to sidewalks adjacent to this property? If you tell me that half a block away we're missing a little sidewalk, please, let's connect it. If we have any issues at all in regards to sidewalks that we need to get done, now's the time to take advantage of a great developer who is working with the city and is going to be under construction for possibly 2 years. Let's get this project done.
We will double check and we'll bring it at the second reading.
On the second reading, I'd like to know if there's any sidewalk issues between a few block radius so that we can address it. Because again, these residents are going to traverse our downtown. And as you bring more residents to the city, I want to make sure that it's not only safe for the drivers, but it's also safe for the people who are walking, bicyclists, people who are with babies and dogs, elderly people. So make sure that we understand clearly if there's any sidewalks that some way and somehow we're the only city that sidewalks just die in the middle of a grassy area. Let's continue to connect them as you've been doing, and I commend you for that.
We actually develop a sidewalk gap map, so we have other information, so it should be,
So at the next commission meeting, please, if I forget, bring it up to my attention.
You mentioned sidewalks, I think, is this a 5 or you moved it up to a 6-foot sidewalk?
We have a 6-foot sidewalk in this project.
Okay, great. With that being said, are there any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it. With conditions.
With all the conditions.
I'll move it with the conditions that were described.
Okay, I'll second it.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much. I look
Thank you
forward
very
to
much.
hearing from you on second reading.
We'll be back at second reading.
If you try to wrestle down a palm tree, she's going to fight you.
I'm telling you, we're going to remove those palm trees.
You help them tear down the palm tree.
Yeah,
F10.
Takes one swipe at the axe, man, real good one.
F10 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Ordinance 2015-17, waiving all city permit fees for electric vehicle charging stations in single-family residential properties.
Sorry.
I'll entertain a motion.
This is a public hearing item.
Sorry,
Mr. Clerk?
which item is this?
F10.
This is just removing permit fees for electric vehicle charging stations in single-family residential properties. Just trying to make it easier and more.
Okay, got it, ready.
Anybody?
No, sir.
All right, can I entertain a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. F9, Vice Mayor Menas.
Resolution of City Commission directing staff to include on the agenda for each regularly scheduled meeting of the Property Advisory Board whether any unsolicited proposals and/or letters of intent involving the concession, sales, or leases in connection with city-owned property have been received, and to provide a copy of any such proposals or letters of intent to the Property Advisory Board at that time. Ms. Throckmorton?
Mayor, Commissioners, this is returning to you after the meeting, after our last meeting on a resolution from the Property Advisory Board. It defines what a letter of intent or an unsolicited proposal is and states that same would be placed on the Property Advisory Board agenda and provided to those board members when the city receives them.
Commissioner Mena?
Yes. So I thought it looked good. The only question I had was I spoke briefly about this the city attorney, there's some language at the end that says, I'm sorry, I pulled it up here.
Would you like me to read the definitions?
Well, it's just towards the end of section 2. It says that an LOI shall mean a plan or proposal that has been submitted to the city but was not requested by the city and is not in response to a competitive solicitation or advertisement by the city, which is fine. But then it goes on to say, and includes detail beyond the conceptual level and sets forth proposed terms such as fixing costs, payment schedules, financing, deliverables, and project schedule. In that last sort of part of the sentence, I'm just trying to understand.
If it's an and or an or
it's
how much
clearly an
detail.
and.
Yeah.
The idea is that somebody just sending a letter that says, I'm interested in City Hall is not sufficient. That's not a letter of interest. You have to say, I'm interested in buying it for this amount. More particulars that can be evaluated.
Yeah, but I don't want it to be so rigid that each one of those delineated elements has to be there, or else you don't have to.
So right now it's an and. I mean,
You're right.
you're the sponsor, so if you want to change it.
Proposed terms, sets forth proposed terms in such detail, including, but not,
Including but not limited to, maybe.
but that would still,
Or 3 out of 5 or something.
yeah.
I mean, do we really get a lot of these?
Not very many is my understanding.
Not very many.
Yeah.
So then what's the problem? Why don't we just put a period before the and cut the sentence out?
Take it out.
So end with by the city. Any
Because then
LOI.
that's not an LOI. A post-it that says, I want to buy City Hall is not an LOI.
Okay,
It has to
so,
have some criteria.
Yeah.
okay.
And we could just say in sets proposed
There's
terms
detail
in
beyond the
such
conceptual level, period.
beyond a conceptual level.
And err on the side of giving it to them. If they want the post-it, give them the post-it.
We can certainly amend that to end
I
at
guess is
beyond
my
a
point.
conceptual level.
I know it's silly, but like it doesn't really happen that often is my point, so I don't want to. I'd rather they just get whatever was submitted than slice this too thinly.
Understood. There is still, I just want to point out, there is an exception in Florida statutes for certain proposals. They're covered by the Florida statutes and
saw that
Florida
up above.
Constitution. Yeah, so that's certain unsolicited bids that fall into that category would not be provided as they're exempt from public records. And we want to stay in line with the Florida statutes that provide that protection. So just to be clear that there is an
I
exemption.
thought about that part too.
Yeah.
I chose not to bring that part up. I get you. Again, the biggest thing is just let the board know LOI comes in. That's it.
Make a motion.
So yeah, that would be. So would you rather just put Madam City Attorney? Would you rather just end it after and includes detail beyond the conceptual level?
It might be helpful to say instead IE and list what those items might be. Not require them, but make them examples of what's beyond the conceptual level. That may be a good midpoint.
Or ending after proposed terms. Those terms may be prices, they may be financing, they may be deliverable.
We could say IE after proposed terms.
Okay.
And sets forth, beyond a conceptual level and sets forth proposed terms, period.
Mr.
Which may
Sponsor,
include.
Yeah.
what is your desire?
Sorry, I'm looking at it trying to figure out the best approach here.
It's okay. You wanna go to F2 for a minute and then come back?
I vote with Mike.
Essential terms, it's a term of art.
This is what happens when you're surrounded by lawyers.
I also had the thought of saying, another way about it, but it might be too rigid for you, is if it's something that the city intends to respond to. So if it's something that the city's not even responding to, but I think that's too.
The problem is that the timing there may be off because we may not know if we're responding.
Yeah.
I think if you go with proposed terms and then we put a parentheses, which may include items such as, it addresses your concern and at least gives some examples.
Sure.
Okay, we'll bring it like that on second and you can decide.
Can we
There's no
just all
second reading.
recuse ourselves?
Oh, that's right, it's a resolution, there's
Yeah.
no second reading, that's right.
So items such as,
Put a period after conceptual
Proposed terms.
level
period after conceptual level.
and use your judgment and discretion soundly and just give them anything that comes in.
I think the city's received the message that,
Just send it to them.
No, I'm
Others
not,
had
because
more
I don't,
than- more than
because why
less.
not? If there was a public records request, they could have it, right?
Understood.
So just
understood.
Final answer?
Send it to them.
Paper
That's it.
everywhere.
That's it.
So that's a motion? I got
That's
a
the
first, second?
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, moving on to F2. Second reading.
F2 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 5, Architecture, Section 5-200, Mediterranean Standards to limit Mediterranean bonus program to the City of Coral Gables Mediterranean architectural style and expand the Board of Architects review process to include an optional conceptual review, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
No changes since first reading. However, first reading was in October. So it's been some time and it went to planning and zoning in between. The only changes is to clarify the Mediterranean and eliminate other styles in several places, and then to establish a conceptual review process, optional, that is available to applicants if they want to proceed.
So the baby's ready to be born, finally?
I would hope so, Madam.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena.
Yes.
Lost the mayor.
I think he recused himself from the rest of the meeting. I'm not sure.
Vice Mayor?
I think he's coming back.
Yeah, he was coming back. F3.
F3 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 4, Zoning Districts, Section 2-100, Residential District, Section 2-104, Multifamily 3 District, and Section 2-105, Multifamily 4 District, and Article 5, Architecture, Section 5-200, Mediterranean Standards to remove the Mediterranean bonus of height, density, and floor area ratio for multifamily 4 properties south of Biltmore Way, providing for severability, repealer codification, providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Do we have any speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Mr. Trias?
No changes.
Okay, I'll move
All
it.
right, is there a motion?
I'll second.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Just in time. You missed one vote, though. Oh, my God.
Which vote did I miss?
F3 and F4.
Conceptual
F2
review.
and F3, excuse me.
No, F3 you voted, F2.
F2? What was the vote on F2?
It's a 4-0 vote.
Add me to that also, please.
We're on F5 now.
F5?
F5 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to Article 14 Process, Section 14214, Protection of Landowners' Rights, Relief from Inordinate Burdens of the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code to clarify procedures to resolve disputes and provide relief for the application of the zoning code, including and granting of variances, providing for a severability clause, repeal the provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. Ms. Throckmorton.
Mayor, Commissioners, this is a zoning code amendment to clarify procedures to resolve certain disputes, including Burt Harris disputes, and provide relief, and it expressly allows the granting of variances as part of that resolution of those disputes.
Any comments? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to F6.
An ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, amending Article 10 Parking, Section 10-110, amount of required parking, and Article 16 Definitions to clarify parking requirements related to single-family building alterations and to update the definition for a single-family residence regarding the use of covered open-air walkways and location of porte-cocheres and carports, providing for a severability clause, repealer provision, codification, providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. Mr. Trias.
Mayor, there's some minor changes in definitions and clarifying that single family requires parking. These are issues that are routine issues for zoning review that I think the code will be more clear with these changes.
Thank you. Any public comment?
No, sir.
Move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Item G2, I want to defer that for the next commission meeting. Please move it. Item G3, an update from staff regarding the 2018, did I miss one?
We do F9 and F10.
We did F9 and F10, correct?
Mm-hmm.
We did. No worries. An update from staff regarding the 2008 Ponce de Leon corridor study. How we looking? This is brief.
All right.
How we looking, Mr. Diaz?
So there are three things that are happening concurrently. We have the Pond Phase 3 project, which is going from Menores to Antiquera.
Okay.
DNAF is working through a landscaping project from the area of Menores south to Miracle Mile.
Okay.
And in between, we actually have a plan at the county right now on the review for approval for a safety improvements at Madeira and Ponce. It's just like a little, that's an area that's been some issues, so we're improving some safety at that location.
But my understanding was that we were having some medians that were going to be installed on Ponce in the north.
Ponce Phase 3, I don't know if you remember, a few months ago, we did a presentation of the 60% plans, and that project is moving forward.
Okay, when can we see implementation on that project?
We expect that project to start later this year, towards the end of the year.
But it's funded, correct?
Yes, we may be asking at the next commission meeting, we have some concerns with the escalation, maybe about the contingency.
Okay.
It's just the way things are going, but
it's to be expected.
But yes.
Okay. Can I ask you for a favor?
Sure.
Please, and Mr. Clerk?
Sir.
Through the manager's office, I need to get a win on Ponce. I need you to start that project before the end of the year.
All right.
So, colleagues, we need to get things done, and I know that you're not going to talk much about it because obviously you have a vested interest in it, but it's long overdue.
It is.
It's long overdue, and it's not staff's fault, it's nobody's fault. We have for too long not paid the proper attention to the North Gables in regards to Ponce. We've been concentrating in other areas. The future growth of this community is in North Gables, in the area concentrated around North Ponce, in that area. So we have to provide the necessary resources and infrastructure to ensure that we can elevate the quality of life in that area. There's going to be a lot of projects and a lot of development, so I want to make sure that we have the proper curb appeal for developers, residents, business owners. I'm even looking at buying property in the North Gables because I think it's a great opportunity to potentially put my business there or part of my business there. So I need to get a win, and that win is starting this project. I'm not telling you finishing, I'm just saying starting this project in 2022.
I think you're going to see some work this year.
Okay. All right.
20 plus years ago, I looked into buying an office space there, and that was part of the vision there. Look what that's going to be out here, and we're still here.
I was about to say the same thing. I was told this is it, North Ponce, 20 years ago.
By the way, there's a park, a green space where there's a nice little fountain that has a lot of history. And I was reading about that history a long time ago. I'll share it with you. I know you're a history buff, so I'll share it with you off the dais.
Is it Ponce Park?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a little, the beautiful horse fountain. There were some plans, I remember, for that fountain. And I've talked to the owners of Oficina, and they've even said that they're willing to pitch in some money to potentially fix up that park. And I don't know whatever happened to that. Whatever happened to that vision? Mr. Trias?
Yes, we had a fully designed plan, and what happened was I don't think we had the management that we have today. That's what happened.
Okay. Good answer. I like that. All right. So, Balante, we keep moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Diaz. All right, moving on to G4.
G4. Oh, Green Corridor. Okay, I emailed you all a blurb of language that I had changed for the PACE Corridor Committee. They wanted to have a prepayment penalty for commercial borrowers, and I got added to that make it elective by the business in exchange for getting a 3% reduction in interest rate. So businesses have a choice now, whether they want to pay a payment penalty in exchange for getting a 3% reduction in interest, or not and pay the additional 3% in interest.
Great job. When I was, before you were serving on that board, I served on it for a few years. I remember Mayor Stoddard from South Miami, then Mayor Stoddard, and I worked on removing the prepayment penalty for residential.
True, that still exists, so thank you for what you did there. That was a huge win. I didn't want our small businesses who are least likely to be able to, get funding elsewhere to get hit with this without a choice.
And the interesting thing was that when I went to pay off my solar panels, which I purchased using the PACE program, I actually paid the prepayment penalty.
Oh.
Because it was included in my contract. And they were like, Vince, you know, we can't turn a blind eye to you. You gotta pay for this. And it's okay, I'll pay for it. It was $1,000. So it's painful, but it is what it is. But thank you for your hard work, Commissioner. It's really appreciated. Moving on to G5.
G5. Dean Bell Lewin is here, and I just wanted to go over a few things related to canopy. This is one of them. To highlight to you all that between 2016 and 2020, our city actually lost some canopy. It's has not happened before, but I think there's a lot that we can do, and we are doing right now with developers moving trees to bring that forward. Second on this list on G5 is standards for flowering and medium-sized trees, and to use small and medium shade trees in shallow planting areas. Dina, I'd like you to lead the discussion since you're the most experienced person in the room right now on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dina Belluellen from Green Space Management and Public Works. Regarding tree canopy loss, I'm wondering if that might have been Hurricane Irma that contributed to canopy loss. That's the only thing I can think of that would have taken canopy out drastically between that period. But we did remove 1,000 trees during Irma that fell, and Commission voted approval to plant 1,000 new trees, which our department spearheaded after Irma, the year following Irma. So of course the new trees planted are much smaller than mature trees that were lost, so that's probably what happened. Then standards for flowering in medium-sized trees. Are we talking specifically in swales and public right-of-way? Is that?
Yes, swales and public right-of-ways. Okay. Our current standards, we had a discussion, are difficult to fulfill.
Right. Currently, our code for street trees says trees must go in at 16 feet overall height. The goal is to get larger species of trees to shade the road, canopy over the road and the sidewalks, and also to get at least 8 feet clearance from sidewalks for pedestrian safety. So sometimes using smaller trees and swales and bump outs is problematic.
So the other thing that we discussed is for flowering trees, it's difficult to get them at 16 feet.
Well, we're constantly sourcing large trees in nurseries. Sometimes the availability is low in nurseries for interesting and flowering trees. We might be able to find 1 or 2 species at a time of certain things. It's hard to buy them in bulk sometimes, but we're also always searching them out.
So my question to you is this. If we're able to find a flowering tree that doesn't quite meet the 16-foot height, and we plant it now, won't it reach 16 feet perhaps by the time we source it from the nursery?
Sure, and we do find locations in parks and like our triangular green spaces for those. And bump outs and swales, we stick to 16 feet height. That's the code for clearance above sidewalks for pedestrian safety. We're afraid that some of the species might be too low branching.
Right.
Right, and you can't.
What would you recommend for this commission to do to try to facilitate you doing this job on flowering trees?
I don't know if there's anything the commission, it's written in the code, the height, so maybe you can look at the landscape code for minimum tree heights as a start.
Okay, minimum tree height for a flowering tree. What would you suggest? You're the expert.
Well, there's so many different species of flowering trees that will grow to different heights at maturity. So it really depends upon, our tree code designates small, medium, and large size trees based on the height that tree will grow at maturity. It's basically how we determine.
Okay. You had more leeway. What
We have leeway.
What leeway would you like?
We can examine street tree plantings on a case-by-case basis, depending on the growth rate of the tree You know, for very fast-growing trees, maybe we can make an exception of installed height and allow shorter trees that we know will grow very quickly. That's one
Okay.
idea.
Okay, can you send us some recommendations?
Okay,
All right.
all right.
Before you move on, we do have a member of the public who requested to speak on this item.
Perfect.
It's Ian Linder Sheldon.
The floor is yours.
No worries about getting the name wrong. It's a long one. I just wanted to draw some attention to what was said about the amount of distance between a right of way. I know Mayor Lago brought up the planted areas around by Books and Books. I think, you know, giving green space more wiggle room to put more trees in more places. We have a lot of really good native small flowering trees that, you know, get really big. I know the bridal veil was mentioned earlier. That actually gets, I think, like 35 feet. They get pretty big. Not just having live oaks and mahoganies everywhere. And of course, no one likes black olive. So more options, more trees. That's all.
I dig it. I got you. All right. I think it's great. Commissioner?
Okay, let's see, did we get on since Dina is here, can we do G11 since she's standing up here?
Perfect. Let's do it. G11.
Okay.
G11, discussion on regarding expansion of acceptable swale package plants. And I brought one sample flower for you over there. So I'm going to ask you to educate the rest of us on, you know, how you feel that we should expand native plants and other types of plants in the swale packages and your recommendations.
Okay. When we're reviewing landscape plans for swales, which is a terrific program for residents to be able to plant their swales fully, it helps with parking and also with shade and tree roots. The current package has 6 different plant types that we allow in swales. They're mostly dark green, non-native plants, and a lot of residents during the review process ask if we can use natives and different species. Of course, we can make special exceptions. We just want to make sure they stay lower than 30 inches height for visibility. But there are many different native species we could expand into the allowable plant species palette.
Okay, so the city clerk would show the flower to the commission. That is a native flower that stays basically under 24 inches. And I planted it, and it just has sprawled on my swale area without irrigation, other than what nature is giving it. So I'm waiting to see what you're going to do with this now. I'm afraid. Anyway, we can have a little fun. Anyway, there it is.
We've been here since
So
what?
can you
What time
come
did we
back
get
to
here
us
this morning?
with a memo on suggestions for additional
Happy
swale
to.
package plants that we can approve?
Happy to.
Okay.
I love it.
That's a dune sunflower, by the way.
A dune sunflower.
Dune sunflower.
I love it. That's great.
Great.
You want to go on to G10 since we're here talking about blower etiquette?
Oh, yes, that's an outflow of my visit to Salvador Park. I was with Mr. Kenny, and he had his vehicle parked there. While I came out with a tape measure to measure the park, and we were getting blown with the dust, the dirt, the cloud, the leaves, and everything else. So that's why I called it blower etiquette.
Well, you know, it's interesting you bring that up. We've gotten a lot of residents who have reached out to us about potentially outlawing gas blowers. We've tried as a city. I think I brought it up a few years ago, and we tried like a trial run with our own employees, and I don't think it was very successful. I don't know if they're still continuing to try to use the equipment, or it was just too much of an effort.
I think the issue there was the battery charge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not going quite that far. What I'm saying is, you know, and I'm close to Biltmore Way, so I get to see it all the time. They're blowing all the dirt out of the garages into the street. they were blowing when I was at Salvador Park, everything from the residential area, and if Kenny hadn't been there, it would have stayed on the park and made more work for our employees. So perhaps with the help of our staff members identifying where that's occurring, perhaps we can put some teeth in this to be able to do something about it, give a citation for people that just dump all it out in the street all the time.
To me, it
Clog our
makes-
drains.
Before you put this on the agenda, I was driving through Coral Gables and I just realized they just moved their leaves from one property to somebody else's. I mean, it's almost as if you took your trash bags and you moved it to your neighbor's side of their house, 5 houses away. It's the same concept. They're your leaves, but you're moving them to somebody else's property. And it's just
constant
musical chairs, but with leaves. It's really out of control.
So I'm going to ask staff to work on something that we can put together and have some teeth in prohibiting this in the future.
So it is prohibited in the code. Maybe an administrative order on how to enforce it is what's maybe better to do.
Yeah, because we were choking out there in the dust. I mean, just, there was no courtesy whatsoever.
I have a question. Ed, do you think the biggest problem comes from commercial, landscape companies that have their permits or their whatever license through the city?
It's generally not a homeowner that's being rude. It's usually a landscaper or a condo maintenance person.
So maybe we can put something in there, the process where they get the right to do their business in Coral Gables, that if they do something like that, they risk having their license or whatever it is revoked along those lines.
That's been preempted, as I
been
found out a few weeks ago.
Oh, really?
That's
But the licensing program is over.
Yeah, I mean,
By
but,
next July, I think it is, it sunsets.
but at least perhaps.
Oh, we
as
have
a-
some time.
Perhaps we can have citations
We can cite
issued.
them, yeah.
The NSAs can bring it to the attention of code, and code can come on out and give them a citation, just so we can kind of,
Yeah.
the carrot and stick approach.
Yeah.
I think it's necessary. It's happened far too long, far too often.
I agree.
All right, so,
So you'll work on some legislation and bring it back?
yeah,
Okay.
Do
you
you,
guys will help.
so you want to amend our current legislation?
Let's
Some teeth
review
in
it,
it.
see what we can do to step it up.
Okay.
So since you're here, Dina, let's go over G6, an update from staff on the landscaping planting on Red Road.
Yes, on Red Road, about a year and a half ago, we installed, after obtaining an FDOT permit, 232 Alexander palms, about 1,500 ficus green islands, and a little over 1,000 wart fern ground covers to beautify the swale. And that happened between US 1 in the south, all the way up to 8th Street in the north.
Okay.
And they're currently all being maintained by SFM, city landscape contractor. Mowing the grass is included in that scope of work for maintenance.
So what I need from SFM is, for example, when you see areas like 57th Avenue and Bird Road, across the street from what used to be the old Allen's Drug Store, and all that Green Island ficus has been destroyed and run over, or it's just dead, someone has to call us and say, hey, we need to replace this. Unless maybe SFM has already done that, maybe we don't have the budget for it. I need to understand that. When you go down 57th Avenue, you cross Bird Road, and between Bird Road and Miracle Mile, and Coral Way, you'll see Green Island ficus that's also been planted. A lot of it is dead, it's been run over, as people, again, instead of waiting in line, they just run over the grass and run over the Green Island ficus. Can we have an assessment of the Green Island ficus that's missing? For example, on Bird Road and 57th Avenue, on 57th Avenue between Bird Road and Coral Way, and see if we have it in the budget and get that done also, some planting?
We have done that recently. We've taken a plant count, we're placing orders to replace that. We have to do that often.
Yeah.
That is a problematic median.
Yeah.
But we had staff go out, 3 to 4 weeks ago, and we're putting a new plant order in for that now.
Another area that's really
And there are
bad too is,
2 palm trees that need replacing
Yep.
also, and we need to fertilize. It's time to fertilize.
Another area that's bad also is in front of Sunset Elementary.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the front of the residential homes, the swales, where we had ferns. Maybe we need to plant something a little heavier there because the cars are just running them over in their desperation to get away from the traffic.
We're very
So
aware of that area.
has anybody checked that area recently?
We have, we checked that area, and, you know, that's part of the residents' ability to plant their swales.
I know, it just looks awful.
Um,
It's awful. Maybe we can take a look at that if we can.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dina, for the update.
You're welcome.
G7, discussion regarding metal roofs. This has been a hot topic, and I'm happy to see it come back again, even though I had to put it on the agenda. And I'd like for my colleagues to consider the opportunity of having a discussion and either having a referendum or having it done via an ordinance here in the city. And I'd like to acknowledge what is the appetite of the commission in regards to allowing for metal roofs in either the entire city or in portions of the city, as long as the structural integrity of a home is not compromised.
What did we decide when we talked about it recently?
Well, we talked about existing homes.
It was like a zone that we talked about.
There was a zone, and then I got from certain residents that said, you know, why not our area?
Right.
You know, they were upset about that. We were talking about south of US 1. I got certain residents who called me, and I understand their concerns and why they would want it. And I also was made it very clear that, again, if I don't have an issue if it's done throughout the city, as long as it's not done in historic homes, and that if somebody wants to embark on a metal roof, that they meet the requirements in regards to not compromising the integrity of the structure. Because as the manager will tell you, once you remove 30, 40,000 pounds of tiles, either they be clay or concrete, off a building, you're affecting the ballast of the structure. And again, the last thing I want to do is pass a piece of legislation that when a hurricane 1 or 2 comes, you could potentially have a roof loss.
Right.
Instead of that being, you know, a normal occurrence here in the city where a 1 or 2 category storm comes and with a 30,000 pound roof pressing down on the property, excuse me, on the home, you know, it will be sturdy and safe. So those are my concerns, but I wanted to kind of gauge staff's interest or appetite and what their opinion was on this matter.
The frame construction roofs are much more susceptible to that. But I just met with one of our residents showing them a roof that was done under the 94 South Florida Building Code, which, you know, which remember Mayor had ASC 7 on it. And even then, there was issues with it. And we've always allowed that reduction in the uplift requirements because we've never allowed shingle roofs or metal roofs.
Yep.
And so we've always allowed that because it's hard not to allow it when you have the roofing protocols of Dade County, which are quite good and more than likely will maintain that roof on until the end, or at a very high level. So we couldn't really justify saying, no, you can't use it, even though you're using a roofing based on today's protocols. So we've allowed that on new roofs and old roofs simply because we don't allow shingle, and we never allowed metal roofs. We did allow copper roofs. We do allow copper roofs. The homes, that's a very, very expensive alternate, so it's very seldom done. And the few homes that we've had in copper roofs have been designed for the copper roof without that reduction. So it's an issue. There's nothing in the building code that prevents us, that would prevent that roof from being applied to any structure right now.
So what is the appetite of the commission? And I don't want to bring this up again if there's no appetite. Is there an appetite of the commission for us to move forward in allowing a certain part of the city or allowing the entire city, as long as they meet certain protocols? Obviously, it's not historic, the property's not historic, they upgrade the existing structure of the building or structure. What is the appetite of the commission?
If, you know, this was an issue that we had worked on long before I ever ran for office. And looking at the benefits of metal roofing, we allow copper everywhere, you know, with some exceptions on historic type structures. So really it gets down to the type of material. If the structural integrity of the roof can take the absence of ballast on air, and the homeowner is informed of what they need to do in order to meet those requirements. I have no problem with having the metal roofs installed because of all the benefits there are. Copper not only is expensive, but environmentally is not the smart thing to be doing. So should we really be promoting copper, or should we promote something that's more environmentally sensitive?
Copper has been so expensive, Commissioner, that it's hardly ever used anyway. So it's really, copper has become is really a non-issue. The issue is determining that and looking at just this week, looking at a trust plan for a resident. We took that load consideration off because we don't allow it.
Mr. Manager and Commissioner Anderson and Mr. Trias, what do you think about, this is the last thing I have to say about this, trying to find a road to see if there's support for this. Do you think there's a discussion that could be had with the BOA members? What do you think?
Yes, and what I would recommend is to have some guidelines. For example, standing metal roof only, as opposed to some other designs. Only gray and white. Believe me, I have worked in other places where the colors have been quite amazing. Another thing,
Mayor, you could go with a corrugated, which is not the same thing as a standing.
Yeah, it's
seam.
very nice.
Standing seam would be what we're talking about.
Do we have restrictions like that for like barrel tile roofs now?
well, we do have aesthetic recommendations, yes, and the 3 inches.
Delineated restrictions, or is it just something that BOA will opine on?
Typically, BOA opines on that, but I think, yes, from a practical point of view, it's very difficult when a property owner wants to do certain things to say, no, that's not appropriate for aesthetic reasons. It's easier if we have some guidelines. And what happens with the metal also is that people may do, let's say, barrel tile or metal, imitating some other material, and that's really not something that I would recommend.
Well, so I'll bring up the fact that I'm the one that came in with the ruling card of the
I don't remember any of that.
imitation barrel tile, and also photos of it on homes. But when you look at soft clay tile up on a building 9 stories tall, you can't really tell that it's metal tile that's shaped like barrels or not. So clay tile is very soft in a hurricane, rips up pretty readily, and the metal doesn't. So I don't want to necessarily exclude it only to flat types of metal roofs. If we have something that's more durable and from a distance of 9 stories, you can't tell the difference, we shouldn't foreclose it. Aesthetically, if it's the same, same color, same appearance, from that distance,
Commissioner, it's
none of us are going to eat off
but it's
of it.
not the same. I mean, that is the reason why I can tell you it is not the same.
Well, from a distance of 9 stories, it is. And I had photos.
Commissioner,
and
I
no
don't-
one could tell the difference.
But we're talking
Yeah, what happens is that one of the things that I regret many years ago, I did a fire station that had barrel tile out of metal. Big mistake. And the reason is that it just looks exactly one color, exactly perfect, completely fake.
You need to look at some of the newer stuff that's out. They've come a long way. Just like metal doors when they first came out. They rusted, they dented. They have some really nice ones now. So I don't think we need to foreclose it, especially when you're talking about clay tile tearing off during a windstorm and, landing on the vehicles below and stuff like that, that we shouldn't foreclose the discussion.
I think that actually I've been involved in the metal roof business for a long time. I've done high-rise buildings and heavy industrial buildings. I've done hundreds of thousands of square feet and been involved in that. And the metal roofs were actually quite poor at that time. They only had a UL 90 rating, and they failed miserably during Hurricane Andrew. What happened is that after Hurricane Andrew, we had the roofing protocols of Dade County, which took care of the metal roof problem and also took care of the failure problem that we had in regular roofing. The regular roofing requirements are quite good. They are tested. They're aged. They are loads that are tested in a wind tunnel, not the regular wind tunnel, but a special wind tunnel for materials testing. So it's come a long way. But actually back then it only had a UL 90 rating, which was even hard to get insurance. it'd be like a sardine can at the end. It's called a delta wing effect, and it would curl up like a sardine can. And so due to the protocols after Andrew, it took care of both roofs. It took care of the metal roof, and it took care of the regular roof. Right now, roofs are the way the base coat, the base layer, Mayor, as you know how many tin caps are used now, the way it's actually adhered, and the fact that we use foam. If you fail that roof, you're probably going to fail the roof.
And didn't they also add more gauge to the roof?
They added more, and now all the materials are ASTM.
Okay.
That's why they're thicker, Mayor. They're actually ASTM, and they can't be faked. We had a lot of roofs that were coming from different countries, just like steel, remember, that did not meet ASTM requirements, and they lasted 10 years. So now everything is ASTM, everything is tested, everything is actually load tested, and they resolve the problem not only in our roofing but also in the metal roofing problem. So that's the history of that.
We have a minimum of 24 gauge, for example, in the regulations. In terms of aesthetics, I think one of the most important things is that you don't want materials trying to look like other materials. Authenticity is what Coral Gables is about, and if we start doing that, frankly, might as well not even do aesthetic review.
Yeah.
I could share with you all the pictures that I took of actual homes with installations. They're down in Pinecrest. There's some of them in Fort Lauderdale. Expensive waterway homes. This did not look fake.
I think this part of the conversation, to me, though, should not be the focus of the conversation. I think if the goal is to have metal roofs of some kind and take a step forward on that front, it should be effectively what you described. So no historic homes, obviously that you're not compromising the integrity of the home, et cetera.
Certain style of home.
And then maybe, Ramon, you can work on certain
we have some
recommendations that you think would make sense that Board of Architects could maybe get behind, whether it's a color scheme or whether it's a specific type of metal roof. Why don't we start with that, and then we can continue the discussion.
For new construction only, for example, certainly with some regulations, we can come up with some.
And by the way, let's not forget, there's two types of metal roofs that already exist here in the city. There's copper metal roofs, which are incredibly expensive. That already exists in the city and has existed for 100 years almost, since almost our centennial. And the second are the groups of, I think, about 15 to 20 roofs that were approved maybe a decade and a half ago in a small window where metal roofs were allowed in a certain portion of the city. And then you also have metal roofs, third set of metal roofs that are allowed in areas that were annexed.
Yes.
So metal roofs exist in 3 different parts in the city.
And George Merrick allowed them in the industrial district.
Yes. So that's the fourth opportunity where metal roofs exist. So I would like for you, if possible, Mr. Trias, through the manager, for you to give us your candid opinion in regards to where, like the Vice Mayor said, style, new versus old, additions, what type of metal roofs you would recommend be considered. And then I would like the commission to make a decision on whether we vote on this, we put it up for a referendum, like we did when I was on the P&Z and we had that most ridiculous vote in regards to trucks. And we see where the chips fall, because I've been having this conversation for a long time, and I think it's time for us to make a decision, and I don't want to keep bringing this up over and over again.
I'm comfortable proceeding with it at the commission level.
All right, me too. Me too.
And I don't think I would limit it to a geographic zone, as we discussed at some point. I don't really see the benefit of that. I think if you put the type of restrictions we're talking about,
sure,
in terms of the types of homes and the aesthetic of the type of material, et cetera, then I think
we would recommend no construction, most likely only in terms of a new house located somewhere in the city, and that historic renovation.
I guess is the presumption there that not an existing home, if you were to try to go to metal, that you would have those integrity issues for sure every time?
I think so.
Yes,
okay.
You would.
Certainly, I would defer to our structural
engineer. If that's the case, forget it. To me, there's no real. If I'm told that it could have an impact on the integrity of the structure, then that's a non-starter.
We have traditionally allowed that reduction because of the fact that we've never had metal technically metal or shingle, those few homes that have copper have not taken that reduction that were new.
So you think we can bring it back maybe in May?
Yes, yes, we have some ideas already.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, can
We did have a member of the public request
okay.
to speak on this.
Okay.
It's Ms. Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm here.
Ms. Cruz, the floor is yours.
I'm here.
I need it.
Listen, first of all, I wanted to make sure you saw that I was still on. Second of all, I'm glad that you're going to revisit the issue because the rule has to be made considering everything, not just what we think, but facts. And there are a lot of people that are waiting. So please, next time you bring it up, I hope to have you have done all the research and we can give people the answer that is really the answer, not I think, I believe, maybe, the real answer. All right? Thank you.
Ms.
Have a
Cruz.
wonderful day.
Thank you for the guidance. All right,
Signing
so,
out.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Rip Holmes also would like to address the
All right,
question.
and let's close the public comment after Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you all very much. I am very grateful that we have a really great city, that we're talking now about metal roofs. I remember, how long ago was it? About 2006, maybe 7, that we had one proponent, a different Commissioner Anderson, Maria Anderson, who was in favor of it, and the whole discussion went into a free fall dive. I think there were she was the only one in favor. Yet I'm hearing today a consensus of yes, let's try to expand these possibilities. And I don't mean to bring up something that's slightly depressing, but we have a state legislature that is hostile to these kinds of considerations, and that's why I'm so happy to live in Coral Gables with your great leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So what is the first meeting in May?
It's in May.
May 10th,
How about the second one?
May 31st.
All right, let's put it on the May 31st.
Okay.
That should give staff enough time to really work on this. I don't want to rush this and put together a comprehensive plan and analysis to really provide the necessary guidance to make a decision at the commission level. All right, moving on to G8, discussion regarding Coral Gables Bar Association Law Day. Commissioner Force.
Very quickly, I should have titled this an update on Coral Gables Bar Association Law Day. As I had mentioned at the last meeting, Coral Gables Bar Association hosts a law day annually in conjunction with the American Bar Association. Theme this year is legislation and the Constitution. Just by way of update, we will probably be doing a field trip for the Ponce Middle Civics IB students who will come here for about half a day. It'll be scheduled on the same day as a commission meeting. We'll acknowledge them, of course. They'll observe.
Poor kids.
Yeah. They'll observe a little bit of what we do here, perhaps get a tour by the folks that are not directly involved in the commission meeting, like maybe Naomi Levy Garcia, who hasn't officially volunteered herself yet. But and then I think what we're trying to do, but we're waiting for confirmation from the school board, is couple it with a field trip to the public safety building or not a stop at the public safety building afterwards for a tour of that facility. And that's about it. Hopefully we'll have some more concrete details for you at the next meeting.
That's great.
All right.
Perfect. Love it. G12, discussion regarding the Salvador Dog Park proposal.
Here we go.
Oh, I have some pictures for you. Let's see if we can dig them up.
All right.
Just keep in mind, the blowers were going at the time. I should say, I walked by afterwards when I was running with the dogs to take these pictures. At the time I measured it, it was with the blowers. So at this end, it's 40 feet wide, okay? At the far end, it's 20 feet wide, and the full length, based upon the number of sidewalk pieces, which if memory serves me correctly, it's 38 sidewalk pieces, makes the full thing 190 feet long. I call this a pressure relief valve to deal with the problems at Catalonia Park and hopefully provide a walkable dog run to take care of some of the neighborhood issues. There's 3 pictures if you want to flip them around. There are some drains that are on either end. So my suggestion, and I did not measure the distance between the drains.
You talking about that drain right in the foreground by the street or another one?
No, I'm talking about there.
Oh, okay.
Is to put the entrance on this end, a narrow end, on the other side of the drain. Then there's 2 drains on the opposite end, so we cut the park a little short to deal with that and put some landscaping around the one in the middle.
Would you take that landscaping out and go to the fence, basically? Is that the
Yeah,
idea?
we could do that and leave some of it around the poles just in case.
Right.
Would you get rid of the sidewalk?
No.
Just
You know, I mean, if we moved the sidewalk, we could go 40-40 both ways, and then it would make it a substantial dog park.
I mean, if we're gonna do this right, I'd remove the sidewalk. I'd remove that sidewalk and there's really no need for a sidewalk. I mean.
Is there a
Well,
saying
there's a
break it.
street there. There's still a need for a sidewalk.
That goes around.
It curves is why it gets narrower. So it comes back in towards the tennis court.
Seems like it could straighten out earlier than it does, though. It's like you got those trees up there, but
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to go in and out. Now, our very talented Public Works staff and Parks Department volunteered to me that they have the skill level to install a chain link fence, and we could make it mimic what's already there, so it's visually it's identical but shorter. I think 5 feet is plenty of height for dogs. I mean, my greyhounds are not going to be able to mount that, nor was my border collie to be able to go over 5 feet.
But would you put the fence all the way to the street?
No, just to the sidewalk. If you move the sidewalk, if we want to, you know,
Commissioner,
go that far.
I think it's a great idea, and I support you 110%. I just think that if we're gonna do this, we should move that sidewalk. And to make it a little bit more desirable dog park.
It would if it's wider, you know.
yeah, because it's very narrow there. I mean,
That was the only reservation. See, I have other friends that have greyhounds too, and that was their note was that they wish it was wider all the way along. And this would be a walkable park for a lot of folks with the length that it has. Now, staff, I'm going to ask them to come back to us when we have the April 5th meeting with some additional ideas. They had, they were telling me they could build something over the drains and stuff, but I'll leave that to them.
Fred, sorry, real quick. I know we've talked about other small parcels in different parts of the city, and you've always sort of had thoughts about sort of, what's an acceptable size, and I was just wondering kind of how that, I get this is an irregular size. But
Yeah, it's longer. I mean, you come up to about 3,500 square feet, so it's, for a small dog run type area, I mean, that's what you're going to get. And we'll have
total square feet, it's okay, but it's more the shape of it that's a little complicated.
it's the shape of it. There's certain things that would be difficult to do, like separate. This would just be a one area straight run. You couldn't it'd be hard to separate big dogs and little dogs because of the size, because of the shape. And the commissioner's right. There's some things that you have to look at with the drainage. I know looked at maybe some sort of barrier, whether it's landscaped. I've looked at other things that you can put over drains. So there's possibilities to do things there. And what the commissioner said is right. It starts at 40. It goes all the way down to just about 19 because of the way it curves, which is a problem. And if you start in between the drain, if you start before the drains, it's about 149 from like a foot in from the west drain and a foot in from the east drain. It's about 149 is what we measured with the wheel.
You have 4 drains in that area, though. I kind of
Right.
question, do we
Yeah.
really need that many? I mean, 2 are right next to each
Those
other.
are.
I don't know what the plumbing is
Yeah,
underneath.
we'll look at that. I did
Those are
start,
picking,
I started
Commissioner, those are
inquiring with
picking
Public
up
Works about the drain, so
water.
we've had some
Those-
more conversations.
Those courts are impermeable, so it's picking up a lot of the peripheral water coming off the courts. That's what they're.
Yeah, I know,
That's what drains are for.
Why 4?
There are some things that, you do have the courts there. The courts are clay. We'll have to make sure that, we
Do you expect
take care
pushback
of that.
from the tennis community?
I thought it was pickleball.
Seriously?
Well,
It's tennis.
Yeah, it's tennis. I haven't.
I wanted to stir it up.
It's hard to keep
We haven't spoken
everybody
to them,
happy.
I have a question, or
I've picked up on that somewhere.
a year after the election, we finally realized that, right?
But can you go back to that picture, the previous picture?
What? And while you're doing
And
that,
I don't want to, I know you're going to say, well, it's dangerous because the sidewalk's next to the street, but this is a pretty calm street. Why not push that sidewalk as close to the street as possible and have it elevated with a curb?
Yeah.
And I see Melissa in the back waving her head. That's a possibility. Then you could have a much larger green space.
Yeah. Well,
and I know that we don't like curbs because it doesn't allow for water percolation, but there's a lot of green space here. So if you have that opportunity, demolish that sidewalk, push the sidewalk all the way to the street. You avoid all the roots, and you do a nice sidewalk on the street with a curb. We've done it before. We've done it in many different places where we're left with no other choice. And right at that point, you give the dog lovers a great park. And it basically will cost next to nothing, except for the sidewalk and the little fence you got to install. Commissioner Menendez.
So I absolutely 100% support this. I agree with the mayor. And we've had this discussion. One of my motivations for supporting this is the issue at Catalonia Park.
right.
And I saw, a couple people saw a 10-second video at Catalonia Park with more dogs than kids.
Yep.
The dogs were bigger than the kids. And more importantly, a group of dogs were running in a pack, which,
they do. They're playing together.
yeah, but when you have a toddler that's smaller than that group, we've gotten the emails. So I'm
Guys have been
asking,
spared.
Fred and the administration, if we're able to move forward with this, then can we find a solution for Catalonia Park? Could this be the place that the dog owners can go instead of Catalonia, where we're having such conflict between families with kids, families with dogs? Could this be a way to sort of relieve the pressure at Catalonia?
No, I mean, Catalonia is really not even a good dog park, even if you had it as a dog park, because you got rocks.
Yeah. No. I think there is a relief. I think, and we'll talk further at the Sunshine meeting. There's a lot of other things that we need to work on with relief as well. I mean, little areas like this, but bigger dog parks as well. And I'm looking forward to that
I would love
discussion.
to see this implemented. The sooner the better. That's just my personal.
Yeah, that's why I was looking for
Can I say something? I don't want to hijack Commissioner Anderson's proposal. And
Okay.
I remember.
You can hijack it to improve
I
anything.
remember this started with Commissioner Mana's efforts like 4 years ago, and I'm happy that they've come together like the Transformers. They come together and they make the big robot, and they get this done. So I'm a big fan of robots and all that kind of stuff.
I would have never known.
But so my point is that I would like to see April 5th in the Sunshine meeting a simple, don't go crazy, a simple diagram, an overhead shot with a sidewalk on the street and a fence. You could either include the trees in the park or you can exclude the trees in the park, whatever you want to do, and make it so that it's a simple fence with a sidewalk so we can get an idea of how it would look. That's what I would like to see. Would that make you happy, Commissioner?
It would, and as far as the small dogs, Villa Valencia will have a small dog park. So anybody that doesn't want to run with the big dogs can go over there.
I would like
So
to see
we
it.
put some
Can we
signs
get that? Is that, do you have enough time for that or no?
I'll have to talk to people. I'm not sure, but I'll do what I can. I'll see what level of detail we can put together. But we will put together something.
Pencil drawing, you want to help?
We will
I can
do it.
help you with
We will
pencil
do it.
drawing.
We will do it. We'll figure out. We got somebody that can do CAD, I'm sure.
I'd like to make a suggestion also that if and when this comes to the city commission ready for a vote, if, as I asked, we've done this in the past, if we can do in the resolution or a parallel resolution where we waive certain obstacles that the administration itself has in terms of implementing certain changes or constructions to expedite the issue. Because I think, my personal opinion, at Catalonia, there's a safety issue. So the faster this can be done in the right way, so if there's anything we as a body, government body can do to waive certain hoops that you all have to jump through, I would be more than happy to
to support something like that, to expedite the whole process.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a small cost item by comparison to some other things that we do, so I think it would be something that the residents would look forward to. I mean, you guys have been spared most of the emails because they've decided that Kirk and I are the folks that to contact regarding Catalonia Park, but
Donnie and
it's-
Marie.
they're getting pretty bad, so the sooner the better.
I'm not sure if we have time to survey anything, but I think we can use aerials and look at moving the sidewalk. We have two options, near the trees or over or on the other
I
side.
prefer on the other side to
So-
make the park even bigger.
So we can take a look at that.
And by the way, a prime example, if you'd like to see how it'll look, just go to my house on San Amado and look across the street. You have an elevated 6-foot
Next to UM.
sidewalk with a curb, and that runs all down San Amado. So it's done in front of my house, and it works perfectly.
Can you
Perfectly works.
Can you also at the Sunshine meeting have the renderings for the park we already approved?
Yeah.
And also,
Yes.
an update on
And where we are with that?
when
Yeah,
we
that-
shall
that
ever
would
see
be
such a
nice.
thing?
It's a little, yeah, we'll get an update. It's, as you know,
Also-
it's being built
county
by
is
another
doing that
agency.
right
It's the
now,
county,
so-
but we will get you,
But I also received, and you were copied on it, I know you were
Yeah.
dealing with the issue that there was some columns that were a safety hazard at Salvador Park. Did we ever end up taking care of those?
yes. Well, we sectioned them off to make sure that they're okay, and we're waiting on getting them. We got the the parts ordered, and we're waiting for them to get installed, but we secured it, so it shouldn't be an issue. We barricaded it off.
Saying it's a pretty sharp issue.
Yeah, a car ran into it.
And right next to a tree, so if a kid, gets up on that and falls from a tree, he could be impaled.
Right.
So I wanna make
We
sure take
barricaded
care-
and caution taped as much as we could, and we're on a rush order for those.
Thank you.
Okay, one other footnote on that. Currently, there's some people take up a couple of parking spaces there. So if we leave in a couple of parallel spaces or so forth along those trees, see if there's space for that.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to make a decision about the sidewalk then, because I don't think if you have it on the other side there won't be anywhere to park, I don't think. I mean, we'll look at it, but just based on what I've seen and what I walked the space, there's not a lot of space there if you move that sidewalk over.
I just think this is your initiative, and I fully support you, whatever you want to do. If you want to move it on the other side of the trees, we can. I think at one point, we have to make a decision. Either it's the cars or it's the park. And if you want to do something, before we were talking about leaving a little sidewalk and,
No, I get it. I just haven't measured
I want
it,
to
so I don't know.
How many cars? I somebody just wrote me about that, and I said, I'm going to visit there on Saturday morning. I'm going to see how many cars are parked there, and I'm going to visit there a few times in the morning during the week. I'm going to drive by and see how many cars are parked on that swale. We have asphalt parking. We have parking on the other side. Something's got to give. If we're we can't have everything we want.
There's other
Right.
swales.
Dogs
other
can
swales.
use Uber.
Swale's a swale, there's other swales.
And you can walk to
It's
the
a swale.
park.
That's what it
Yeah,
is.
that's the whole point. They walk to Salvador. I mean, they walk to Catalonia. At least I've seen a lot of folks walk their dogs. Majority, exactly. And I would assume with the tree canopy we have and the beautiful landscape and everything we have, walking their dog to Salvador is part of the experience of being in Coral Gables.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you all.
We'll have
Great.
further discussions on April 5th at the meeting. Moving on to I-2.
I-2 is a resolution of City Commission amending ordinance number 2015-17 as amended to add country club fees by the Community Recreations Department, providing for severability and an effective date.
I-2?
Mayor, our Parks Department will be presenting on I-2.
Okay.
This is the last time we looked at the operational issues, and now we're putting a price to those operations so we can move on and with the country club project.
So we have a quick presentation, similar to what was discussed in the last meeting. We've just added some fees in here for discussion and for review. So everybody's seen this. We talked about the conceptual plan for the country club. We went over kind of the vision of the country club being a community event or gathering place for the community to gather, grow, and call home. So phase one, we talked about different memberships that we want to see at the Coral Gables Country Club. One of them being a fitness and lifestyle type membership. We talked about tennis and pickleball memberships, and we talked about golf. So phase one is going to focus on just the fitness center, which is basically the turnkey operations of the current country club. And we have different brackets of memberships. So we have the family platinum membership, and the fees are listed there both for residents and non-residents, as discussed in the last presentation, to make sure we have separate fee structure for both, with priority registration for residents first. And the same goes for any programming that will fall in line with the fitness programming. We have the single fitness membership, we have the junior fitness membership, and then we have the 65 plus fitness membership. And then as we talked about, we were going to set a capacity to those memberships just because of the size of the fitness center to not exceed 2,000 members. That can be reviewed later on, but right now that's going to be our focus. And some of the amenities we wanted to include is, access, of course, to the fitness center, the steam room, adding a smoothie bar component to the fitness center, having activities at the pool, as well as poolside bites, including a kids club, which was one of the biggest feedback items that we got, and then making sure that we have the use of 2 courts at all times for the members, which is something that they're not receiving right now. So some of the fee specifics is when we talk about family memberships, we want to make sure it provides access to the member, the spouse, and then as we discussed, dependent children 21 years and younger. Platinum members are a little bit different. They receive discounts to programming services and rentals, as well as social activity invites. And then additional fees may not be listed. There is a fee amendment resolution attached to the agenda item with a different fee, so we may develop fees later on, and they will be determined by the city manager designee. And then as we discussed, normally we follow a 5-year fee plan. For the sake of this exercise, we focused on a set fee that will be reevaluated and assessed come FY25 and 26. Some of the additional membership package details include a separate pricing structure, like we mentioned, for residents and non-residents to encourage resident usage at a more affordable rate. And we'll make sure we'll have early access registration for those Coral Gables residents to have access to memberships and programs first. And then we discussed guest fees, so very important. We wanted to make sure we have a guest fees for a member to bring a guest, and we looked at having a separate pricing structure for that as well, $15 and $20. When it comes to programming fees, those are normally determined by direct costs, so we wanted to make sure there's no set price that we're putting on the schedule. And the same goes for contracted programming. Those are normally set on the contractor's costs, but we do make sure that they're not able to increase those fees more than 5% in a single year. For the banquet hall facilities, we talked about the different usage of the rooms during the last presentation. Here's a map of all the room uses here that you have. You have the grand ballroom, which can be split in 2 for 2 separate rentals as needed. You have the atrium room, which is the one that faces North Greenway Drive and has pool access. You have the Merrick room, which has the access to the patio with the fountain. I'm sorry, the fountain room, which has access to the patio with the fountain. And then you have the Merrick room, which we identified as more of a programming space. For the hours for the venue rentals, there would be the same hours that are being offered right now, Monday through Sunday, from 9:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. would be daytime rentals, and then evening rentals would be anywhere from Monday through Thursday and Sundays from 5 to 11, and Fridays and Saturdays from 6 to 12 a.m. Now they have an additional hour to break down, which is the same operations that they do right now at the country club. And then bookings are normally for 5 hours. So if you, let me go back. So within those time frames, it doesn't mean that they have the rental within those full hours. It's just you can book within those hours a 5-hour rental. What we're looking to do is solely manage the rental space of the banquet hall facilities at the rates that we're going to list shortly, and then focus on having different caterers be available to provide the catering experience for those venues. Again, the rental fees are based on 5 hours, and then for additional hours, amenities, services, there'll be additional fees. Some of the catering options that we looked at is having pre-qualified caterers, which is very typical in other municipal facilities. There's actually an incentive for revenue sharing that can go anywhere from 10 to 20% on food and beverage costs, not including tax or gratuity, which is very common. We're looking at having a 10% incentive for any of the caterers that are coming in from the outside. Also, as a renter, you're able to bring your preferred caterer to have access to the kitchen. If you have a unique chef, if you want to have a unique experience, you're able to do that, which you're currently not able to do at the current structure. And of course, both options, they still have to be conditional on city insurance requirements, et cetera. So a couple of notes that we put in with the fees is we wanted to make sure we have a discount option for not-for-profit rentals. So we're looking at a 50% discount on any room rentals pending availability and approval. So, and most of the time what we see in that industry, it's daytime rentals, lunchtime rentals, they would fall under that. We also wanted to make sure for joint room rentals, because you'll see in the fees, there's different fees for different types of spaces. A lot of them, they get booked together. So we wanted to make sure there's a discount for a multi-booking of spaces as long as the initial space is rented at the full cost, and those details will be in the rental contract. Evening rentals are defined as rentals that take place at any time at or after 5 p.m., and then each additional hour within the structure of the 5-hour rental would be subject to a 1/5 of the rental fee or rate. Additional details, like I mentioned, will be in the rental contract. So this is very just specific to the fees, and we'll get more into detail when we talk about the conditions of the rental contract, which will be separate. And then, as we mentioned, the city manager designee has a discretion to amend fees or add new fees, and we wanted to keep those fees set and reevaluate for FY25 and 26. So the banquet hall rentals for the Coral Grand Ballroom. So that's the largest of the ballrooms. It does have the ability to be split in two. For capacities, the current capacities are for banquet style rentals, about 600, reception style, 1,000, and then theater style is 800. So here are the fees based on 1 to 300 guests, and then you can go up additional guests at $25 per person rate, which is very typical for other venues similar to this one. We've looked at other venues like Deering Estate, Vizcaya, Fairchild, all of those fall in line with this kind of pricing structure.
Does that fall in line with what's currently being advertised?
So the structure right now is a little different because you have a food and beverage incentives. They do everything in-house. They don't have an outside caterer. So a lot of times they have flexibility to negotiate with the contracts and often waive room rentals as long as you meet the cost of the room rental through the food and beverage. So this would be a little bit different, but this is comparable to other room rental rates within Miami-Dade County.
They're doing it for on a plate, on a cost per plate. Okay. Can be very high. That cost per plate is so high that it includes the rental itself.
Well, this also allows more flexibility to the end user, correct?
Yes, it does, because you can have you can rent the room and then use whatever caterer you wish, or use the kitchen and provide let's say a high-end caterer or a high-end chef.
I think that's more appealing. I mean, again, I'm not in the catering business, so I just find that as the more options that you allow it's more difficult for us, but the more options that you allow an end user could potentially entice more people to come.
You could potentially allow a very high-end chef to use the kitchen and cater. Okay.
I mean, one great incentive about this is when you have a caterer that comes in and out, you turn over a facility at a certain condition. When they leave, they have to return in that condition. Which means that we don't have to store. Right now, there's a lot of furnishings in that place. I mean, there's not enough storage in the current structure of the country club, and they have so much stuff everywhere.
We require less staff.
Less staff, and even with the current structure, remember, they do use a temp agency to staff a lot of their events, but yes, definitely, it's not on you as the city now to contract all the staff. It's on the caterer to contract the appropriate staff, have the staff trained, et cetera. And then I think also for quality, you know, we're providing the venue. If there's issues with the quality of food, it's on the caterer, it's not on the city, which is also an important factor. But I think it'll be very much easier for us to manage these rentals when it's somebody else that's coming in and they have to clean up after themselves after they leave. And if they don't, then we hold the renter accountable. And that's why they have to take out insurance, that's why they have to pay deposits, et cetera.
Thank you.
And like I mentioned, you can split the space in two. Actually, they changed the way the entrance is to allow you to kind of close the curtain, so then you have two separate reception areas for the bar area. You can basically split the entire space in two and rent the space separately if needed. So we just kind of divided the cost up in two and added a little bit of markup. Now, that doesn't mean you can pay the two costs and then rent the whole ballroom. And also we added here, there's an outdoor ceremony space that you can rent. The cost is $500 for a daytime rental or evening rental, $1,000. And then again, those would be subject to 50% discounts if you're renting them together. But if you're renting it just to get a ceremony space, then that would be the cost. The same applies to the get ready rooms and the cocktail reception areas. The atrium room, like I said, this is the one that faces North Greenway Drive. It's the one that has the poolside access. The capacities are 150 people for banquet style, and then for reception style, 250 people. So these fees are substantially less than the grand ballroom. The capacity fees are based on 1 to 100 guests, and again, at each additional guest, there's a markup of 25 per person.
Great.
Okay.
The fountain room, this is the one we also presented as a future option for potential, restaurant space or member social space or lounge space or bar space. Just because it does have a separate entrance to the building, you can kind of continue to do rentals in the rest of the building and then have a separate entrance here. It's facing the restrooms, you have outdoor access. So this could be used for multiple things in the future. But for right now, we included in the rental package, the banquet style capacity is 90 people, reception style 150, and theater style 100 people. And then these are the fees. Again, these are now even less than the atrium room. And from what I know, it's one of the favorite rooms for like baby shower kind of events, daytime, weekend events. So that's more attractive to those kind of rentals.
That's nice.
And then this is the smallest and less used, and often adds, when you walk the building, that's where they store a lot of the furniture because they don't have storage. So the furniture moves through rooms, and this is where most of it ends up. So this is the Merrick Room. It's got a capacity for banquet style for 80 people, reception style for 120 people, and then theater style for 100 people. We're recommending to use this more of an internal programming space. Feedback that I got from the current members of the fitness centers that the exercise room for the classes is very small. If we want to open it up to community members, not just members of the fitness center, it's too small for that. So you could easily have a multi-purpose room here, similar to what we, similar to what we have at the Adult Activity Center, where you can do larger classes, dance classes, etc. And then we can also do private programmed party rental space there. I think I'm gonna need some water. Yes. Sorry. So these are the fees in case we do want to still rent them. But we just wanted to make sure we have the fees available, but that's not our intention.
Yeah, our intention is to keep it as a programming space, a club space. That's where you'll hear the kids club and those activities, members only. I can keep going.
Bad moment. Thank you so much. Here, click the next one.
So these are some of the additional fees. I'll go. If I say something wrong, you can kick me. There's additional rental fees for the banquet hall that we're looking at. So we just wanted to show those, things like the deposit, if they damage anything or we need to clean, the AV service, the security, hourly rate, all the things that are necessary with rentals. So we've covered most of those. In addition is the rental of the furniture. Now, for those of you that have catered events or had weddings, or, in my case, I've had 3 bar mitzvahs, when you go to a caterer, they usually provide the chairs. So either you provide the chairs or we can provide the chairs, and you can rent them through us, as well as the tables. That comes either way, so we'll have that ability right there. Those are the costs. They're kind of industry standard.
Yeah, this is standard cost normally. And there's always ways to waive them if needed to be, depending on the kind of programming.
Want to keep going?
Yeah. And then some other things that we're looking in the future and having there, obviously, depending on what's going to happen, some concessions and pro shop sales as we factor in the golf course, the poolside access and food and beverage. So costs are normally based on a net profit of 150 to 200% on the cost of food and labor. Same goes for retail soft and hard goods. On a net profit of 100 to 150% of cost of the merchandise. And then our media permits, which are basically our standard rates for facility type permits. You have your non-commercial still photo, which is anything like a Sweet 16s or 15 shoot. And then you have your commercial still photo shoot price and your commercial film price. And those are, let's say you're having a wedding there, those are not an additional fee you need to pay. That's more if you're exclusively just coming in to just do a photo shoot. So a bride already has access to to take video and photo. She's not going to be paying extra for that. And we briefly talked about the cafe space and the options for that space last time. Our preference and recommendation is to go into a concessionaire agreement for that space that allows the city to have access to the kitchen space as needed, allows us to oversee the prices, make sure that there's quality control on the menu, and we are also able to have more oversight on the general operations of the space. Having spoken to some of the staff that's there right now, they're limited to what they're able to do there because most of the food is pre-packaged or pre-done and then convection heated. Just because they have the larger kitchen that serves more of the banquet style. So if you have a separate dedicated kitchen for this that a concessionaire could use, they're able to provide better quality food in that space. And of course, we'll focus on keeping the gelato.
So just to add something, I know we're not talking about this, but this is what I think we should do in regards to Burger Bob's. Use the same kind of split of revenue. We've mentioned it before. So just taking an opportunity to revive that conversation.
And the split can be negotiated. You know, we didn't put in a specific split here, but just the idea of a split that allows the city more oversight is important.
Exactly. There's some factors to consider, the equipment that's in there, whether they're bringing their own. So we'll have to look at that as we start getting closer. Yep.
And then we brought back the org chart because, so this org chart is for the full implementation, but for the current budget amendment that you're going to be seeing, it's going to go into phase 1, which is basically 7 full-time employees and 24 part-time employees to get started, with a focus on staffing the banquet hall facilities, fitness and pool. And then, of course, very important, the maintenance. The tennis and golf will defer and then probably implement at a later date. And then the reason we brought this back up, we also restructured some of the positions. So originally you had a country club manager and then supervisors, but based on the competitive pay in that industry, we had to restructure the positions a little bit. So it's going to be more of a division director that's going to oversee the entire country club operations. And then underneath this position, you'd have multiple managers that oversee the specific areas within the industry.
And we have,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. We have been in discussions with existing staff members that are there. We've had interviews and we're in the process of negotiations to get a few of them on board right away, very soon.
Okay, that's good. And I appreciate that because I know the lay of the land. I'm going to reiterate what I've said before, and I hope my colleagues agree with me. When you mention full-time employees, I do not want to see any pension exposure. I want these individuals to be on 401ks, for whatever, 401as. I want these individuals, even if we have to compensate them more, I want to limit the amount of employees that are on the pension plan.
Hi. So it's a benefit of the city. If they are considered full-time city employees, they have an option. And they can choose the pension plan or the 401. We cannot, I don't believe that we can mandate it.
Well, we need to find ways, and maybe our very qualified city attorney can help us find a road, because I want to limit the amount of employees that we have in regards to the exposure to the pension plan. You guys are watching the stock market, right? And what's happening around in regards, we've had 10 great years, but.
For sure, we'd have to amend the pension ordinance. I'll talk to Jim Lynn and see if that's possible.
I'm ready to have that conversation. I'm ready to have that conversation today. And by the way, I want to put something on the record that I said before here, and actually I had an employee come and talk to me about it. When I mentioned about the issue about privatizing code enforcement, it was not about privatizing the entire code enforcement. Right. So my comment was a very simple comment. That was that if code enforcement needs additional help, I don't have an issue bringing in a private company to help them in their process, because we're demanding a lot from them. And I had one employee come into that, they were scared that I was saying privatize. No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, and I don't want the rumor to start out there. But in regards to, we have a pension. We've made incredible strides, and the manager and I see eye to eye on this issue, along with my colleagues in the commission. We need to find ways to limit our exposure. So I know that maybe our pension doesn't allow it, but we need to figure out a way to find an opportunity. Okay. Do my colleagues agree with me?
Yep, I just will note that, add this to the list of reasons why I don't think it's ideal for us to run it, although I know we have no choice at this point. But if we can't if we can't avoid pensioning all these employees, it's another doozy.
I have a question. So, as you heard, we're going to look into the pension issue, but it'll take time. What's your timeline in terms of needing folks, boots on the ground?
About 30 days.
We're already,
So-
like I said, we've already have offers out. We're moving.
So they're going to have to move forward while we parallel tracks deal with this.
I mean, listen, I would like for our city attorney, we have directors here that have a decision. They're 401A. There's some of them are not on pension, correct?
Mhm.
So
Well, there's certain incentives of picking the 401A over the pension because you have to put in less.
I just don't want to tie your
And
hands.
now it's an option. He's trying to take, to make it mandatory. Mr. Manager, am I remembering correctly that at the last meeting, we approved, or the commission approved additional employees to work at the country club?
That last resolution was to add employees and also allow me to negotiate certain contracts because of the constraint time that we
The
have.
contracts I remember, but I just wanted to make sure everybody remembered about the employees.
Yes. It will be difficult to hire within the time frame involved people and change the pension plan at the same time.
Something to consider, we do have time to, with the other two phases, to look at restructuring. But right now, we were concentrating on the fitness center and the banquet halls to get it operational.
That's my point. Time is of the essence, at least up in the beginning. And I don't want your hands to be tied because we want this to be a smooth transition. I want to very much compliment you all and your team for responding very quickly to resident concerns, especially folks that have their memberships at the fitness center. Within 24 hours, you're back there, and I get feedback from residents that you've been amazingly responsive. So thank you on behalf of the commission. You've done a great job, and I agree with the mayor. You've created a template that could be replicated elsewhere. So I really am rooting for all of you. I'm rooting for the city. I think it's going to go very well. I just had a real quick question or two. The nonprofits, 50% off, and then there's the issue of residents, non-residents. The one thing we've heard all along is that, we want to make sure that it doesn't become the Venetian pool scenario. So starting with nonprofits, I would love to see a way that nonprofits that are based out of Coral Gables or headquarters out of Coral Gables have some kind of preferred access to the rooms, because we have, my gosh, more than any other city in Dade County, a lot of our community civic groups have been here since the beginning of time.
Well, that's why we put in language in that it's subject to approval.
Yeah.
First off, it's like an application to say that a rental, and then we approve it. So we're just not going to approve, willy-nilly anything without looking at it, making sure it serves the use and it's the time, and it's an area that we need usage, and it helps us.
Is it, I guess it's the city attorney's question for her, or maybe something to look into. When they apply, I mean, obviously you're going to see where the address, but, when you do scoring and rankings for different things, the fact that they're Coral Gables based, when it comes time to making decisions between one group or the other for one spot that's available, I'd like it to go to Coral Gables based organizations.
So if it's in terms of giving preference, so that should be memorialized somewhere in an administrative order or a commission resolution. If it's in terms of giving the rate, it should be on a first come, first serve, assuming that they meet all the criteria. So if they're
To me, it was preference.
registered 501, okay, then.
Because I think it's going to be in a lot of demand. Once I already heard it in the community, once community-based organizations realize that the country club's welcoming them to have their meetings there, their luncheons there, I think a lot of them are going to take advantage of it.
Then maybe next meeting you want to have a resolution on with some specific factors we can work on.
But Commissioner, that's also, if you notice, is based on availability, because we still have to pay for the center. We feel this will be profitable, and Commissioner Forrest, you mentioned the hiring, but we feel this will be a very profitable enterprise, and that should more than pay for itself.
I don't want it to be
From that
empty.
respect, so we have to be careful that we don't deal with all nonprofits. I'm sorry, but we have to run a profitable
We
enterprise.
deal with all nonprofits. Everyone's welcome. But if it comes down to one space, one time slot, and two groups, and one's Coral Gables based and the other one's not, I'd like the nod to go to the Coral Gables when there's one spot, one day, one hall available.
Assuming they come in at the same time, because otherwise one.
No,
will
no,
have a-
exactly. But I want the community to know that we are thinking of them.
Okay.
It's just not, we're not a bus station, and all buses lead here. I want folks to know that we are, aware and trying to make sure we take care of our residents.
Assuming it's not committed, the tie goes to the resident community.
All right, just if we can memorialize it, that'd be great. My only other question is, how are you going to monitor going forward, again, the issue not with nonprofits, but just general memberships? You'll be able to report back to us the numbers of resident, non-resident.
So what we're thinking of doing, depending on the transition now and the exit, is that once the fees are set, we're going to prepare the rental packages as well as the fitness membership packages, hopefully onboard them at some point in April, with a tentative start date, of course, so that people can explore because that's what the hesitation is a lot, is like, what's happening, what's going on, what are the prices? We want to know. So giving them the information, I think, is most important right now. And then with a tentative start date, that's okay. And most of the current members already encountered that during COVID, not knowing when they were going to come back, but knowing that they had a place to come back. That was more important. So that's what we want to do. We definitely can open up the window for residents first only and see what that gathers, and then eventually open up the window for non-resident memberships. Now, the membership will be locked in for the year, and then obviously they'll have the priority, just like all our other memberships, to renew. Now, if they, let's say they don't renew and then somebody else jumps in and we're already at capacity, we'll have to reevaluate things, of course.
I think it's very fair. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
We have a second part that I think finance has to present, which is in
Perfect. Listen, I was really impressed by the
that-
presentation.
Related to I-2, we need a motion and a vote.
Can I get a motion?
Motion here.
Second?
Second.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Great work. Great work.
Excellent.
I3?
I3 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2021-22 annual budget to recognize Coral Gables Country Club receipts as revenue and to appropriate such funds to support the country club operations, including an increase in full-time headcount from 848 to 855, 7 positions, and part-time positions from 159.74 to 177.74, 18.
I'm here for any questions.
I don't have any questions for you. Commissioners, anything?
No questions. I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
I6?
Resolution of City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award the parking facilities and centralized valet parking operations to Last Parking LLC, the highest ranked responsive and responsible proposer, pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and Request for Proposal 2021-37.
Good evening, Celeste Walker Harmon, Chief Procurement Officer. This RFP was competitively solicited for the parking department. It actually combines 2 existing contracts. One is for the parking attendants and the other one is for the valet. We had 2 proposers, and the highest ranked proposer, Laz, is being recommended for your consideration today.
Okay, we have controls in place where we can limit the valet service, the personal privileged valet service that some were being given around town. You know what I'm talking about or no?
I will defer to Mr. Kinney.
Mr. Kinney. Mr. Kinney. Mr. Kinney, as you remember in the past, I had mentioned before that there was like a personal privilege valet service that some people had by paying a little extra money. They could have their cars shuttled around and their cars were left in the front. And it was a nice service for some, but it wasn't afforded to everyone.
It was one of the reasons we combined the 2 contracts together so that we had more direct control over what was happening on the street.
Also, the duplication of the tickets. Remember, some tickets were, when they would give them to you, they looked like they had been washed multiple times, but the issue was that it was the same ticket being going over and over again, and these guys were pocketing the money.
On that specific issue, the city itself is
I'm just trying to bring every dollar to the city, everything I can get, you know?
We are personally going to be the owners of the app.
Okay.
That all valet stands are required to use, and all of the transactions are going to be through that software system.
So, if you go to the design district, you have to pay in cash. You have to pay obviously with an app.
Yes.
No more cash.
Not in centralized valet.
so
Now, we may try and roll that out into the non-centralized valet eventually, but we're starting with just centralized.
Okay, the design district, it works perfectly fine. Why are we not doing the same thing? Everybody carries a credit card, or,
Some piece of plastic.
some piece of plastic. The days of not having plastic, I can't even remember a person who doesn't carry a credit card and carries just only cash. Why don't we just save the headache of counting money, of potentially losing any money in regards to fraud?
Everything under this contract is exactly that.
This is the first time ever.
Yes.
Okay,
What I'm talking about is the ones that are not in the CBD.
Yes.
That eventually I'm going to make that a requirement of their separate contracts.
Why don't we do it
That's
now?
not part of this contract.
Why don't we do it now?
I would like to get this contract up and running smoothly and then roll it
So
out.
how long is, I need a window. Give me a time frame for you to do that.
Well, we're going to start negotiations within a few weeks, and this.
No, but
I would
outside of the
anticipate this will roll out before summer.
No, but I'm talking about outside the central business district.
After we get this up and running, then I would say over the summer, we would require it of every valet in the city.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, will you do me a favor, please?
Yes, sir.
August meeting, give me a date. Give me the last meeting in August.
We only have one meeting in August. It's going to be the 23rd.
Okay, that's the end of summer. Put it, I want to sponsor an item addressing Mr. Kinney in regards to the rollout of no more cash outside of the central business district, and I'd like to have an update ensuring that has happened. If not, we can do it in the first week in September, right when school has started, which constitutes fall, not summer. Pick whatever day Mr. Kinney would like, okay?
So an update of valet operations in August would be perfect.
Outside of the central business district and the central business district also.
That's included in this contract.
I would love to see, not only discussing how we're gonna handle things outside of the central business district, but I would also like to see that date, how much more money year over year in regards to that month is being collected. Because I'd like to see, once we eliminate the cash transaction, I'm telling you, let me just give you an example. I went to have dinner with a good friend of mine the other day, and he parked his car. We got out of the car. The valet ticket that was given to him looked like my mom had washed my jeans 15 times and it had been stuck in there. Okay? They continue to do it. They get away with it. Or I know people, I'm not going to tell you who they are, who pay a fee to park their car in the front and they don't even get a ticket. And they get their car delivered all over the downtown. It still goes on now.
Of course.
Again,
It happens.
I know, I'm saying, but my job is, again, you guys are doing a great job. Things are going very well. But my job is to get every single dollar for the city manager.
So if you eliminate the human discretion.
Of course. That's what I'm saying. I don't want any more cash. I don't want even pennies. I want it all to be transaction-based. And the moment you do that is the moment you eliminate the possibility of there being any indiscretions or potential fraud.
I try and avoid the term eliminate because every time we set a rule, somebody finds a way around it.
Listen,
but yes,
we got to keep
wanna
evolving.
chase-
We got to keep
wanna
evolving.
Chase the rabbit.
We'll keep evolving. We keep
That's why
evolving.
it's wire fraud.
Every day we're getting better. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
How
many people
Mr.
do we
Vice
need
Mayor?
in a row to vote on this?
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to I-7.
Resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to hire a consultant related to the proposed Biltmore Way Streetscape project and directing city staff to provide an update on an upcoming scheduled meeting. This came out of the Sunshine meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago.
Billy, I'm a yes on that prior vote as well.
Yes, sir.
I did.
Mayor, we're already working on this.
Okay.
And with this resolution, we can move forward and bring the contract to the commission soon.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Quick question, Mr. Manager. What is soon? What are we looking at in regards to the time frame?
I expect a draft contract this week, so soon after that.
So you think sometime in May?
Yes.
We discussed the last meeting in May.
Okay, perfect. That works with me. Thank you very much. All right, I think we've covered everything. Did I miss anything on the agenda?
Yes, sir. We're missing the mayor's items.
Okay.
Agenda item 2.3 and 2.4.
2.3 and 2.4, okay. All right, let's go to 2.3. Wow, thought I had covered everything.
We had a slight detour this.
Yeah. 2.3, a resolution of the Parking Advisory Board recommending to the City Commission that a significant portion of the ground floor retail space, we did this already.
Yeah, that one we did.
Okay.
And the commission took no action.
All right. 2.4,
It's actually a separate
It's separate. The
resolution.
one we
This
did
is
was
from-
for the Transportation
Oh, it was
Advisory Board.
2.5.
This one's for the Parking Advisory Board.
But the
Okay.
conversation is exactly the same.
So I would record it as no action on either one.
okay,
Correct.
Yeah,
that's it?
yeah, essentially, it was not as many requests as the Transportation Advisory Board, but the Parking Advisory Board asked that we make a significant effort to get micromobility on the ground floor.
So it's just 2.4 that's missing, Mayor.
Okay, so 2.4,
I don't know if there's anybody from the Parking Advisory Board here to present.
There is not, and we've had significant discussion. The request is essentially that when there's projects that are significant, that have significant impact on parking, the concern is that if there's requests or reductions in parking, they wanted to make sure that that was reviewed.
Thank you.
Now, what I can say is the existing a resolution from 1987 makes it clear that if there's something that impacts public parking, that it can be reviewed by the board. So the request was actually more a direction to staff to make sure that those projects get presented to the board. But they wanted some reflection in resolution that was more specific, directing the director to bring those projects as soon as they're ready to present.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm not aware of us reducing parking requirements by the zoning code. We have remote parking, which is part of the zoning code. So, Mr. Trias, have we reduced parking at any time?
Doesn't happen, and I have to say that Director Kinney does a great job already at reviewing the project, so I don't see.
I would agree that I don't believe this really adds anything to the current scope of the parking board's responsibilities. And I did try to explain to them that we've never waived parking requirements. There are some things in the zoning code that allow adjustments to parking requirements.
We follow the zoning code requirements always, and sometimes that allows for shared parking or remote parking, but there's no such thing as waiving requirements.
I'm not aware of any project where we've waived anything at any time.
The other thing I would just point out is I believe as we move into the mobility hub and kind of the growth of transportation, mobility, parking, the existing resolution for the Parking Advisory Board was passed in 1987. I've been working in parking almost that long, and I can tell you things have changed dramatically. In 1987, parking directors would not be running trolleys, and they would not be running freebies. So I believe in the next few years, especially with the opening of the mobility hub, what the responsibilities of the Parking Advisory Board may need to be revisited. But at this point in time, I don't think there's a need to change the resolution. But they wanted to make, and like I said, it was more directed towards the parking director, that if there were something to come up that would impact, that I would present it to them. But it's already my commitment that I try and do that.
Well, they can reach out to us if they have anything more that they want to be specific about here, but it's not, doesn't seem to be much different than what we've already considered.
And you don't have to take any action.
So we'll take no action then?
Take no action.
Again, we welcome and we're grateful for their service on the board. And if they'd ever like to speak to the commission or to speak to the mayor, we're always
And
welcome.
it is always my intent that any significant project that impacts parking, they need to review it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. What else is pending, Mr. Clerk?
The mayor's items.
All right, I'm going to run through this really quickly.
Did we do I-7?
Did we do I-7?
I-7. Fillmore Way Streetscape
We
Consultant.
did. We did.
We
Done.
did? Okay.
You want to vote on that?
Maybe,
You want to vote on
yes,
it?
in case I missed it.
Yes, you did miss it,
Okay.
but
All right, yes.
D1, Madam City Attorney, can you just give us a really brief 30-second update in regards to the property on the corner of Bird Road and 57th Avenue, which continues to be full of trash. The fence is blown in, and there seems to be no relief in regards to a property which, again, is not inhabited by the owner. It's rented out, and it just continues to be an eyesore in the neighborhood.
Ms. Cabrera and the deputy city attorney can come up and state when the property was cited and when they have to comply by.
So it's my understanding that a notice of violation was issued. It went to the code enforcement board, an order was entered. They had 30 days to comply. That deadline has lapsed. And I know that code is just going to proceed with its process, which would include, the running of fines and proceeding with a lien. But I do believe that code has made contact with the owner, is my understanding, and that they said they were, I don't know the specifics, but I think they're working on it, is my
Right, they're working on cleaning it up, but the running fines did start, so the next step would be the recording of a lien.
Okay. I drive by that property every single day. I have to listen to the residents who tell me what an eyesore it is. That property should have been purchased by the city when we had the opportunity. The previous city manager erred, and in my opinion, it was a big mistake. Could have been a beautiful entranceway for the city, and it was a shame that we missed out on that opportunity. And now we have to deal with a property which is rented out, and the grass is overgrown, the trees are overgrown, there's heaps of garbage in the front driveway. And right now you have a fence which is completely mangled, and there's garbage thrown throughout the swale. I want to be careful with my words and what I have to say right now, but it's disappointing the level of the fact that our hands are so tied in regards to allowing this to happen in our own backyard, especially in the city of Coral Gables. The residents are so fed up about this in my neighborhood. They're just tired of seeing this. They're tired of the lack of any ability to have any recourse on these individuals, especially since this property is a rented property that's owned by somebody that probably doesn't even live in the neighborhood or live in the county. So I know you're trying to do the best that you can. I just ask you that when they do come back for a break on the code enforcement violations which are rolling, I think that we take a long and hard look in regards to the current state of that property and how long it took them to fix the property. Because from the last time I checked, they said they were waiting for reimbursement from the insurance company. We had that conversation. That privilege is not afforded to anybody here in the city. If you're waiting for the insurance company to pay for it, you fix it, and then you get reimbursed. You can't just allow something to be out there for months, devaluing your neighbor's property and being an eyesore in the neighborhood. So I want to thank you for your hard work. I know it's not your fault. I just want to make sure that we're getting to a level of frustration in the neighborhood that I'm gonna, I don't know what else to do in regards to the property, but thank you. D2, I put this on the agenda and I sent a memo to my colleagues in regards to parking medallions. I did this because I think that we need to have a new protocol. And the new protocol should be one that the manager has a little bit more control over. And what I'm requesting is that once an employee who has a parking medallion obviously no longer works here, the medallion is removed, correct? But for example, an elected official like myself, we should every 2 years have to show proof of life to make sure that those medallions are still being used by the individuals that those medallions were afforded. And we also need to be very careful the amount of medallions that we hand out to people. In my household, we have 2 medallions, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, 2 medallions. If we find out that somebody has deceased, someone has died, and they're a previous elected official, please do not continue to grant those medallions. That is a privilege for serving this city. And I want to make sure, and I would like for my commission to consider that there be a new process where that once you've no longer served, that you have every 2 years, the city can send you a notice and say, Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Mena, please fill out this document, give us your license plate number, your insurance, or whatever it may be, and we'll send you your medallion, or we'll update the system. We should get rid of medallions altogether, because those medallions are stolen. My medallion was stolen off my car, and I know other elected officials who've had the medallion stolen from them. It should be uploaded to a system, a database, and that's how people should know whether they get a ticket or whether they don't get a ticket. So if you consider that, I'm going to prepare some legislation to give a little bit more oversight to the manager in regards to the medallions.
Mayor, I think my recollection is that was done by commission resolution, so we'll dig it up. It was a long time ago, and we'll work with you to put together a policy.
Okay.
It also, and I think you bring up a good point about the medallions physically being
obsolete.
You can make one. I know they have a serial number, but they're the standard stickers from Home Depot. You can get the same font.
You're giving state secrets away. What I can tell you is the mayor mentioned that, and I agree completely, that getting away from the medallions is probably the best thing.
Yes.
City employees currently that get free parking, there's, with the exception of directors. Directors are given a medallion because they've always been given a medallion. But for example, other employees, assistant directors that have to drive their own personal vehicles for business, their license plates are just registered in the system. When we enter their license plate, it shows this is an exempt person, 8 to 5. That means during the working day, they don't get citations. That type of system can work for almost everybody. And the city attorney is correct. The resolution that we currently operate under is something that has been in place since early 80s. And it probably is time to rethink how we do that. I will tell you the current list, city employees, past elected and appointed people, is about 84 license plate numbers. But the mayor is exactly correct. There are certain people on that list that probably have more than their fair share.
So you have, to your credit, you have purged the list on multiple occasions at my request.
I confess that we had deceased people on the list, but reading the obituaries is not one of my favorite things to do.
I think the way that you clean that up and you hold us accountable is by having a 2-year window where that elected official has to contact the city manager and submit a document saying, look, this is my car, this is my license plate number, and I hope all is well. And that way you can ensure that we're being transparent and those medallions are being used for the appropriate purpose.
So dead people voted in Miami, and we have dead people driving with medallions.
Yes, sir.
That's true.
Yes, sir.
Florida.
Madam City
South
Attorney,
Florida.
can we prepare something for the next commission meeting,
Yes,
please?
we'll work with you on it, Mayor.
Okay. D3, an update in regards to 827 Ortega. What is the latest news in regards to 827 Ortega?
So Mayor, this property has gone to the Construction Regulation Board a number of times and and before the Code Enforcement Board, the owner agreed to an order, which has certain deadlines in it. The owner is working on revising their plans. The owner has been the current owner, which acquired the property 1 year ago, has been very responsive to our outside counsel who's monitoring this case, and has stated that his structural engineer has to work on completing the calculations to submit the plans, et cetera, or to complete the plans. The next deadline is April 15th, which requires a detailed update. But as I said, the owner is constantly updating council. And then he says he does plan to obtain the permits by the deadline of May 16th.
Okay. So, quick question. It's a question for both of you. Maybe Mr. Trias can give a little bit of insight if he's looked at the plans. Has anybody here looked at the plans? The plans that he's submitting, the exterior look of the plans. Has anyone seen that?
I believe that the ones that you're referring to were the ones that were denied, and they've changed their architect after that.
So let me tell you what was submitted. What was submitted in a residential neighborhood was submitted a property that went from corner to corner. I don't even think there must have been 3 or 4% green space, and it literally looked like it was a 3-story building. It looked like an office building. Am I wrong, Ms. Cabrera?
Like I said, those were rejected, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
My point is that this individual hired an architect that was not aware of our standards. During that time, that property was in a dilapidated state and continued to be an eyesore in the community. If the person is serious about embarking on a rebuild or a beautification project of this home, he would have hired a local architect that was aware of the code, a person who understood our standards, understood that we have a BOA, but that was not the case. This is an investment property for this individual, and they want to maximize every square footage, which they're allowed to by the code, but what they need to do is make sure that they follow the code, which they're not doing. So on April 15th, Mr. Clerk, when is our next commission meeting?
April 12th,
Okay. When is the next meeting after that?
26th.
On that commission meeting, please, I want an update for 827 Ortega, and I'd like to understand where the project is at that moment. I get calls daily basis in regards to the residents in this neighborhood. Nobody should be subjected to live next to a home that is in this state. This is unacceptable, in my opinion. And after I saw the first plans, anybody who has an understanding about construction knows that this individual is not serious about rebuilding this home. I'm not sure what exactly they're doing. So by April 15th, they should have some sort of conceptual drawing at a minimum to present to the BOA in regards to what their plans are, and hopefully we can push it forward. If they're not serious about, if I don't see something serious, I would really appreciate the support of my colleagues to take some legal action against these individuals. Especially, it's my understanding that the owners are from out of town also. So I know their hands are tied until April 15th, but I don't want to be more accommodating than we've been already, especially with the current state of the home. Okay?
So I think I heard May 15th was the agreed order deadline?
Right, April 15th, just to provide an update.
Okay, yeah, we're happy to do that, but I just wanted to let you know that code enforcement is a legal action, and construction regulation is also legal action.
How many months have we been dealing with this ordeal already? Since the first submission of the plans, since the first plans.
I don't know exactly when the plans were submitted, but I believe that they were rejected in December, is my.
Okay, so this is what I would like, Mr. Clerk, please. I would like a detailed breakdown, a schedule of the moment this house burned down to the moment that the house was sold.
We
I think we sent that to you
already.
Well, I want it on the record.
I can provide
Okay,
you
and
some information.
I want to know when the first plans were submitted, when the architect was changed to the late. I don't remember off the top of my head. I get hundreds of emails a day. I apologize. I know it was sent to me. I try to respond to every single one. I want to build a timeline because I think that we're being too generous with this individual. And I think that if one of us lived next to this home, you would want to have someone like myself pushing for less generosity. So I'll leave it at that, okay? So the April 26th meeting, I look forward to that update. Okay? Thank you very much. I have a few more items. So today our state attorney, Catherine Fernandez-Rondo, was holding a press conference to bring attention to insidious crime that takes place in our community and around the globe, sex trafficking. As part of her announcement, she is promoting the local hotline that is available to report sex trafficking or to obtain resources for victims of trafficking. The hotline is 305 Fix Stop. Thank you, Patty. As part of this campaign, they have created partnerships with private industry and will be training personnel in the 5 industries that will most likely encounter victims: hotels, restaurants, airports, seaports, and law enforcement. This training is geared so that people can identify and learn the signs of when people are being trafficked so it can be reported. As part of this effort, the state attorney has partnered with local, state, and federal agencies and other municipalities in Miami-Dade County, like Coral Gables, who are supporting and participating in this effort. While our city attorney, Miriam Soler Ramos, and I couldn't be there in person to show our city's support, we were well represented by our deputy city attorney, Cristina Suarez. Thank you for the good job, and I appreciate you being there representing the city. This is why in 2016 I introduced, and this commission passed, an ordinance prohibiting hourly rentals in Coral Gables. I'm proud to say that we were the first in the state to do that. The public policy reasons are compelling, since it is well established that hotels and motels that allow for hourly rental of rooms are frequented by individuals engaged in prostitution and or human sex trafficking and other illegal activity. I am proud to have led the way with my colleagues in the commission. This is something I feel passionate about. Just imagine, the U.S. State Department estimates that between 600 to 800,000 individuals are trafficked across our nation's borders every year, with Florida receiving a high percentage of those victims. Victims of human trafficking, sex trafficking are often exposed to serious health risks, including sexually transmitted diseases, drug and alcohol addiction, PTSD, psychological trauma, and much more. It is abhorrent that people take advantage of others and basically use them as sex slaves. I feel so strongly about this that I have spoken and advocated for other municipalities to join Coral Gables by banning hourly motels. It is known fact that when big events such as NASCAR and Ultra come into town, so do those that commit this heinous crime of trafficking people. So as this campaign launches, we in Coral Gables will also be launching our new awareness campaign. We will not only use our social media platforms, but we will have advertising in our kiosks and are placing flyers in our trolleys to bring awareness to the societal menace, And Mr. Manager, I want to ensure that our team, police officers, code enforcement, and other city employees be trained on the signs of human trafficking. We all need to remember, if we see something, we must say something. I want to make you aware of something that I'm also very proud of, that you should be proud of as a city, because you deserve all the credit, every single one of you, especially our city attorney, our city manager, and my colleagues in the commission. While we failed, as we tried incredibly hard with the help of Oscar La Rosa, the vice mayor for City of Hialeah, my colleagues in West Miami, and we also tried with Joe Carollo, Commissioner Joe Carollo and Commissioner Alex Diaz Portilla, who led the way in the city of Miami. We failed to pass similar legislation in those cities. We were able to, with the help of Naomi and other leaders in our community, to put pressure at the state level. And I'm proud to say that the governor on his desk has an hourly motel ban waiting to be signed. It has already passed the State House and the Senate. I was going to announce this later, but I'm going to announce it now. I will be visiting and making my 4th trip to Tallahassee. One last ditch effort to ensure that our advocacy brings home the bacon, as we've said before. We're spending one day there, one evening, and meeting with the governor on Thursday morning at 9:45. This is one of the items that I'm going to bring up to the governor, which is one of our legislative agenda items. I'm going to bring up the fact that we're very proud that he's taken this step forward to preempting. Even though I'm not a fan of preemption, this is a preemption that I'm willing to get behind. So I want to thank our team, Naomi. I want to thank the city manager, our city attorney, especially Christina. Thank you for being there today. My colleagues in the commission, and all the other individuals who have played a major role, Mayor Francis Suarez, Vice Mayor Oscar La Rosa. Your leadership is going to pay significant dividends once the governor signs this legislation. Moving on, Tech Month. April is Tech Month is in Greater Miami. There are numerous events taking place, headlined by the annual Emerge Americas Conference. I'm glad that this important community event is back after a 2-year hiatus. During Emerge, I will be participating in the U.S. Conference of Mayors Summit focused on cryptocurrency adoption. As a city, we're a leader in technological advances. I'm happy to say that on a national scale, our efforts have not gone unnoticed. Last fall, I had the privilege of sharing the platform at the National Cyber Security Conference with San Jose, California, a city known globally for its technological prowess. Who would have thought back in the 80s that our city would share the stage with the capital Silicon Valley at a technology conference? And recognition of our leadership continues. I'm proud to have been asked to present during the Bitcoin and Blockchain Summit. While I know that our innovation and technology department is always looking for technological advances, it is important that we as leaders seek to learn what is on the horizon, that we will make our city more efficient, transparent, accountable, and effective while allowing us to focus on the customer experience. Coral Gables must remain at the forefront of technological advances. 2 quick points before we adjourn. 3 quick points, excuse me. I've had several business owners bring to my attention saying the issue of the pressure cleaning every 6 months, that maybe some people, not everyone could comply. I want you to give it some thought, Mr. Manager. Why not possibly hire pressure cleaning companies and pass the cost on to the owners? Maybe some sort of bill to the business improvement district where we could manage the pressure cleaning companies every 6 months and pass the bill on to the owners of the buildings. Just a thought. It's a lot more work. It's a lot more responsibility. Hermes is looking at me with his eyes.
It would be more expensive for them because
Be
they'd
more
have to meet
expensive
all
for
the
them?
city requirements than through the private sector.
It's more expensive. But if on June 30th, I don't see compliance across the board, we've got to take some steps to handle it ourselves and start billing people. Because the last thing I want to do is fine people. So I'd like for you to look into that if possible. I've also like to remind everybody that this year marks the 8th annual Wings for Wishes event, a unique South Florida fundraising event. Wings for Wishes combines the love of chicken wings with a desire to grant children's wishes through Make-A-Wish Southern Florida. Wings for Wishes offers a variety of sports grill wings, savory foods, desserts, and more. Some of the best craft beers are on tap. The tickets sold for this event, as well as all team entries, benefit South Florida's Make-A-Wish Foundation and have raised more than $1,100,000. Join this family-friendly block party on this Saturday, April 2nd, and support a wonderful cause that has already granted over 221 wishes. With this being said, I would like to request for the city to waive all the permit fees that they have waived in the past, which will benefit this event. I ask for the support of my colleagues and would like to entertain a motion if they would support that.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, I believe this was done during the March meeting, the
It
first
was?
meeting in March, yes.
Oh, well, okay,
That's why
perfect.
you had that look on your face.
My bad, my bad.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, but I have another request. So I'd like to put together a team like I do every year. I bought a large sponsorship, which includes 4 teams. I would like to, like I do every year, Mr. Manager, please have the firefighters sign up 4 firefighters, the police sign up 4 police officers, and I'd like for my colleagues in the commission to see if they'd like to sign up with me, whoever. I know we have 5, but we can only have 4. Whoever would like to join me in the wing eating contest. The last time before COVID, the last time before COVID, we came close to making it to the finals. I think we were robbed, and back then we had Big Frank. He didn't hold up his weight. For being 6'8", I thought he would be able to eat a lot more chicken wings because I thought his stomach was a lot longer. But I realized it was the distance. It was the distance from the plate to his mouth that there was a delayed. It was bad calculations by me. I thought it was just his height would win it all. But
If they make a gluten-free one, I'll participate.
They don't. But we still need you there for support. So it's this Saturday. And I would love nothing more than to join us out there. We're going to make a team. It's not about winning. It's just about showing support. The tickets are already paid for. I paid them personally.
A very fun event.
And it's a good, fun event for family and friends. So I'd like to see you there this Saturday. The last thing I have to mention is, and this is, we've all had discussions with the manager in regards to the mobility hub. This is an incredibly important project for the city. And it's a project that is going to distinguish the city and really catapult us to the next level, in my opinion. I want to make sure, and I tell this to the manager, if White's is unable to deliver in regards to what we need from this contractor, I want you to be rest assured that not only do we support you as we always do, but if you need to move on to the next second qualified contractor, please feel free and do that. Whites will not hold us hostage with a proposal that is not in line with what this city needs. And I want to make sure that the numbers that are coming back, yes, we've seen an escalation on prices across the board. I feel it every day in my work. But this is an incredibly important project for the future of the city of Coral Gables. And if you feel that in the best interest of the city is to move on to the second bidder, I have no issues with that whatsoever. Okay?
I have no issue doing that or going out to bid.
I know you do. I know you do. And I want to make it very clear. So, and I'm sending that message to whites that they better come to the table and negotiate and continue to negotiate as they've done with you, because we're willing to move to the second bidder. The second bidder is just as qualified, and we're looking to deliver on this project as soon as possible.
And from what I recall, it was a very close call between
Yes.
between the first and second bidder.
Yeah. You know, and I reviewed the second bidder, and I was just exposed to a recently completed project, which I can share with you offline. It's pretty impressive what they've done in regards to a mobility hub that they just completed. And I had the information broken down to me per cost of space versus what we're being charged. And I think there's an opportunity to maybe light a fire on their whites and get them a little bit more aggressive to the table.
Here we have number one, number two, or we gonna go out to bid also?
But again,
No.
make sure if you like, you can show whites this video and explain to the commission wholeheartedly is willing and able at the drop of a dime to move to number two. There is no moment to waste here.
Is there anything that prevents us from getting two bids?
I think both options are on the table.
Both options.
I think the authorization was for the top, but if the manager, they failed, then we'd come back and ask for authorization for the second.
Or potentially,
Sometimes we have where it says one or the other. My computer died, but
I have no issue either going to second or going out to bid, whatever is in the benefit of the city.
And again, make sure that whites understands the commission is ready. Move on to number two and negotiate with number two, or go out to bid. I'm ready to do whatever you deem appropriate. I don't want to waste any more time. And again, you have enough on your plate, and so does staff. I don't have time to waste, especially we have a deadline here in regards to our obligations. I don't have time to waste anymore with numbers that are stratospheric. It's time to really cut to the chase. Final thing, one last thing. I welcome all my colleagues. Please join me April 6th, Wednesday at 5:30 to 7:30 at the Adult Activity Center. It's my biannual town hall meeting. I promise you it'll be a 15-minute presentation by staff and myself, very short, and the rest of the time it will be public comment. And if you're able to make it, I would love for you to be there. We're expecting a good crowd like we always do. Probably a few hundred people will be there. We'll have some, soft drinks and some light bites. I just want to make sure that everybody is aware that they're invited in the community Wednesday, April 6th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the Adult Activity Center. Thank you.
I have two things to bring up. One, if they can put my movie poster up. There you go. On Saturday, well, can you fix it? So there you go. Thank you. Saturday, 1 p.m., we're showing at the Gables Art Cinema for free popcorn, free soda, free beverages. The movie A Hard Day's Night, Beatles classic, is actually filmed when they arrived to the U.S. to do the Ed Sullivan Show. That's when it was filmed, and they put it together in 4 months. And it actually has in Rotten Tomatoes a score of 98, which is usually Academy Award level. They say it's a classic filmed, the way they did the cinematography, they did the editing, and the music is the Beatles in their prime. When we did the preview last movie, which was Young Frankenstein, I was amazed that the entire audience was singing along to the trailer. It goes to show you how much people love the Beatles and love that era in time. So it's open to our residents. I think if you go to playgables.com, you can reserve your seats, and it's free for our residents. I welcome everybody in this room. If you want to go, your significant other, let Lena know. I have a list. You're my very special people.
Is this right after the Wings for Wishes? Or?
Well, I'm not quite sure the timing, but
Mayor, you'll have to let us know.
I'll tell you right now, I have it here.
They serve beer, so chicken wings followed by beer, and the Beatles, you can't go wrong.
I have to find, I don't know the exact time for Wings for Wishes.
Well, if you're not eating chicken wings, please come to the movie.
I think it's 11:30 to 4. I think it might even be possible, from what I recollect from the last time we went to Wings for Wishes, that you may be able to see the competition and also make it to this.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Oh, no. And so that was part one of my comments. Second is I've been contacted by residents in the Anderson Coral Way section, and they're concerned about traffic accidents and safety at the intersection of Corway and Anderson. The information I was given that since 2019, at that intersection, there have been 44 accidents. And they're very concerned because it's a life safety issue, especially people that are walking to the golf course, people that with their kids in that park area. So, they're asking, and I asked the administration if they can look into what solutions are out there, because 44 accidents since 2019 is one too many. And Anderson and Corway. So I promised them that I'd bring it up, and if you can, maybe in one of the April meetings, come back with we can have a discussion and see what options there are to make it a little bit safer. That was it.
By the way, just to give you a time, Wings for Wishes starts at 11:30 and it's till 4. Another thing I forgot to mention, by the way, Joey Chestnut, the world champion eater, is gonna be in the city of Coral Gables. So you're gonna get to see something that you don't get to see very often. So it's gonna be hard to compete with a movie, but you can do the movie and come by and see Joey Chestnut eat as many wings as he possibly can gorge himself with.
Quick question, scheduling thing. Do we, on the dog parks meeting, I know they were trying to schedule it, I think Tuesday evening next week, Tuesday at 5 or 4:30?
I think it's at 4.
I have to be at the UM for a city function, actually. That's at, I think, 5:30 or 6. And we have the town hall on Wednesday. Do we need to have that next week? Could we have it the week after?
As far as I know, it wasn't confirmed. My only contingency is flying out to help my daughter move from Oklahoma after she finishes her FAA training. And that would be 13th, 14th that I'd be going out.
Or is there any reason we can't do it during a commission meeting? What's the objective?
I understood, I had a conflict too. I had understood that it was sort of contemplated as a preliminary sunshine meeting between Anderson and Menendez.
Yeah, I think that was the original. The original was so that since, like you said, we've been crowned the dog park people and the kids park people, for us to have an opportunity to speak, but you can only do that in the sunshine. So I think the purpose was to allow us with staff to meet. I have no problem. I think we had a lengthy discussion today anyways with regards to dog park, and maybe we didn't anticipate such a healthy discussion. So I'm fine with moving it or rolling it into the next commission meeting.
We could have it after the commission meeting.
Yeah.
At like 5 o'clock.
We can have it after the commission meeting, because I thought we were also going to talk about, because you were working on a larger park.
Yeah.
To be able to let folks know all the different things we're working on, because there's more than just the park you're working on. There's one over where the parking garage, the parking lot is, et cetera, and some other projects down the line. So people at least know that we have these things in the pipeline. So I do have one brief item I forgot to add to the consent agenda. A former FBI agent who was a former member of the Emergency Management Board. I sent you his resume. It's a stellar resume. I'd like to add him as my last appointee that I have a vacancy for. His name is Daniel Martinez.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Motion.
Second. Whatever.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a new date for the dog park meeting? Is it after the next commission meeting?
We're going to do it after the next commission.
Say
meeting
about
at
5
p.m.
o'clock?
Yeah.
Do we need to do it at 5 o'clock?
No, I mean,
we can do
we
it
want more
early.
people to come, I guess, or whatever you want.
I don't know. I feel like we do these things at 5 o'clock and like 5 people show up anyway. So I'm not really sure.
But if you do it at 4, then they say
be
you didn't do it
honest.
after work.
Well, we have 2 meetings in April, so we have it earlier in the afternoon. We don't have to wait till 5.
Okay.
Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
our first.
I'm
our
saying to do it
first
during the
meeting-
commission meeting.
All right, let's do it in the commission.
Okay.
Everybody up here is in favor
Okay.
of doing dog parks wherever possible.
How about a time certain during the commission meeting?
Let's do a time certain during the
Done.
commission meeting. I think we heard from folks today
Okay.
that there's no doubt in our mind they want dog parks.
Yeah,
Done.
we all agree.
So then please, commissioners, vice mayor, decide on a time certain, and just advise my office and we'll approve it. Commissioner Forrest,
Nope, nothing to add.
vice mayor,
I'm good.
we good? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Oh, don't forget about April 5th for your kids.